chamber, my stream drops.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks, Marcus. Appreciate that.
We just finished what we got here.
Excuse me, sir.
I told her, I said, I'm right here. I told
Pardon me.
her, I said, why are you listening to me? Let's go get on the phone. Where's Sharon?
Pardon me. Thank you for the tip, Marcus. Appreciate it.
Stand in line! Do not back down! Stand in line! They got... Here they come! Come on, guys! Come
They're drawn up.
As well, I wanted to get viewers a sense of what it looks like inside their Capitol.
Looks like we've lost the signal from Lisa, at least for the moment, and we're hearing some sort of alarm go off. Lisa, if you're there, we'll stay with you. We do want you to stay safe. Lisa, can you tell whether they've been able to get close to... Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, Capitol Police are now on this floor. They are now working to secure this floor. They are asking protesters to go on the ground. I have my press identification, and
she's being asked.
Police now behind me.
All right. We're hearing shouts in the background. Lisa, we want you to stay safe. We're going to come away for just a moment until we can understand a little more about what's going on. Trying to understand whether they've been able to get into the House and Senate chambers, and of course, knowing whether the Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead, Lisa.
The police have told me to stay down, and that's what I'm doing. And I also don't want to show video. This area of the Capitol is an area that is usually prohibited from showing video. That's why I've been selective in shooting video. Not that the Capitol is operating under any sort of rules at the moment. I want to try and be respectful while reporting this extraordinary moment in American history. The police have gained control for the moment of this corridor of the Capitol. I no longer hear protesters chanting beneath me in Statuary Hall, where they have been, but I do hear shouting as police seem to one by one be taking down the protesters, telling them to get on the ground, trying to control.
The people have had enough.
Get to a safe place, and protesters out. And we'll come back to you as soon as we can. We see police armed. We saw an armed law enforcement officer there. We know there are others. So they are trying to restore some peace.
It looks like, I don't know if you're still with me,
Go ahead.
but they are evacuating the people who are still in the chamber. I am in a crowd with members of Congress and fellow journalists who are evacuating at this point. That portion of the Capitol is under control. I don't have a view on the rest of it at this time. You see that members have been given gas masks that they are wearing, perhaps for tear gas or just out of caution. Yes, I see Hank Johnson. This is a large number of members of Congress that I'm walking out the door with now. I just can't tell you. Everyone is being calm. Everyone seems in control. But I think when we look back on this, it will be hard to believe the actions that we are being forced to take right now.
Yeah, hard to believe. We want you to stay safe while you're coming down the stairs, Lisa. We do see House members. We saw one, as you said, with the gas mask on, as you described it, and we're watching other members trying to get to a place of safety while the police try to evacuate, apparently trying to evacuate these protesters who are moving into and taking over some parts of the Capitol. Lisa,
Judy, they are now.
Go ahead.
Sorry, they're moving us into. It looks like they're moving us into a basement. I'm not sure what the ultimate destination is here. Some kind of secure space in the center underground of the Capitol at this point. So I don't know if my signal will stay up. But I will try and keep in touch with you guys as much as I can. I have to take out, this is probably the safest place I can be. I'm with members of Congress and Capitol Police officers. Hello, I'm Congressman.
Well, more than anything, we want you to stay safe, and of course, we want all the, everyone there to stay as safe as possible. It looks like Lisa's now been forced to move to another location. We are.
What's up, y'all? How you guys doing? Super intense. Welcome, I'm Steven. I'm a live streamer and a musician. We're having fun, huh? Repent and believe in Jesus. They're letting it happen, at least a little bit.
They're not totally against the police. They also have kids to feed. You think that... Yeah, we can go out. Oh, I know. No, that's
evacuate the building? I mean, council no longer here. Go, Paul!
I'm not going to get out.
Most of the streams I do are calmer than this, guys, if you ever want to stop by. So intense. Yo, RIP Joe Rogan though. Wow. This is such a hilarious scene. There's people like cuddling and grifting in gear. There's real people, there's LARPers, there's streamers, there's Oath Keepers, there's cops not giving a shit. This is madness. And dude, I'm like, there's no one within 6 feet of me, dude. I'm just streaming. This shit is crazy. In the nation's capital. There's old people, dude. Boomers activated. Boomers and Gen X activated. There's Antifa in here, some at least. There's I can't go in the chamber because my stream drops right away. I'm fine, y'all. Once I go in there.
Get this man water! You got spray? Yo, somebody get him water! You got spray!
Boomers led the charge. Old men with canes were at the front leading the charge. And Vincent James was like one of the first people in. I'm almost positive. I've seen a couple Antifa, a couple agent provocateurs, yes. Look at this. Oath Keepers.
Wait, brother, go back.
There's nowhere to go but out. The cops are forcing us out. I can't go in, I can't stream. I can't go in the chamber. Thank you, mods. Gotta stay away from the cops, man. The cops are trying to get us out of here. Cops and protesters working together. Right there. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate every one of you, especially the trolls and the haters. So y'all do guided tours up in here? I've never seen the chambers. Upstairs. Cops with gun drawn are up there. They got guns out up there. They already kicked some people out. Doors are closed now, and I'm in here. I'm locked in here. They're locking us in. Yeah. We're locked in. Just go down the steps when you get out there. This is chaos. Zero leadership. At least I'm good at running a stream, right?
View, guys. Wait, whoa! Yo! This is fucking awesome! This is crazy. So the cops are all out, and we're in here.
10K Andy.
Hey, someone take screenshots for me because I can't even see the viewer count. So let's go. This is insane.
Fucking wild, man.
Bro. This is insane. No, this is history, bro.
Dang, dude.
Look at that.
I've been here so many times, but never like this. Never like this.
What's up? What's up?
Squatters' rights.
Hey! Shit! Hey! Let's go! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Hell yeah! Let's go! Dude, we're in the Capitol right now.
_slang 53 cents. Occupy the Capitol.
Occupy the Capitol. Let's go. We ain't leaving this bitch. I am sleeping in this room. I call this chair.
Jules gained for
Occupy the Capitol.
$$30.
Yeah.
Patriots are in control. Biden is dead.
Patriots are in control, baby.
Friends of the law enforcement division, yes. Keep them safe and secure, as always. Yes, you know, enjoy my stay here. That's all well, so and Dan, it's a
No, you got a fucking problem. You're a fucking oath breaker, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You piece of shit. You broke your oath to the Constitution. Fuck you. Fucking shoving me and shit for no reason. What the fuck?
You're okay, buddy. I kind of want to curse you.
20K in the chat. Let's go.
I don't know. Hey, I gotta go. What are they doing to those guys?
Hey, you just pushed the woman.
You're the man, dude. You're the man.
one sad part was I couldn't even get to press charges. They basically beat it.
Damn.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's Jeremy, actually. My real name is Jeremy. This is a coincidence, or what do you call it? This is what I show everybody, but my full name is Jeremy.
Nobody asked you to.
Hey, do you mind holding this for a second? Thank You okay?
Oh my God! I already identified it, right?
Hey.
I couldn't figure out how she kept getting away. There's two of
I will get somebody messed up. Hey, fucking come in here, fucking worthless. Open the door! We did a great job. We're trying to get out.
of democracy.
Don't be pissed at us later when our country fucking collapses. You are going to regret it. You are going to regret it. Every single one of you is going to regret it. The country will collapse. Yes, because of what you are doing. You are getting There's that scumbag up there taking selfies.
Hey, let's go if you're leaving. Let's go. Let's go.
We're getting forced out of here about the cops. I'm gonna go outside.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's go.
This guy disappears. What's wrong with you guys? Common sense. You're not getting a better rap for nothing. You're not making this guy disappear. Why think this I'm chilling. You're going over the side. I thought that was the door. Right there. Everybody's coming in that way. I thought that was the out. They're going out.
Guys, if I have to put in one more full day as a nurse in the hospital, I'm going to post another Instagram video.
I guess. Somebody tell me. I know, because I was standing up on the front of the cab. Yeah, light bulb tracking me down.
Like a baton, the other guy next to me left his fucking shit wide open.
I can't see the chat anymore, y'all. Thank you for coming, everyone. That was so epic. historic day. Steven is my name. Looks like we got a lot of new people here. Came out.
This is just the beginning. I'm trying. The door is fucking. Please don't change. Yeah, this is just the beginning, man. I'm literally trying to move.
Not today. It's like the bad turtle head. You gotta take it down.
Your convention needs to burn.
Did they get into any of
Hey, Calf.
65, 19.
I'm trying. Hey, I'm inside the building, dude, but the kitchen's out. Where are you? And to be honest, I'm trying, bro. You tell them.
Hey guys, open up the
Tell them in front of me. Tell them in front of me.
Yeah, he's good.
I'm literally trying to go.
Yeah.
We gotta wait for the people above.
I got you. We're gonna work it out.
I'm trying.
This guy here's been helping us. He's good.
Bad cops.
Thank you, brother.
Bad cops. Bad cops. Bad cops. Bad cops.
I'll be out there. I'm coming out right now. I'll get my cigarette. Let's go. turn around, man. God, I ain't staying here all night. Why'd you get fucking Hey, not here. Someone complained about to stick on the megaphone.
You want that shit on the megaphone? You know what? Yes, you can. I'm not on their side. I'm not on their side.
So they did pull the officer into the crowd. They almost beat the officer. They stopped him though, but they got a couple officers into the crowd, made them leave.
Whose house? Whose house? That's right.
Hey, get the blowhorn. Do you need a blowhorn? Who needs the...
If you want to win, you will talk. Everybody that was in here.
Rumor is there was a Patriot shot inside the Capitol.
We want it!
Invasion and see us as powder. Powder's on your shoulders and back. Get a minute, take the jacket off, turn it, reverse it. One more while we're talking. We're outside. You get a minute. You got any water? I got some on my hat too.
And we ain't going nowhere. We aren't going anywhere.
Much more substantial weaponry. They all had helmets and riot shields and face shields on, and they marched up in formation sort of across the grounds here through the protesters. And then it's unclear what happened. They may have taken up a position somewhere else, but the protesters have not yet been moved. So they remain here in force, basically having their run of the place. I mean, if you look around you right now, there's protesters milling about in the front. They're up and down the stairs. They've completely taken over the front stairwell here as well. And we should mention, we're sort of keeping our distance here a little bit because protesters continue to do everything they can to try to disrupt a lot of the reporting. There's a lot of profanity being yelled, some profane signs being waved around. So we're trying to be a little careful about what we're showing people at home right now. But this is very much still the scene here. It's unclear if that message of the curfew has gotten out to people because there seems to be no signs of anyone dissipating. It does seem to be, though, that the longer people stay out here and nothing seems to be changing in terms of what they wanted to see happen today, people are increasingly getting frustrated. So you're seeing a few more angry people, a lot more yelling. A couple of pieces of reporting I want to share with you. One, we've been able to talk to a few of the people who were part of the protest crowds on different sides of the Capitol, and they shared that there was some debate among the protest crowd about whether or not to try to break in. Some people were saying, no, we should stay back and be peaceful. There was a smaller contingent, we were told by a few protesters, who said, no, we have to get in. And as Lisa was reporting, were using whatever they had in their hands to try to break through the barrier. Another piece of information I want to share, and we only have this from one protester who said he was part of the group that was able to breach the doors and get inside the Capitol. He said that those protesters witnessed one protester being shot. He couldn't provide many more details. He didn't know the person who was shot. He identified her as a young woman. That is a single protester sharing his account of what he saw with us. And that's all we can share at the moment on that. But he also said he was able to get in with the rest of the crowd he was with. I asked him how many people. He said about 500 people, that is his account right now, were able to get in. I asked him where he went, and he said, I went everywhere. Never been inside, so I wandered around. I said, did you see any police? He said, just a few. And then I asked him why he left, and he said, well, we got bored, and there was nothing else to do, so we came back outside. And he was one of the few who's now milling around with the rest of the protesters. So that's not something that you would expect to hear from someone who was able to come here, breach the entry to the Capitol, wander about at will, and then leave. But of course, as we know anything else about this very disturbing report about one person being shot, we will continue to share that with you. Right now, we're in a standoff. We're waiting to see what happens next. As I mentioned, those additional forces now arriving, but the protesters showing no signs of moving. Judy?
Yes, it is. It is such a disturbing scene. And then Amna, you see.
The chat is shut down. But what's up, everybody? I'm Steven. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to history. Please subscribe to my channel. I do streams almost every day. We ain't here for all that bullshit.
Okay? We're not having it anymore. And the media is hiding the truth from us. How many of you have Facebook taking off your posts? Have Twitter and Google taking off your posts? I have.
There's certain aspects, there's certain people in your guys' group, just like there is
we're coming up right behind you guys.
It was 10 people. You guys had all those people. You're bullying. You're bullying. You're bullying.
What's going on?
They're fucking telling you guys to fuck that. You should be holding their motherfucking. You're not.
So there's a lot of mayhem happening as we speak. Everybody's around here. This is what I see in circles as we speak right now.
Yo, he been shaking his fucking can. He about to gas us.
Us? For what?
I told your lieutenant! I told your fucking lieutenant!
And visit freedomscoop.com and subscribe to my channel. I love you all.
U.S. Capitol with patriots from all over the country. This is the front door of the U.S. Capitol. Normally the police would prevent me from getting on the grounds this far, but now that there are thousands of Trump people, it's quite okay to be here at the U.S. Capitol. So I'm enjoying this moment of freedom, of genuine freedom, here at the U.S. Capitol by patriots who have assembled from all over.
This is America now! This is what your Democrats, this is what Nancy Pelosi, this is what Mitch McConnell have given us, and Xi Jinping from China. They are the ones who created this fucking fiasco of a government and the treason of them stealing our money, our children's money, our grandchildren's money, and at this point, with $2.2 trillion and $26 trillion in debt, our great-great-great-grandchildren's money. They don't have a plan to take care of our great-grandchildren. They're taking all the money now, and they're stealing it and putting themselves back in power endlessly. And this has to stop.
Yes.
USA! 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 Everybody! Listen! The steal is real! The steal is real! The steal is real! The steal is real! That's it! The steal is real! 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 Bicycle down. Yeah. You can tell he had an angry bicycle. Oh shit. Oh shit. The guy with the bike is angry.
Whoa! We don't want you! We don't need you, man!
Okay, I need.
You can't have it both ways. Back up. Back up. Back up.
You're doing this
Back up.
You're mad at us.
You can't have it both ways.
Fucked up, bro. You got some priorities.
Back up.
Sergeant Strickland not offering to vote. Like, where are you trying to back us up to? Look around you. Where are you backing us up to?
We're done with your fucking shit. Everybody, we're gonna take these fucking traitors down. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Lock them up. Make a hole, everybody. Make a hole. Make a hole. Make a hole. Make a hole. Make a hole.
this going down?
What's going on?
Why is this?
Did you see when they came out?
Oh, I think I was in there though. I was in there for over an hour.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That's fucking sick. Yeah, they let them out. I think they're letting them out again.
Oh, okay.
These cops are gonna come out. Make the hole, everybody. Make the hole.
I think they're. Everyone better be inside this motherfucking building, man.
Yeah, it was intense in there.
What was it like?
Chaos. I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it was cops were working with. Yeah, I don't know, man. It was. I didn't. You get in the chamber. There was no service, so I didn't go in the chamber. But people went upstairs. Cops had their guns drawn upstairs. A couple cops were working with a couple of the oath keepers. It wasn't like just like two sides. It was chaos, man. There was tear gas. They're shooting pepper bullets and shit.
How far did people get?
What?
How far did people get?
I don't know, because I never went into the big room. As soon as it happened, it took my stream down, so I just stayed out. But far, I mean, people kept pouring out. At least like a couple hundred people got into the main chamber or whatever.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, not Congress chamber, but like the chamber outside of that, you know.
They broke the glass. Everybody stay down. Get down. Oh my God, they got fire on them.
To mind your own business.
This was nice.
Put the knife away! Are you crazy? Put the knife away, please! Crazy bitch! Why are we here? You're holding a knife! You're a crazy bitch! Someone take the crazy bitch down! Someone! You got a lot of people here to defend you! Jesus!
Out of here, okay? Like, seriously.
They didn't throw a weapon.
This is getting a little bit into the sport.
Dude, that's the scariest person of the day right there. Wow. Holy shit. Just some little lady with a knife, man. Just freaking out.
Act like somebody.
Yeah. Same.
Kayleigh McEnany just tweeted at the discretion of Trump that the National Guard will be coming to clear us all out. I'm just saying. It's not. It's here, but it's not. Okay? Clear us out. We need to go take down MSNBC, CNN, and all where all this shit started, and put out the fire. CNN sucks! They started out with the George Floyd shit by not telling the whole story. And the impeachment, the BLM. We need to go to the media outlets dismissed. I'm telling you, we should have did it a long time ago. Cut. Then snake out the tongue out of the snake. That's all I'm saying.
Everybody see the little
That's what I'm saying. I think we should be good. God, what do you I'm in there.
National Guard's forming up behind us, so we're probably going to move here. Yeah, National Guard's coming in. Yeah, dude, the service is fucking...
You want to make this us We're gonna get the repercussions of making this our 2021. You fucked up, McConnell. You fucked up, Vince. You got this shit wrong. You're on the wrong side of fucking history, people. We're not taking your tyrannical fucking bullshit anymore. You see this fucking crowd? They're not taking it out. They're not asking for this stuff.
We're good. It's funny we're here and all I can think about is if I got a parking ticket.
Good luck.
Right. We're coming here.
Is the National Guard coming? Yeah.
30 trucks. Word I just got from my cousin in Texas.
All right.
Probably not going to go inside.
Law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. That's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders of the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Joe Biden talking.
Resign, Nancy Pelosi!
There's nobody in there. There's nobody in there. They're scurrying like rats. We stopped them. At least they got what they were doing. At least they
Sit down. Sit down if you have fucking inside, dude. What does it mean?
You can come up and go around that way. The view is pretty good.
She's nice. What a nice lady.
That's one of the problems. Oh man, what a good video. But anyway, that guy there, he started it. I'm sorry, the Pablo has instigated this situation. But he pulled the knife.
Okay, thanks.
Now, when this first went down,
We are at the U.S. Capitol, son.
First thing they ever did. Of course they fucking
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are truly innocent. You have nothing to worry about.
Smoke is over there now. Tear gas from inside the Senate building.
Helmet shut down.
Trump got a message.
O sea, eres como buena gente, quieres que los demás tengan, o sea, te importa la gente.
Listen, everybody under the sound of my voice. If you have a news camera, I want you to post it right up there at the top of these stairs, okay? Pay attention, everybody. This government has been taken over by tyrannical dissidents to our Constitution, and we're not going to put up with this trash anymore. Okay? My name is David Bexley, and I'm sick and tired of this trash. My 9-year-old son is going to grow up in a communist nation if we don't turn this back. We want the resignation of Mike Pence. We want the resignation of Nancy Pelosi. We want the resignation of Mitch McConnell. We want the resignation of Chuck Schumer. We want the resignation of all these Democrats. They said they were going to make this joke of an election true. That's a flipping lie. We're not taking this trash. Don't you think the swing off show us left in this crowd? This crowd is 1,000 and guess what?
It's gonna just keep on coming back until unconstitutional government fails to end Constitution of this country. USA! 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 The COVID-19 vaccine will not be mandatory. Yeah! It will be available to those that wish to take it, and you will never be coerced into taking it by means of exclusion. Don't take it! You can't make it take it anyway.
Don't recommend.
Proof of vaccination will never be required, ever, for anything. Including in school. School districts worldwide, effective immediately, will begin to prepare for full in-school learning. Governments and police are not the enemy. Go, bro.
Let him finish. Let him talk.
What does this mean? Police and government are being used as a means of control and fear against the citizens. Everyone involved with the corruption will turn themselves in, or the citizens will assist you. I can't promise you it'll be pretty, but it will be just. Yes, sir. All taxes, fees, tariffs, duties, and tolls deemed unnecessary by the citizens will be eliminated.
Taxation is theft anyway.
All debts, public and private, contracts and obligations, and anything of the like, as of today, will be wiped clean. Globally. This is an economic reset.
Sir, what is your name?
Everyone will be free of debt and will start back at zero.
Sir, what is your name? Retribution!
Everything on earth will now be 50% off.
What?
In every market.
You got trolling us?
From materials to manufacturing to shipping to retail, all the way to the consumer. Every single person gets a break.
What is your name, sir?
What's your name?
What is your name, sir?
He's like, Kmart?
Say your name again.
This will not affect income. As people will be spending more money.
That just turned so fast.
Making up the difference for the loss.
Can you tell us your name, please?
Who are you?
That's my name.
Say it again.
Thank you.
What is your name, sir?
Aside from military installations, there will no longer be territorial limitations or borders between countries. We will now be free to roam the earth.
I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Shit, what is this, dude? What just happened?
What's he talking about?
He said a bunch of stuff that they're either demands or things that are going to happen. And when we started being all weirded out, he said all goods in America are going to be 50% off.
All right, everybody, I want everybody to pay attention here for just a second.
Well, he just talked about the
Do you
elimination
guys
of
remember when they came out and said we got coronavirus and we're all going to fucking die, right? They said that they were going to, the coronavirus would kill up to possibly
Yeah, I don't know. That was some weird stuff, man. Woo!
17 million people.
America.
The Trumpets fly away from the Trump administration. Congress should kill 17 million or more Americans and take back power from our President Trump. And are we going to allow this to happen? USA! 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 His government is wholly corrupt. President Trump is the only. I'm thinking of the I'm going to tell everybody in this crowd exactly the one reason why Trump has failed. Everybody listening. All right. Sir, all right, what's your question? We have questions, sir.
Back up here. Can I see your sign? Excuse me? Can I see your sign?
You guys patriots or what? Let's fucking storm the fucking door.
All right.
You guys ready to storm the fucking door again?
Thank you.
As I also have been told that Hoyer himself is also in a safe location, as you've been reporting for the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. You having covered Congress for a long time, you mentioned Senator Loeffler and how she has planned to object to the Georgia vote. It is going to be a real question, I think, in my mind, if that plan to object to this election continues after the violence that we've seen and that these members themselves have faced. We have been getting reports now. Journalists are scattered all around the Capitol. We're in close touch with each other, trying to keep in touch with who we're talking to. And one of the reports I got is from an interview with Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. He is one of the people, he's a Republican, one of the people who was objecting. Oh, it looks like my phone can't bring it up now. But when he was asked what he thought led to this, whether he was concerned about the rhetoric from the president led to this, the president who vigorously defends. Instead, he raised something that I think we need to keep our eyes open for. He talked about the media as being the one that stoked this fire, the media as the one to blame, essentially, for the violence that we saw today. So that is something that we see from the right and from at least one of President Trump's allies here in the Capitol, who himself has been affected by this violence today.
So Lisa, what does that tell you, the fact that you have one of the president's support?
On the fucking show because we came in the door deep, 200, 300, 400. It's not over. All we did was walk in the door. We are still going to vote, and we still have to continue to show our support to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the only one that is continuously fighting for our liberties, for our Constitution. We have to continue what little bit we can do. We
Sorry guys, got to plug in my phone. Thanks for coming, everyone. Welcome to all the new people. I appreciate all the mods helping out. What a historic day. What's there to even say about it? I recommend you look into this guy called Jesus Christ. That's my plug. Also visit freedomscoop.com. Actually, you guys broke the site, so maybe you can't, but subscribe to my channel.
Yeah, I saw you in the crowd. Yeah, he told us. How's it going, brother? Good to see you, man. He called us.
That shit hurts. How many of you guys have been bear maced before? The shit sucks. I wish it wasn't raining. It kind of sucks.
Most. Now you see, your schools are closed, your churches are closed, your small businesses are closed, but Costco and Walmart are open all day, no matter what happens there. Does that Your small businesses are closed, but Costco and Walmart are open all day, no matter what happens there. Does that feel right? No. So I ask you, again, I gotta look at my notes, I'm getting excited. Gyms, another one, gyms are shut down and McDonald's open all day long. Shit's not right. So now what? I recently heard a Republican politician say that the individuals and the local government don't have the power to make change. It pissed me off. Me too. Because each and every one of you have the power in you to make change. These feelings, they're your inner warrior, they're your patriot. Each one of you are the hero of your own movie. I want you to think about that. And we have to start acting like it. We have to choose freedom and live our lives free, or we will sit back and they will slowly cook us until it's gone. We are in a war, and we have everything inside of us we need to win this war. Everything. And we fight by following our hearts and our minds, not some bullshit narrative fed by social media or the news. I feel good. We gather. Do not accept it. Get involved. It is lonely out front, but the view is beautiful. This is your legacy. Live a life that outlives you. Get involved in politics. Get involved with your neighbors. Get involved with small business. Get involved with friends. And live a life that outlives you. Each and every one of you have the power to make the change. We do. I love you all. God bless.
The one question I just keep asking myself is I just don't know, guys, how this ends. I don't know how you, as you can see, they're like breaking in windows and actually getting in these spaces. I don't think we've seen this in modern history, in American history for sure. I just don't understand. Jaden, what you got?
Oh man, it's crazy down there.
Oh, it's, okay, Jaden, one of our other camera personnel, is here, also checking everything out and giving us a report. And it's just crazy. Here's a tear gas right there. They're spraying at people. This is going to get ugly. This is going to get ugly. really don't believe what I'm seeing right now. This is something that's out of a movie or something. I don't. This is like a third world country. Of course, what Trump said happened to this election was a lot of a third world country. Anyway, I'm really trying to be mindful that when they shoot off this tear gas, that I've got my.
You got your mask?
Well, no, but I got maybe something close to a mask. Wow, they're taking chairs out. Incredible. Incredible. It's hard to find out who's helping who to go in that window right there. I don't know if that's, I'm assuming that's, Trump supporters climbing the window. I wouldn't. I don't know.
Yes, we're climbing the windows.
Wow.
We're fighting.
Yeah, this is.
People like you.
Yeah. People are angry.
We are very angry. We are very angry. We came all the way from all over the world. I'm from Israel. Yeah, so we're here because this is. I've never seen anything like that in my life. Don't get me wrong. Israel is following the same path, same money, same people. But I've never seen anything like that. He won it by a landslide. There is no chance.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, they know that. Nobody's celebrating. They're not celebrating. He canceled the inauguration. That was his. He supported Black Lives Matter protest, but he canceled the inauguration. Why? Because nobody really. There's no voters. It's the biggest scam America has.
Well, God bless. God bless for coming out here.
God bless America.
Thank you. Well, wow. Well, came over here from Israel, and of course, this is what you see in a lot of these third world countries. You see a revolt. You see a protest of the people who clearly are fighting for freedom, and they feel like their freedoms are being jerked away. And if you don't stand up and fight and show resistance, perhaps it gets taken away even quicker. I mean, this is something. Wow. I'm just going to take a moment, let you listen into the sights and sounds as we kind of regroup and look around. So take a listen.
I don't know. These cops are also right-wingers. This is very complicated. I'm going to do a stream tomorrow about this whole thing.
Where are your legislators? Where are your legislators?
Thank you, Post Jazz. I know you do. Yeah, the cops shot someone inside. I didn't see it. I think it was upstairs. Yep, Trump just tweeted out saying he wanted people to go in peace. I'm not just going to shout out two random girls, Morgan and Melody. No, I don't get that.
No! Not even. It's time we get started!
Oh, what's up? Stuntman. What's up, man? Ray the musician. There we go. Shout out to my friends.
Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. Donald Trump asked everybody to go home. I'm here delivering the president's message. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. Isn't this good? Isn't this good?
Trump sending in the National Guard. He already did. He tweeted it out.
Yeah, that was an hour ago.
Yeah.
Where are they?
And he put out also a video telling people to go home. I don't know, man.
They don't want to go home.
Can't trust government, man.
I drove from California, whole ass here, so I.
Do you know?
Keep the spirit!
I don't know where that is.
I don't want to say it. You're recording something. No, I just don't remember what they said. What they said got it cleared in.
Alright, so let's go, guys. Come on. Let's show them what the bigger men and women. Let's show them what patriots really do when their president asks for them to stand down. And I'm going to lead by example. I promise you, as soon as y'all stop backing away, I'm going to be the first one.
There's also the other side.
Alright, I got you. So come on, let's go. Don't do any more damage to this building, you guys. Don't do any more damage to the building.
Don't desecrate.
Yeah, this is our house. Do not desecrate it, okay? This is a sacred place.
You think this is our house? You say this is our house? This ain't our house, man. This isn't our house. That's why we're here. It's not our house.
It is. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here. This ain't our house.
Hey, he said go home. This is our home. We're going to be peaceful about it.
Alright, come on now. Don't come back. Everybody go home. Let's go on home.
People saying stuff. I've been in some. Dude. Black-pilled Zoomer over there. He's like, wow. Man, I don't care who's taping me. I'm live streaming right now. I don't give a shit. What's up, everybody? What's up, Joe? Good to see some people I know in here, yo.
Now they're champing, we won't go. And I honestly, that was one of the first questions I asked when we came out here. I don't see how you disperse this crowd. I just don't see how you do it. And to think that the very steps that we're standing on right now is where state dignitaries, guests of the president, Congress, Senate, this is where they all assemble for inauguration. And that entryway that they're breaking into is actually where the president would walk out. I mean, this is the very spot that inauguration happens. And the fact that we're standing here protesting is incredible. I would never have thought that this would happen. Never.
Are you for us or against us?
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. I just don't know how these people are getting inside, man. That's incredible. Yes, sir. We're Right Side Broadcasting. We're live right now.
All right, Jeff Collison, Nebraska here representing. Just want to stand here. Thank you so much. Right Side for all you're doing. You just keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Give us this day our daily bread. Into ages of ages, amen.
headed your way.
All right, we're gonna try it on Instagram again.
Yeah, this is amazing that we're actually standing on the inauguration stage. Like, this is where the president would be sworn in, right here. These steps, that entrance, he walks through those doors. It really is surreal that we're standing here while this is going on. And Joe Biden has said early on that he will not have a public inauguration because, in my opinion, he knows that it could be protested just like we're seeing today. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Joe Biden won't be public about anything, because Trump supporters, as you see, will show up and resist. If you're just now joining us, we are live. I'm Brian Glenn, Right Side Broadcasting. We are at the steps of Capitol Hill, and a very unprecedented day in our nation's history. And it's something I've never thought we would witness, to be honest with you. This is absolutely not what I thought would happen today. But yet, here we are. It looks like they're about to ram that door with something. I don't know if you can see that, Joe. They're pulling up like a white, looks like some kind of battering ram or something. So they might, I don't know what that is.
Fuck you, pigs!
See, now they're really starting to push back now. So this is when... Wow.
What is this?
We're live on Right Side Broadcasting. Okay, now we got some tear gas coming out. We got tear gas, so this is when we probably need to duck down and get yeah. All right, we're gonna cover our mouths real quick. So this is when it's gonna get. It's when it might get a little. Hang on, just give us a moment.
Cover your eyes more than your mouth, guys.
All right, yeah, I can. Chaos right here. No here yet, man. What's that? Yeah, I'm live on the air right now. Go to my YouTube channel. You can watch it. I just want to let you know we're on. Look at that. Follow us on. Go to YouTube. All right. More flash bombs going on here. If you're watching us, we appreciate your support. I just gotten a bunch of messages just now asking about our safety, and I just want to say that we're okay. We're fine with the occasional tear gas that's being shot out. We're fine. So I appreciate people being concerned about our health and safety, but we are fine at this point. More flash bombs going off. Oh. there's a call to stop their violence, maybe even from a Trump supporter side. If we just quit maybe throwing stuff at the Capitol Police here, then maybe things might turn a different tone. But I know from seeing what I see right now, I mean, it's going to be impossible to penetrate this Capitol from that area. There's just too many police there, and this could not end well.
We need to protect the Patriots and keep their lives short. Where's the pedophile that thinks he's in the hospital? Where's George Soros?
I mean, they are really trying to penetrate that door right there, aren't they? Holy cow. I could not imagine being up there right now. Look at that. People climbing through the windows. They are really trying to get in there. Now they're chanting, "Police stand down," is what they're chanting now. Police stand down. If you're just now joining us, Brian Glenn, Right Side Broadcasting. We are live here at the steps of the White House, or excuse me, Capitol. In unprecedented times, this is something we have not seen before. I'd probably say there's a couple thousand people just in this area. That's not counting the thousands that are behind us on this lower level. We are up on these bleachers. This whole area has been constructed for the inauguration. We watched over the last couple months this area be built, and then now to be standing here right now, I never would have thought that would happen. What's that?
This guy's missing his son.
Oh wow. We have a gentleman over here that's missing his son. Maybe if you want to get his attention, maybe we'll put him on there. We got a lot of people. We got a guy that's missing his son, and I'd like to see if we can help him out at all, because that's got to be a very scary moment. Let's see if we can have a few words with this guy.
I'm not sure what statement you're referring to, Evan, but
How's it going? Yeah. Not trying to be weird.
Oh, yeah.
There's
a lot of people watching.
Yeah, I think I was the only one in there. It was 30K at one point. I was on ABC and Reuters and shit. I woke up with 1,000 subscribers this morning. I have no idea how many I have it. I was inside for like an hour. I was one of the last like 10 people in there.
What's your? Are you on Facebook?
Well, no, I'm on Instagram here and YouTube here. I'm Steven Ignoramus. Yep. I don't matter though. This shit is history. Can't believe today. Yeah, that's right, Thorodox. No more Periscope.
I
stand out. We got his back. We try to have his back. He's supposed to have ours too. We in this together.
You gotta be smart.
I don't care. If not today, then when? If not today, then when? We've been in this for 4 years. We've been doing this shit for 4 years. Say yours first. People's like
People
you.
are
Come on,
tired.
man. You okay? If not today, what day? When? We win. Exactly. They fucking protect
I didn't
BLM.
see you surround
and
them like you surround us.
They securing our election. We are the people that stand in the gap for America. Without all these patriots out here, America would be turned to socialism. Turned to the fucking counter. Any day is the day. Any day we all out here. Why not today can't be the day? We all out here. Unless y'all some bunch of cowards. Wait, what it is, y'all cowards? Clearly.
Today's not today.
You keep saying today, not today.
They stole our election day.
When is today?
Today was the final
day.
It's already past the day, man.
No, he's not going to. He's not my God. He's not my
What are you
God.
gonna do? You gonna storm?
God
I'm
said
out
I'm
here
free.
doing what I'm doing right now. You're trying to subvert it.
So I'm going to stay free. If it goes... Stay free. What are you going to do with that impeach him, huh? That was the final straw. Yo, what are you going to do when they impeach you? Because he wants us to stand down. Yeah, he wants us to stand down. So today's not the day. When is the day then? Impeach him today. What are you going to do? Make a statement. You're not fighting. What are you trying to do? You're ready to fight today. What's right? Vote for third party. You're right for third party. What's the truth? The truth is that Donald Trump won. The truth is Donald Trump won. So we know we're tired. That's how they want it. We want freedom. We want freedom. We want freedom.
What do we want? We want freedom. We don't want to go into the sun. Sorry about that. That's not why we're here.
We're not chanting slogans.
We're not here to destroy shit. But this is our house, and these people are trying to ruin our lives.
Mutiny for our cause.
These people are ruining our lives and yours.
All by ourselves, me and one guy.
How is it that you stand against the people who pay you?
Well, better yet, the people that stand in front of you unharmed. The one that go against BLM. The one that go. The one that live for y'all. Huh? We love y'all. We stand behind y'all.
No, hey.
You don't want this, hey.
Back up. Do it, bitch.
Switch off, assholes.
No, come on. Hey, stop.
That's them from Patriots. Everybody share us out.
Stick with me.
Yeah.
I got Jared, he's good.
This guy right here has got his paintball gun pointed at the crowd. Paintball shots out. More smoke. There's Mace. Mace from both sides. Paintballs. Lots of paintballs. More smoke. Both sides are on one big fight right here. Not working. Ah.
Thank you guys, everybody. Please keep sharing this. Officers out. Hey, Trey, officers out.
They need meds right there. They need medical.
Yeah.
That fuck right there.
Yep.
See him? With the red right there? That's... So they've shot the cops. So the chuds are firing on people right in front of these guys and they're not doing anything. I'm gonna show you the guys. This is insane, dude. They just sat there and watched this guy right here. Oh yeah. You see him right there with his back to me. Yeah. 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 Yeah, no, come on up here. Come on up here. Take your gun off and come on up. I'm not going anywhere. No. I haven't left, have I? You're not going to do anything about it. I've been here the whole time. Sorry. Last time you were here, your ass ran. Take your gun off, bro. Come on. Yeah. 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 I ain't fucking fighting, bitch. Come on. Come on. Touch me. I'm not trying to touch you, bro. Do it. You're the one that threatened me. Fucking do it. Get back. I am. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back! There's a shit ton of cops here. Apparently I'm supposed to run. I will admit though, it's probably not the safest here anymore. They fucked some people up. We got footage of people fucking just shooting at people right next to the officers.
Nobody's shooting anybody here.
Oh, I got footage of it, sir.
Who shot anybody? Who shot somebody?
There was a guy, I don't know his name or anything, but he was standing right there
Shot
right
what?
when the cops came out.
Shot what?
Paintball gun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he fired like 30, 40 rounds into somebody. I don't mean guns, I mean paintball. You can hear that. And if I'm live and you thought I meant guns, I meant paintball guns. I'm not trying to make it something that it's not. But yeah, we had a paintball gun firing. We got shit tons of cops everywhere. I don't know what's going down over here. Cleaning my glasses. No, I just got into a fight.
Oh, did you?
That with that same guy who hit me last time I was here. He came running up to me. Cops tackled him up there. Dude, I haven't seen anybody because I was dealing with that.
Trey just walked over here.
All right, so they've declared unlawful assembly.
Assembly told everyone to leave immediately.
Well, I will say this. I had to stand my ground against the big fat dude, but when all of his friends rushed up, I felt a little twinge of, oh shit, not gonna lie. Didn't really want to fight all those dudes on One Money Hill. Would have fought the one dude. But I didn't see that happening, and fighting in front of cops is just a good way to get arrested, which I don't really want to be arrested. I just want to document what's going on safely. They've declared everything a unlawful assembly. We got a lot of fucking cops everywhere.
Again, we're
front of the Capitol building.
We the people! We the people!
CJ is reporting live in Washington State at the Capitol there. I don't know what's going to happen. I may need to hop out of here in a minute, guys. There's some movement happening up there and happening behind me. So if it gets a little bit nutty, yeah, it looks like they're going to try. It looks like they might be trying to clear things up here. You okay? They might be trying to clear some people out here. I'm not sure. If it gets too aggressive, I imagine the police will come in force, and at that point, I would believe there'd be some clashes. There's calls out here. If you have children, leave the area.
Document, you should know the root and the history of the term conspiracy theory because they've weaponized it against you. They created that term to do just what it's doing today. 50 years later, it's worked perfectly. Everybody is so damn afraid to be called a conspiracy theorist. That's right. As long as there's been people in power, they have conspired together to stay in power. Have they not? Yes. Have they not? Yes. That's right, they have. So let me tell you what happened here. First of all, did you know our Secretary of State, when Kim Wyman was elected in 2012, she brought with her a nonprofit organization called ERIC. That's an acronym. And it stands for Electronic Registration Information Center. You know what they do? You probably have never heard of them, right? Has anyone ever, just out of curiosity, have you ever heard of them? Okay, you pay for them. You pay thousands of dollars a year. Can you imagine what you're paying them to do? Nope. This is what they're supposed to do. They
Wow. Ooh, that one was stronger than the other ones, let me tell you. They're chanting traitors at the cops. The irony is lost.
Coming through, coming through. Fuck you, fucking fuck you! It's gonna get worse. When they come down here with Billy Clubs, what are you gonna do? Okay, let's go.
Nah, whatever they just set off is burning. The other shit was weak. This is hot.
We outnumber you 100 to 1. You better know all that. You either prepare to turn in your back and uphold your own or face the
shoot. Okay, I gotta pull back, guys. There's tear gas flying around everywhere here. Man, that hurts. Okay.
Damn, what the fuck? That shit was right here. Oh, they not playing now. They definitely not playing now. They're just shooting off the fucking roof to get us out of here.
I'll pay your salary, you asshole! Fuck you, man!
With a rubber bullet. That man is leaking right now.
That I'm holding up my press badge here to see if I can get a little bit of. The shots come without warning, though. Like, coming down the walkway here, and they've been pretty liberal with the tear gas. It's definitely a
like everybody would just.
Bunch of goddamn traitors! History's gonna show you guys just chose the wrong side. You chose the wrong side.
Did they get you?
Don't know where my friends went.
by people. I've heard sirens in the background trying to push people forward. My guess is we've got some mustering. They're starting to muster down this way too. So my guess is they're going to try getting everyone cleared out of here pretty aggressively, pretty quick. Well, the flash bombs are coming. getting myself up. So I'm gonna pull myself out. I don't know if those are rubber bullets coming. Are those rubber bullets coming out, or are they? Is it tear gas?
Rubber bullet.
Okay. Yeah, I think if someone gets too close, they got a scope up there. They got a guy with a gun and a. What does Bolo Solo mean?
It's worldwide, baby.
It's what?
That's a Google.
Okay. I don't know. That bothers me, actually. I don't want to see somebody defaced. This is the Capitol. I don't know. Probably shouldn't say my personal opinion, but that's not my favorite thing I've seen. So up here we've got the police are out here with non-lethal rounds and tear gas that are being pretty liberally used. Here. They get around this flag here. I'm gonna jump back if they start shooting the non-lethal rounds again. Man, the smell of tear gas lingers, man. Uh-oh, I see them. We might be getting some more rounds being thrown out in a second. I'm gonna pull this off. Okay. Let's see. So. Here we are.
Hey! You with the camera!
Sorry guys, I'm trying to make sure I'm in a safe spot so I want to be right by the steps so I can get out of here if I need to. I'm going to set my camera down for 1 sec because I got to get my hair up in a ponytail. I just want to make sure I've got everything ready for a quick escape if that needs to happen. Alright, I'm setting you guys down for 1 second, real quick. Nope. Okay. I get my hair back up? Sorry. Okay, 1 sec, guys, sorry. Oh, jeez. Alright, 1 sec, guys, I gotta set you down. 1 second. Sorry, I had to set you down for a minute to get my back on. Okay. Like I said, I want to be in a safe spot. It takes a little bit of doing. Yeah, but I'm just occupying by the steps in case I need to get out of here. Alright. Okay. Got my media badge out, which isn't really going to help me in any way, but... Got this one. There we go. Okay. So I'm exactly right here at the steps of in Washington, D.C., at the steps of the Capitol. We've got people gearing up with shields, and there's some more flat gear happening out here. Trying to keep myself prepared for tear gas, which we've had deployed several times. Non-lethal rounds have been deployed several times. My guess is we're about to have a push. There's been a lot of activity up here. They're calling for some sort of action. I think that there's been a curfew put in place. We haven't heard any dispersal commands from law enforcement, though, so I'm not really sure if, but those won't, from past history, we know those aren't going to come. We know what's going to happen is they're going to start shooting rounds and shooting tear gas, and the crowd will, that's the message they send, is get out of here. Tear gas does that pretty strongly. So I'm going to throw my little mask on here to see if that'll help me with the smell. So here we go. They've used there we go.
Are you shoving those motherfuckers? Trying to get
So it's interesting because in the past we've heard a lot of support for the police, but they're trying to take down the Trump sign over here. And I don't know that that's going to go over very well with the crowd. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to get my here they come. I don't know if they're going to let me stay. I got my media badge out, but I don't know if that's going to mean a thing. I'm going to lose my gloves. So CJ is not here with me right now. He's in Olympia covering the protest there. We've got police dogs coming out right here on the steps of the Capitol. They are not messing around. Get my press badge sitting out here. It looks to me like they're forming a perimeter. So I'm just going to get down against this wall here. I'm going to stay right by the steps so I can head out if I need to. I'm getting ordered to head down, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Make sure I don't get in anybody's way. I'm going to comply as quickly as they ask me to, because I've seen what CJ goes through when he's hit with a non-lethal round, man. It's not a joke. There we go.
This guy with the gun over here. I don't know. I think the 2021 is the newest 2020 in my opinion. It's cool though, man. It's the one side.
Yeah, but like I said, we've got a police lineup started here. Police line is starting.
I don't know what to tell you.
I would not. I'm gonna, as soon as they ask me to disperse, I'm gonna head out. And they're forming a police lineup here. We're at the state capitol, the United States Capitol here. They're forming a line to keep people back. There's been people in this square all day, but oh, it's getting chilly. We've still got a decent crowd out here. We have more officers being deployed out here, and they're holding this line pretty tight. Oops, sorry. Stay out of the way. I don't want to. When they tell me to move on, I'm moving on, man. I'm not going to get in the way of anybody.
People out here on us. I just want to get footage, man. I just
yourself, man. Don't do that. I didn't snuff my way. Oh, no, I was here. Piece of shit. No, you weren't. What about me? You're a piece of shit. 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 We can knock you out for all the fucking day. We can knock you out for shit. Tell me how you feel. Tell me how you feel. No, that's the Capitol Police. That's Capitol Police, right?
Yeah, I don't see any National Guard at
Who's
all.
that in the green? Who's that in the green? Is that National Guard?
No, we're not seeing National Guard.
Who's that in the green? Piece of shit!
So again, we're down here at Washington, D.C. at the Capitol, where there's a police standoff between protesters and Capitol Police protecting the line here. There's been several rounds of tear gas deployed and non-lethal rounds. My guess is that they're going to keep... We've seen this time and again. There's going to be a push and pull from the police officers. Let's take a view down the line.
Why is this
Yeah, we love you.
We love you. What do we like to do? Destruction of justice.
I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have shit about this for 4 days.
Why did you want us?
I would get that around if I was you.
And why do you cover for bad cops?
I just don't. I seriously.
Bad cops are super minority. We all know that.
So they're holding a nice tight line here between protesters. We've got a line here between the protesters, and we've got a police line here. And we're right here in front of the state's Capitol building. We've got Capitol Police, and I'm not sure if this is. These are state police officers from. These are identified as state. These are Virginia State Police officers holding the line here. We've got Virginia State Police. We've got whoever that is. Probably National Guard.
The system doesn't care about you either.
Are you forgetting they would kill cops? And Antifa, they would kill you. If they had the chance, they would kill you. We would be behind you. We are behind you. Be behind us.
I'm going to get way to the edge in case I need to.
Come to a point where you will have to make a decision.
Sorry.
I hope y'all vote.
Exactly. We still love and respect each and every one of you.
You are tired of Parkland.
I want to be out of the way in case there's tear gas deployed. I want to be able to get out of the fray, so I'm going to just stay back to the side here. I chatted with a gentleman a little bit ago who had a piece given to him from a chair or a rail from inside the Capitol building. It's getting pretty chilly down here. I feel like they're going to clear people out. There's tear gas happening across on the other side. I just wanted to spread away from it. Kind of wish I had CJ's mask on right now. Oh, that gets right in the eyeballs, doesn't it? Trying to keep all the we've got like National Guard out here. I think this is Fairfax. Yes, we've got Virginia police officers, and the line is moving forward. And I'm just going to stay right out of the way. Stay out of the way of all the tear gas. Oh, sorry. I'm going to stay right to the edges so I can get out of here if I need to. Out of the edges this way. Okay, I'm going. Let me hop right out of the way. Oh, I'm staying right on the edges. Do not want to get pepper sprayed, man, or tear gas. That stuff stays right in your throat. No safe line. Oops, I'm getting out of the way. Oh wow, the police line goes way on here. Got a little bit of stick stick pushed in my back over there. It looks like they're going to just keep pushing the line out. Keep the Capitol behind that police lineup. We're going to trip on that cyst. The numbers have really diminished out here, though. But yeah, they're going to keep pushing this line out. Again, we're right in front of the Capitol building. Get my press badge
Here
up.
all night.
It's the police. It's the push and pull. And if people resist, if there's any resistance,
I can't take another beat, man.
if there's any resistance, there is going to be there's going to be some. So the line is coming forward. I don't want to trip. And I'm not sure how far back. I'm not sure how far back they want the line. Yeah, they'll just.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna go over this way. I'm gonna get way out of the way.
Handing BLM and Antifa orange juice and champagne, right? You have no problem serving them champagne. If it was the other side, they would be throwing Molotovs at you.
I got buddies in the National Guard. Y'all niggas ain't shit. Fuck it all.
The other side is throwing Molotovs at you. You're fucking
Hey, we are the National Guard too.
Uh-oh, okay. I'm getting myself out of the way. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, I'm moving. Ah. I am more than willing to get out of the way, people. I can't go backwards.
I got this motherfucker right here.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Alright, stay back to you, bro.
Just gonna keep moving. Got myself shoved and pointed at. Ouch. Man, I got hit in the... Oh. Yep, I'm getting over the wall. I don't want to be pepper sprayed. Or... Man, someone... Ouch. I'm going to get way off to the edge. There we go. I'm trying to stay. I got a little bit trashed there. Someone tried to pick up a fence to try to block the police. I got smashed between the piece of fencing and the police coming from behind. Just try to keep my press badge out and let them know I'm willing to comply. But here we are. Yeah, we're down at the Capitol building, where there's been a standoff between protesters and police. The police have been progressing. They've been advancing the line, pushing people back from the Capitol building. What we see is, I'm not sure how far back. Maybe I can ask him. You know, how far back are they going to want the line?
Not sure. Right now,
you're not sure? Okay, I'll get out of your way when you need me to. Yeah, so I'm not sure. It looks like it could be up to the edges over there, but it's like a push-pull, push-pull. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, we're still out here in front of the Capitol building.
Do that shit with Black Lives Matter out here acting a fool.
No more. I got buddies in
Try and brainwash us. Think about why you're actually here. We're here for the truth, and you spread lies.
Virginia State Police, and I know that there's Capitol Police that are out also. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing National Guard out here. Like, typically there would be, maybe the National Guard's here too. Because what we've seen in the past is a large National Guard's presence as well. Nope, and we're moving, I think we're moving forward. I'll do it this way. Nope, we'll go this way. Ah.
Look how they're trying to run. Look how they're running towards us. They're not even walking slow.
For sure not getting in the way, man. Because they're not playing around. I don't know, I'm not sure where they're going to eventually end the line. I think we're Oh. No, you're fine. Oh, I think this side, nope, we're not good here either. Okay. There's nothing behind me. There's the larger contingent is over here, and we're right in front of like the Washington Monument, Capitol building. It's like there's some, I don't want to push forward, I don't want to get in the way. I don't think that anyone, I mean, there's some people that are really resisting, they're pushing back. Like the police line is coming forward, and we've got some protesters that have vowed that they're going to continue to occupy the Capitol. And that's why I didn't get by the steps. I didn't want to get caught between anybody. I want to stay out in the open so I can get out of here if I need to. I'm not sure where the edge of the Capitol steps go. Oh, that's a fence.
All your friends. Say goodbye, cop. Say goodbye to all your friends.
Yeah, that's a fence right there. Oh, I'm going. Going. I don't want to fall on the steps here.
Come on.
Okay. Ambush. I'm going. It's hard to see. Oh shoot. I don't. Okay, there's no way. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and... There we go. Oh.
We don't do anything wrong. I mean, we just want freedom that you guys want. We want to support you. We want the same freedom you guys want. We don't want no socialism in this country. We want the liberty. The liberty of speech.
So we're at the edge of the Capitol steps, or the edge of the Capitol property.
We are part of you guys.
It looks like there are still people.
We support you guys.
Coming out from the Capitol.
Right here at the
and we've
Capitol,
got
one more time.
A police line.
They put us back.
We've got a lineup of police holding the line here.
Hands up, don't shoot! Shouldn't have shot two of us.
Looks like they're barricading it out. Go ahead and back up.
You should have shot some Antifa while you were at it. Unfortunately, you only shot us.
Still some tear gas up in the air in here.
We're on the street. It's a public street.
The public street.
I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I've got
Punch in the face earlier. Over the people. They money talks from you guys.
I never voted. Our economy's dying, and Biden's just gonna make that worse. Masked up, like muzzled up.
Hey, which one did you punch in the
I press badge out.
I was too busy getting my ass kicked by fucking 6 cops at once.
There we go. So
Are you fucking happy with yourself?
Looks like.
Are you fucking happy?
Looks like.
Are y'all gonna be able to go home and sleep in peace tonight, knowing that you kicked patriots out of a free fucking country? That is our building.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If Antifa was fucking here, y'all would have rolled out the red carpet, got the champagne, and opened the front fucking door. Sorry, like I said, and I said it all night. After I got my ass beat, we're coming back here. We ain't coming back. And we ain't coming back on off. Look what they did today.
That's right.
The dude missing half of his fucking lip.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
They just shot me with a rubber bullet just for yelling at them.
Were you up on the Capitol steps earlier?
No, I was right down below. They just shot me with a rubber bullet for nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Fascist motherfucking DC Metro.
Have you been down here all day?
I'll watch it. I'll watch all this stuff when I get home, you know. A lot to do. Yeah, 6 p.m. curfew, that's for sure. Yeah, the White House did not get attacked. So this is like the remnant here, yo. Thanks for this.
Y'all could have just like simply just asked like.
Did you ever imagine in your lifetime that you'd be on this
and
step?
y'all were the ones who started shooting people. Y'all were the ones who started throwing shit. Y'all were the ones throwing fucking explosive devices at people.
Oh, you came.
And yeah, that won't no fucking crowd control. A 4-inch mortar is not a crowd control device. A 4-inch mortar can amputate somebody. You're fucking lucky my foot is still attached to my body. This is the Department of Health.
The teacher started indoctrinating the kids.
You might as well put on a Nazi fucking uniform, put on some SS badges, because that's all you fucking are. They come here to separate you from your family. Because
It's
that's
an
all
incentive so the people don't have a problem.
You are the brown coat version of DC Metro. Every single one of y'all out here tonight that came out here to stop Patriots, y'all could have said, fuck that. You wouldn't let us take Antifa out while they were destroying our fucking city. We are going to go fuck with the Patriots. But y'all let Antifa fuck this whole place up. And y'all didn't do a fucking thing. In the 80s, they talked about
Where does it end for our country? How do we go forward from here?
The only thing that we can do is have Trump call on the military and stop this from happening. I'm 65 years old. I never thought I'd ever see this happen in my lifetime. Okay? I'm doing this from a kid.
Even listen to our evidence. What's left? If somebody could please tell me, if this isn't what we're supposed to be doing, what are we supposed to be doing?
And did you see the president's speech today?
I did.
Okay, any highlights?
He laid out quite a bit of evidence in the 6 disputed states where, for some reason or other, they've certified electors. Why? There's so much fraud. How could you certify the electors? They can't tell what happened. They have dead people voting. They have people voting twice. They changed election laws that not by the legislature, but by fiat. This is not how we do it in this country.
Were you disappointed that we didn't get a chance to hear the evidence in the House today?
Very, and I'm wondering because we were out in the field today. I don't know. Do you know what the outcome? I heard they left. Did they vote? Did they do anything, or did they?
I believe I was in the field as well. I believe they only had a chance to object to Arizona, and then I believe the Capitol building was breached. So I don't believe they had a chance to hear any evidence. They didn't even have a chance to go through, I believe, any state after Arizona. But I believe there was objections to Arizona.
Because, I mean, with the joint session, and this is where people, for the most part, vote Republican in this group. Republicans have sold us out. We control the Senate in that House. And it kind of sounds like the Republicans, we had Josh Hawley who would object to the electors. But you go to the separate chambers and debate the issue. Would they come back with an affirmative rejection? Didn't sound like it was going to go that way, even though we control that House. You know what? And I'll tell you something else. This group is, when we have our little rallies, we chant back the blue. We support the police. So what happened tonight, like, we're the ones that support the police. The Antifa and BLM riot all summer long and have no consequence, and we spend an afternoon getting tear gassed here? What is that? That is not equal justice under the law, and that's another complaint. That if you're Hillary Clinton and you keep a server with classified information in your basement, no big deal. If I had done that when I had my security clearance, you can bet I'd be sitting in a jail cell right now.
Let's walk and talk. And there were a lot of people here today. Hundreds of thousands of people came today. How did they feel? What was the feeling in general with the people who were here?
I don't know. I talked to some people. They're optimistic that the Republicans would do the right thing. Then I talked to some other people where they're just very disappointed and very upset. And we cannot have a country if we don't have not fraudulent elections. We have to have elections that we can trust. and we don't right now. And by and large, they're just sort of papering over the fact that 6 states' elections were stolen. 6 states that we know of.
I don't know how you sleep at night, you worthless piece of shit. We supported you.
Thank you. We're holding the line at the Capitol, but this is where we're at.
You know it. You know it. You know it.
Yeah, there were several 100,000 people out here today. Absolutely. You know, the crowd has dispersed pretty significantly, though. I don't think there's much of a threat tonight of.
What's that?
Oh, I'm just talking to my stream. No. I don't think that. Honestly, I thought that this evening there would be people would be coming back to. I thought people would be coming back there, calling to hold the line against the Capitol building here.
It's kids out
but it seems like it's it's calmed way down. I'm sorry. Pass back. Oops. I don't want to. Sorry.
It's all right.
You don't got another joke in there?
So have you guys been out here all day? Do you mind if I talk to you?
No.
You don't? No, I mean you don't mind, or you do?
No, I don't.
Okay, I won't put you on camera then. Let me move around. Oh, guys, it's getting chilly, so only people that are really feeling it are going to still be out here. It's like Capitol grounds are really quiet now. In Capitol Square. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's going to be anything. I don't know that there's anything happening. I don't see any large groups forming.
I'm not even a part of it. I just wanted to see what was
Yeah, I think this is as far back. There's a large group. I'm going to go ahead and move out of this area. I'm going to walk this line right here.
That event created some things over the weekend when some 12-year-old fucking swallows.
It's like Rome all over again, and Rome fell, and America's going to fall. America doesn't judge. I did the census this year. They got assassinated in the face.
So I'm going to see what. There's a large crowd coming down. So this is one area, and then we've got a large crowd coming through over here. Oh, these poor puppies. So we have
There's a fight going on.
So as we can see, guys, the last of the people being moved out of the Capitol building, and a few people mouthing. But generally, the people quite reasonable. Oh, really? Okay, gosh. You okay?
Actually, it was just really bright and warm, and I felt good because it was kind of cold outside. And then, like, the gas cleaned out my sinuses. It hurt for, like, maybe a minute, but then, like, I could breathe. It tastes like cherry pie or cinnamon. We got a hero.
So we see the remainder of the people who are here mouthing at the police. They're not wearing any Trump gear. This guy in a yellow hoodie, guy in a peak cap.
Everybody else wasn't as bad. That dude's a fucking You know, now that we're down this far.
There you go. Uh-oh. I'm going to stay right out of the way.
They're going to let the country fall. They might as well just push you off, man.
What's that woman gonna do? Is she okay? Let her come over this way.
I think we're looking at. Yeah, this is Virginia State Police out here.
Will you please help her down? Oh, but I'm please help her down. They don't care. I can't You know David Dorn? I remember David Dorn. He's the guy that got shot in St. Louis.
It looks like they're trying to reason with this woman and ask her to get down, but she's holding her ground, I guess. But they're trying to reason with her and to get her to vacate the property.
It's like a movie. It's happening. BioWare.
The unaffiliated free press over here.
Closing down all of our businesses. Sons and daughters are killing themselves. And I tell you, don't let your family get the vaccine. At least not right away. Don't let them get vaccines. Trying to get all the healthcare workers first, so when they get sick or die,
so we're still out here in front of the Capitol building.
A little bit of the time. That's what they're doing. Be careful, don't get those vaccines. We must save this country. We must save this country.
Criminal, pedophilic scumbags. Oh, they're gonna come over the wall next.
Sad day in America, boys.
In the name of Jesus Christ,
hang your blue flags upside down.
No, keep them flying. So
burn this shit. Burn those flags. Hang them upside down. I have sold hundreds of them. I regret it. Fuck the police.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think that they.
Right now, let's burn that
Where are the cops protecting David Dorn?
Anybody got some blue flags?
And these motherfuckers have let China plant their flag in that capital.
We've got a really long. There's a very long police line here. I'm not sure how far back.
You guys voted for Biden. Is that who you voted for? You vote for Biden?
Come on,
Did you vote for Biden? 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 Did you vote for Biden?
Fuck the police!
Yeah, I'm pretty. There's a curfew that I think is going into effect. I can't really tell. I think at some point there's a curfew that's.
None of you voted for Biden. You know you didn't vote for Biden, did you? Did you? You're not going to communicate with
Founding
us?
fathers
You can
knew this would happen.
Do whatever, but you're not going to
When you
communicate.
say
Founding fathers knew this would happen.
Fuck the police. Do not thank them.
Because of
The
you.
ones from this county.
We have
the ones
and
working
we will have
here.
no daughters.
Fuck
no
them.
sons because of you. Because you're working for Facebook.
I'm scared of
You know what I'm going to say right here, though, you guys? And because I'm not CJ and I'm Like, the police have been taking it from the BLM, they were taking it now. I mean, I don't know. I'm telling you, it takes a special kind of training to stand here and take abuse from people left and right. You guys kind of know I'm a little more of a, I mean, those of you who've seen me, I get a little more of a hothead about the whole thing, but it's a lot to stand here and just take that from all different groups all the time.
The racism.
You know, I don't know that. Actually, that is a good question. Like, who is being represented? Like, the people that are out here tonight, are they independent, like representing themselves as independent, or do they identify as a patriot? Do they identify themselves as a 3%er, or a Proud Boy, or whatever? You know, I don't know what they're. I don't know what they're.
I'm not gonna preach. We're gonna have that flag. You guys are supposed to be defending that flag right now. That's really sad. That's like metaphoric. I got a picture of it.
Hey, you're standing over there against us.
See the flag I have on my back? See it?
Fucking bullshit.
So there's just a lot of this kind of stuff, you know, people kind of standing up to the, kind of running up on the police line here and trying to engage individual police officers. But they're holding the line here strong in front of the Capitol building. And I'm reasonably certain they're gonna what this guy has in his hands over here.
Serve and protect.
You know, there isn't any like organized groups out here tonight. It's more a collection of, you know, individual citizens. I'm not seeing like a, you know, there aren't like Proud Boy flags. There aren't any other identifying groups out here, which is interesting because I heard earlier people talking about some sort of organized, I don't know, storming or something, but it's just kind of a collection of individual people out here. And I'm not sure if things are going to change after the curfew goes into effect.
Behind the American flag. Behind the United States Capitol.
Ooh, so we're going to walk around over here and see what...
Trash.
So like I said, we're right next to the Capitol here. Oh. I don't think I can flip this, can I? Hold on. See, it's the calls like that kind of thing that I just can't. No matter who you are, you can't call someone out and start talking about their kids. Like, you know, it's just, I don't.
So were you here earlier, or did you just get here?
No, I arrived yesterday evening from Chicagoland area, and I was just telling my Facebook friends how unjust this all is. It's horrible. Yeah. We spend our time, our energy, our money. We bring our families. All we want to do is support this nation and even its economy. And we're treated like trash. I heard that over and over by some people. They're saying, why do we get treated? We look past that, but we have to realize that to a certain point, they didn't want us to come. They wanted to shut the hotels down. Restaurants are shut down. You can't even eat. Uber people have not picked me up when I've came here for the first rally. And even yesterday, they cancel. They'll cancel you. They see you, oh, you're a Trumpster. No, what is wrong with that? Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not fair.
Do you think after people stormed the Capitol, do you think the police response was too much, or was it the right amount?
I don't know exactly what happened. I've heard that a young lady, 16-year-old, was shot and that she's perished. I heard another gentleman who had a heart attack died at the steps, and then possibly somebody else got hurt with a bullet and might have perished. I don't know of the last one, but the first two, I guess, are validated. I don't know. I heard that people were upset. They said, you know what? We come here all the time. We come to support our president and our country in the national election. We just want justice. But when we come here, they think that we do nothing. They say, oh, they just come here. The Trumps just make noise and then they leave and they do nothing. Well, this time they want to come. They wanted to come into our house because we supported, we funded, yet we're not allowed to go in there. So they took it upon themselves to go in there. I met the first two guys that broke in there, supposedly. One still had red marks in his face. The other one had cuts in his forehead. They went in there. Yeah, they broke in, but they thought, we're going to prove a point that we are Americans. We're tired of not saying it, of being quiet and letting the government take care of things, not saying anything. We're tired of it. And we're going to have a voice and we're going to go in there. I don't care who it makes uncomfortable. Nancy Pelosi, who's in the bunker, Vice President Pence, he needs to do the right thing. So people took it upon themselves. I think it's going to be a new movement, and we're tired. We're all tired.
Thank you. So there you have it. Let's go speak with some more people who are maybe more on the front lines. I want to get a bit more. I want to bring you a bit more of the kind of the front line stories. So let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at some of the people who are at the front lines. Hey there. Sorry. Hey there. Hey there. Thank you. Hey, were you here earlier? Were you here the whole time?
Oh, Epoch Times.
Hey there.
Yo, I love Epoch Times.
Thank you, sir. Were you here the whole time?
I came in late. I came in about 1 o'clock-ish. My ride bailed on me, so I had to be here today because this is a big day. I came in, I don't know, I came in when after Trump gave his speech. So I don't know, I met a bunch of people. We're kind of in this community. If people are familiar with it.
Today was a success. We got done what we needed to get done, which was not get that vote certified. And tomorrow we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're all going to be here. We're violating the curfew right now. Nothing bad is happening to us. Everybody who's watching this right now, get down to D.C. We need you. We need the manpower. Leave Grandma behind. Unfortunately, this isn't a job for Grandma. It's a job for you. Get down here and let's do it. So, by the way, just to clarify what he's saying, it's right now 6:01, and earlier today, the mayor of D.C. set a curfew for Washington, D.C. for 6 p.m. So this is actually after curfew now. Now, were you here earlier when the people stormed the Capitol? I've been here all day. Can you describe what that was like? Well, I wasn't during the actual storming where they were breaking into the place and going into the offices. I never made it into the Capitol personally. Unfortunately, I wish I had. But the objective was disrupt the session, and we will continue disrupting the session as long as we need to. That is the bottom line of this whole thing, and that is what's going to keep on happening. Do you think after people breached the Capitol walls, do you think it was an appropriate response that the police took, or was it excessive? I mean, they're just doing their jobs, but we got tear gassed. Some of us got beat, not me, but some of us got whiplashed by the batons. Some of us got the old shield to the face, you know. It is what it is. We saw some of what he was describing, by the way. I'm sorry? I was just saying we saw some of what you were describing, people getting hit. Oh, yeah, you've got footage of it, I'm sure. Yeah, sure. No, they're in riot gear, but as you know, we're all civilians, we're unarmed, nothing bad is going on here. We're just people, we're Americans just like them. The DJ over there is playing Bob Marley, he was playing John Lennon 5 minutes ago. Nothing bad is going to happen here, and that's what's most important. The only thing that's going to happen here is something good. Democracy will be upheld, and this election will be restored. Anything to add?
I would say he said they were doing their jobs, and that's true, but I would say that they were being excessive. I heard people be shot. Apparently a few people did pass away. Those are just rumors right now, but we can't really get the news because apparently they're using signal jammers to jam our internet. So we're trying to get that as it comes in. Now, while more people have dispersed, we have been able to get better internet connections. So we're getting, as word gets in, we'll find out. but they have been using bullets. When we were like going out, they were using tear gas. So apparently, one woman was feigning, and I saw this. She was feigning or having a seizure. They were still like storming. I had to like haul ass and get out of there. But like while they were running, fortunately, a bunch of people like lifted her up and like were running with her. Like, but like they would have stampeded that woman, like the cops over there, if they if like people hadn't have picked her up. Let us be like clear. The Metropolitan Police are not our friends. This back the blue stuff is nonsense. Metropolitan Police are not our friends. They are our enemies. They're assisting Antifa and communists and the deep state. Do not trust them. Township police can be fine, but Metropolitan City Police, they are not our friends. They are our enemies. And that's what I want to make clear to your viewers.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. So let's go and speak to some people who are actually inside of the Capitol. I want to get their direct voice. Sure.
I think that the cops out.
What time did you get down here?
11 a.m.
They need to decide if they're a patriot or a traitor, because if they fight against the American people on the war that we're fighting against the CCP and against our own government, they are traitors. If they're arresting people for unlawful laws and peaceful assemblies, that's a traitor and they're committing treason.
Just for clarification, the CCP stands for the Chinese Communist Party.
Right, they're our enemy.
So a question, when people were breaching the Capitol and they got entrance, do you think the police's response was appropriate, excessive, or how do you think they should have reacted?
From what I hear, and I was right there on the steps next to the broken window, I think they were being excessive, and rumor has it, I don't know, people got hurt. And I don't think, yeah, they shot a girl in the neck. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, I saw the bullet wounds or the bullet on the doors, and I think that's extremely excessive. And I think that everybody who showed up today here is an American patriot, and I call for the rest of you all to start fighting against the CCP and against our own treasonous government if they're behaving that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I love the Epic Times.
Thanks. Let's go chat with some more people. Hey there. And as we're walking, if you want to take a look here, just for kind of a scale. So that's the Capitol right there, and the protesters had actually there was some rafters here. So follow me a little bit, so we can get. I just want to show the viewers a little bit of depth to what happened. So right there is the rafters where they had breached. I hope you can see it. It's a little bit dark. And so since then, over the course of 30 minutes, the police pushed back, and now they're basically right here. See, they set up these barricades, and the police have pushed everybody now on the street, and now it's beyond curfew, so let's see what happens. Now let's go walk around a bit more and talk to some people who are actually on the front lines. Excuse me. Oh, are you a reporter?
I see a lot of people up there running this country to think that they're better than God and above God. I guarantee you, going through an earthquake,
afraid to actually express their true beliefs. I guess I gotta guide people to the voice.
Very good. All right. Well, thanks so much for chatting with me. You have a good afternoon. I'll give you one of my cards. Like I said, we're with an independent media group, live stream, unbiased media. My hands are cold. It's hard to get to it. So you're welcome. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. You too. Oh, my hands are chilly. So I don't know. Can you guys hear when I'm talking to other people? I don't have my mic out here with me tonight, so I'm not really sure what the volume situation is like. Let's turn this up a little bit here. Yeah. So I don't know if. Oh, hands are chilly. So this.
God is patient, but God is a just God. And when the people have become so evil, and the
this is
no longer recognize you don't locked up in a box, right? Because you couldn't use it. if you don't think that God's not going to judge this country for all of its sin,
Trying to do, like I said, like mainstream media has been kind of booted all day long. Well, I don't know. I from where I've been around anyway. Okay, so it's hard to hear the other people when they're talking. Oh, that's too bad you guys couldn't hear.
like, just judging by the way you're holding up a tonic, you're a lot of the toys I have, man. I got some big
officers, and the fact, I mean, some of them looked like they were enjoying it. Unfortunately.
Yeah, very excessive. There was no need to throw flashbangs. There was no need to tear gas. This is the people's house. There's no reason why we can't be at this building. It's absolutely absurd.
So what would you tell people who are at home, and let's say if they're following the media narrative, they say like this protest that was here today is let's say a challenge to democracy. What would you tell those people?
I would say you don't see any buildings burning. You don't see any officers injured. So we'll use their narrative. Today was mostly peaceful.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with him. Today was very peaceful. No one came here with the intentions of being violent. I would argue that patriots weren't violent. The cops definitely, were the aggressors in this situation and provoked patriots. And like I said, very excessive, uncalled for, unwarranted.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Let's go talk to some more people. So by the way, today's a pretty chilly day, so people brave the cold. For me, myself, the cold kept getting in, and after about 13 hours, it's kind of like in my bones, but anyway, no complaints. So let's talk to some more people here. Let's see. Excuse me, sir. Were you here earlier when the Capitol was breached?
Oh yeah, I was up there.
Oh yeah?
They started shooting us and gassing us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your eyes look tearing up.
Oh yeah, they got me in one end in the mouth, but
with the tear gas?
With the tear gas, and then they were flashbanging us, and the shrapnel shoots everywhere, so it was hitting people all over.
Wow.
And we were telling them we couldn't move, but they were just shoving us on the stairs because everyone was on stairs to get up top.
Yeah. Can you describe why did you decide to go up to the Capitol rafters?
We're the American people and we own it. And we're not here to destroy. We're just here to make a statement that we're not going to be pushovers and let the government steal an election from us.
So the media will likely spin it as something like an attempt to breach the Capitol or something like that. What would you tell them?
They'll say that we're white nationalists and that we're out here trying to destroy stuff, but we're out here peacefully. I haven't seen anyone destroy stuff or tear anything up. We're just out here trying to voice our opinion.
And do you think the police's actions after people breached the Capitol, were they excessive? Were they about right, or what would you suggest?
Very excessive. I get police are doing their jobs, but there's got to be a point where they got to stand up for what's right for the American people.
So it looks like the police are now pushing us back. If you want to turn around here, so the police here behind us are now pushing people further back.
Good to see you in person, man.
I love you. Yeah, for sure. So we're still live here. Go ahead.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. So the police are pushing us further back, it looks like. Maybe further, there's kind of a road and then another sidewalk. So it looks like people are being pushed further back to that second sidewalk. So let's head back. But this is sort of the tactic that's been used to get people away from the Capitol. It's kind of a few feet by a few feet over the course of an hour. Let's go over here.
Did you get on there? Oh, you're for the Epoch Times?
Yeah, hey there.
Oh, yeah, what's up, man?
Hey. Were you here earlier when they breached the Capitol?
I was close. I showed up right after they shot that 16-year-old little girl in the face, killed her.
Yeah.
I watched them push this old lady down. She was maced, couldn't move. She's probably 60 years old. Yeah. Pushed her down them 2-foot stairs and fell straight down and slammed her. And then they slammed another lady right up against the front, and she didn't even do nothing. Yeah, I've got it all on film too. So I love you guys. You guys rock.
Thank you. What would you tell? Because I'm sure what the mainstream media will report is that it was like an infiltration of the Capitol. What would you tell Americans who view that report?
I would say that this was a Second Amendment right. We're
here peacefully. We didn't burn anything down. We didn't burn anything down. We're peaceful. They should not have been killing people at all. No right at all. Now, after they started killing people, that's when they started breaching. That's fairness.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hey, rock on, man.
Thank you, man.
Is that going to be on there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So as you can, whoa, sorry about that. So as you can see, we're being pushed back further and further. So we need to, oh, I see.
Let's see how we're doing. Good on battery.
USA! 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 USA!
There we go. I don't know what's happening with this fence. So I think you can see out here in the background, there's some more troops being deployed. I think they're getting ready to enforce a curfew of some kind. I don't know how this crowd's going to respond to. Respond to a curfew situation. So I do not want to be trapped up in that. Here we go.
The war has started and you're on the wrong side.
There's a curfew at 6. They're going to keep pushing us back until we go home. I know we are. I'm just letting you know it's still continuing.
So here's where more of the crowd was that I couldn't be down here earlier because of copyrighted music, but the music is done now. So the police are holding a line that they're pushing further and further back.
Don't act like you don't have a choice. You have a fucking choice. You have a choice.
They're kind of being attacked by the crowd continuously. I mean, not, verbally attacked.
Yeah, you like my beard?
I'm not sure that the crowd is going to respond well to a curfew being put into effect. A little more. Yeah, it looks like the National Guard is... Well, no, this is still Virginia.
I wasn't walking fast enough for you.
I'm not sure for National Guard over here. We're state police. Or it could be Capitol Police. Yeah, I think we've got National Guard rolling in now.
Oh, here comes the National Guard.
So I'm going to get myself... I don't want to be trapped in, so I'm going to find a spot to...
You're fucking out! Unconstitutional! Unconstitutional! Unconstitutional!
Well, this police line goes as long as the eye can see. I'm not really sure how to get out of here. I guess we'll just all move back.
Okay,
got selfies going on. I'm gonna hop out of the way. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the very edge here so we can get out of the way when the push happens, because the push is for sure coming. I don't want to get caught between anything.
Yeah.
She didn't arrest thousands of people. She didn't have a gun.
I'm sorry.
Why do you put
sorry.
You said I'm violating. He didn't put words in your mouth. He asked you a question. So if you violate the curfew,
to enforce that curfew. There it is. Yes, see, it's really easy to throw away the money when you get to the end.
Let's go, folks.
As soon as they... Let's try getting around.
they're on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side. They had the same choice to come out here as we did. They can turn around and say, no, I'm not doing this, and just be done with it. We'll see how it goes.
And last question. So the mainstream media will probably try to spin it in a certain way, like the people, even the whole protest came out here to like challenge democracy and things like that. What would you tell people who are watching those reports?
Look further. They don't trust anything. Question everything. Look, the answers are out there. I mean, people are out here seeing things play out in front of their own eyes. So watch the TikTok lives. Watch Facebook lives. People are out here posting what's going on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. So let's see.
I have an exit strategy. Let's see. Get away from the live U-Pack. Yeah, so the police have created, there's a mixture of Virginia State Police, National Guard, and Capitol Police. And they've formed a line across the entire, around the entire Capitol area. Sorry, I'm going to scooch through here real quick. I think we're going to be getting calls for movement in a few minutes.
I'm not getting back to anybody.
As soon as we get that call, I'm going to head on backwards. I think they're getting that call now, so I'm going to hop out of the way here. They're ready to rumble, man. I'm not getting caught. Thanks, there's nothing behind me. We're good.
They keep asking. I'm like, I'm good for a minute, and I just send them.
We have people in flak jackets. I have my media badge out, but I don't think it means anything at this point. These guys are ready to rumble. They're getting a little bit of pushback from people over here. But yeah, I'm not getting in the fray. Line around this car here. It's easier. Oh, they're patting their own. So there's calls of hold the line from people. Sorry guys, just a sec. So there's calls of hold the line from the crowd, which is not that big actually. Well, that's not true. There's more out here.
If y'all could, just pull back to First Street. They just need people to move back to First Street. We're just trying to clear off the block. They move back to First Street, they want to move.
Yeah, so here's where we're at in the day, you guys. We've been down here. I've been down here all day. We're here in front of the United States Capitol. Earlier today, we had hundreds of thousands of protesters out pushing against. All right, here we go.
I'm literally talking to an officer. Go somewhere else. They're going to push you back. That's what I'm saying. Move back! Move back! Move back!
More cars. Nope, no more cars.
They got to stay together. They got to
What they're doing is unconstitutional!
So they're erecting the barriers here to keep people.
You can put your shield down! You don't have to do it!
So we've got National Guard here. We've got Virginia State Police. National Guard. Oh crap. Ah, sorry. Okay. Ah. It moved faster than I could pay attention. I'm not sure the plan. I don't know how far they want to move people back. I'm gonna stay right on out of the way though. I'm not sure if they're...
Yo, he's at the hotel. Yeah, Micah and Tom. Yeah. Hey, he probably got fucking smoked out.
Yeah, so I'm not sure the plan for the pushback. Like if there's an end point, or they're just trying to like clear out the city, or I'm not really sure what their I'm not sure what the objective is at this point. And maybe it's just to keep the peace. There aren't a lot of, I mean, the level of people out here isn't it's not what it was earlier today for sure. I'm not sure how far back they're going to want the crowd. Maybe they're just trying to clear out the whole city area.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on.
Myself over the edge of here. There hasn't been a I don't know why they're pedaling this way. Got a whole line of we've got a line of Virginia police going all the way down this way. Then in the middle, I think we've got National Guard. I'm not sure what the red patches mean. They're holding a real tight line, though. I don't suppose they'd like me to talk to them, but I'm curious to know. Does anyone know in the comments what does the red patch mean? I think they're National Guard, yeah. Here.
And so there's a curfew at 6 p.m.
I'm not sure how far back they want this
There's a
crowd.
6 p.m. curfew and they keep moving back the gates.
Or if they're, I don't know if they're trying to like clear the city or...
Looks like every cop in DC is here.
Yeah, we've got...
Looks like,
I hope you're not a car parked in this area, man. Because your car has just been trapped.
I served in the Marine Corps for 4 fucking years!
Yeah, I'm not going...
And you bring out the National fucking Guard! You bring out my brothers and sisters and arms! Against the rules! And that's what you want!
Yeah, this is National Guard, but what is the red... what does the red patches mean on there? I don't know if it was like DC National Guard or if it's, you know... I don't know. People seem to be responding to that. There hasn't been a ton of pushback against as the National Guard moves forward. So we've got as the National Guard and the police officers move forward.
He is mace happy. This guy right here is
He's got the mace in his hand. He's just ready to go.
This guy is so trigger happy. It's not even funny.
Yeah, we gotta have a spot.
that's why there's an open door in the middle, man.
Thank you. Again, we're just here documenting, frontline documenting, guys, showing you what the media won't. The media will pick and pull whatever they can to make it seem like these folks are instigators. They are talking. They're trying to have a conversation. And look at, they just want to spray. That's all they want to do.
Especially, let me zoom in on
So this guy right here they were talking to decently is a veteran, Navy veteran.
The hat on, she is not
Sir, you got a second?
Yeah, sure.
So you're a veteran?
Yeah.
What do you think of all this?
I'm glad I'm not right now active duty. I'm glad I don't have to make the decisions they have to make. And I don't know who's telling them what to do, but you're in the Army, you've sworn an oath to follow orders, or you can actually old school be shot. So they're not in a good position, and it's easy to say, quit your jobs, you gotta rebel. It's not that easy. And people don't understand that it's not that easy. But I tell them, they're going to have to make choices later on, and I hope it's not too late when they do. Because it will become too late.
Well, what happened today, we're going to be suffering from this for a long time with the woman shot and killed.
I heard she wasn't killed.
Oh, well, they came out and said she was. Fox News confirmed it.
So what is that going to do?
I think it's going to put a bad stain on this country for a long time. People that are watching it, you don't think so?
You mean she got shot by a Secret Service guy? Rubber bullet neck, right?
Whatever she was shot.
What are we gonna? It depends. If you listen and believe the media, that's the problem.
Well, there'll be video that comes out. There's patriots up there.
Who got shot? It was a lady who probably was a patriot.
Yeah.
Who shot her? Someone inside with a weapon that shot a rubber bullet. It wasn't a patriot with a gun. It wasn't a patriot who shot.
No, that's what I'm saying. A patriot lost her life today.
I mean,
no big deal?
It's going to take a lot more. This is nothing. There's a lot more to come.
There's a lot more to come, but I disagree that this is nothing.
One lady is going to make a difference as far as mobilizing the lazy-ass Americans.
Okay.
Trump has.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that. Too many people will be on their fucking keyboard, still posting memes and not being out here on the front line. Yeah, I agree with that.
America, the silent majority has remained silent. The Christians that should be here, they're praying and it's in God's hand. It's all in God's hand. Yeah, but you are his hands and feet. Get out there and do something.
Amen. I agree with that 100%. We always say that. You can't just go to the ballot box, vote, and go home and pray. You have to take action. If you got your leg cut off, you wouldn't just pray. You would pray and take action at the hospital. Thank you.
Hey, God bless you.
Thank you for your service.
Watch how close I am.
Police and military, turn away from these atrocities. That's running this country into the ground. They've run this country into the ground. Turn against them and turn with us. And side with us. Turn against the evil corruption that has taken over this wicked country.
See it?
So it looks like most of the patriots and infiltrators are standing over here. I think people have came down just to see what's going on. Oh, here we go.
Have no sword! Tell him to sell his clothes. That's fine.
Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta do something really quick.
More than a hypocrite, obviously.
Trying to make sure we have everybody in our group.
I saw him before.
tidligere, fordi så havde vi undgået de voldelige scener, vi så tidligere på dagen. Hvis vi lige zoomer op på selve bygningen, så kan man se, at der hvor vi for et par timer siden kunne rapportere, at folk
Hold this for 1 second. I gotta adjust something that fell out.
Excuses. No, just kidding.
Should be fair. People are turned already. We have got to not let that happen. That's what I'm saying. Already there.
Claim that like window up there. Kick my feet up in a chair. You know what I mean?
I pay my tax. Our way of life. It's all gone. As of today, we are fucking communists and socialists. You're defending that.
Restore the republic.
We are now.
You know it's an unlawful order.
Are you sure the election was fair? I'm not.
They don't even let people investigate. City councilman, you don't know who's got it on us. Using the technology against us. Fuck, man, they know it. That's why they won't say it. It's all probably been paid. Look out.
Apparently the police department, along with some of the elected officials in that office, forgot whose house this is.
Yeah. Go over here, watch this. So WGN
very similar.
is actually arguing with the Patriots. There's a WGN reporter arguing with the Patriots, like trying to call them out on today's thing, saying violence and all this.
He's right there up against the deal with the black guy.
I talked to black people. No. The master.
Fake news.
Mm-hmm. And they
More
keep
fake
exposing
news.
how corrupt and how fake and what big liars they are.
This guy is actually instigating the Patriots right here. He's from, I guess, WGN. He's the one that'll report all the false stories.
About how violent it was this evening.
Yeah. But all the lives and all the videos we have show otherwise.
Yeah.
Jason.
Yeah, what's
Did you
up?
order pizza for everybody?
No, I thought you were doing that.
Oreo Express, guys. That's how we do it, I wish. We can't get pizza.
We'll have to go actually to Virginia or Maryland, honestly.
Look at that guy with the blue mask on. Such a cuck.
Fake news, fake news, fake news.
You see that backpack?
Wow, okay. So I just received a message from someone I would consider very credible. Apparently there's talk of Congress actually coming back tonight to try and certify the election.
That's why they have all this out here.
Yeah. There is talk that they may actually try and resume the certification today. Or tonight, excuse me.
Someone said they did finish it, though. They worked through it. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't think they heard all the objections. I only recall 2. But there is talk that they will actually, that Congress will return this evening. If only they were this aggressive with stimulus payments, huh? Or Section 230, national security, the health and safety of American citizens, not illegals. Perhaps this wouldn't have had to have happened tonight. We wouldn't have had to remind these individuals that this is the people's house.
What's going on, man? I was in the background on Fox News. I was interviewed by them.
We're still by the fence. Yo, look towards the crowd.
I do not own the rights to this music. Public setting. How you doing?
Det skal vi ikke, men altså, lige bare blive og...
You can charge with harassment, hugging a woman, or giving the compliment. Y'all way too sensitive yet, offended to death. Put all the coffins in.
I was gonna tell you to do something.
What's up?
You have too many, you probably some triggered to cry. And nobody wants to be real. Everyone's scared of how everyone feels. You become so oversensitive and hyper tolerant and honestly gonna be illegal.
Oh, but yeah, that works. I just need I need this.
Yeah, you can have that. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in. We're gonna go off for 3 seconds. We gotta switch phones. We're gonna go to 2 platforms. Again, thank you for watching. If you would please, and you feel compelled to donate.
Your boss said hold! Calm down! Such like it's free speech. Where did that go away to?
You guys are gonna have to give me a minute to get my mask on. All right, and my charger together. Hold on.
What's the worst that's gonna happen? You get tear gas, beat up, and pepper sprayed. Oh boy. Then you can sue the fucking piss out of them.
Oh shit.
See? They're blocking the whole fucking thing.
Wow.
They brought in everybody.
Someone's talking.
French Canadians. Those Canadian press. Canadian. Best way to get out of here is going to be going that way.
God's merciful. We need to turn now. I'm telling you, I'm getting to Washington bring this message that the judgment of God is here.
I'm not here to do any shit, definitely. I'm filming this shit though.
We're here to protest. That's what we're doing. This is our right, right?
Yeah. You can stand here and people call you crazy or psycho or like whatever because you're standing. I definitely don't see any violence. The CNN will report it as violent Trump supporter protest. Something. You know how it goes. And then the feeble and weak-minded jump on that shit.
But I just dismissed it, came back out with the governor's house. He says, I'm going to kick your ass. And I don't think I can. Don't think I can. Stood at 6 foot tall, whatever he was. I got to say, okay, right, that's just beautiful. So I just dismissed it, came back out because I went to go get my son, come back out. And then I got here to the gate and waited, and State Patrol. I was just telling the State Patrol to be,
So. What's that?
I said you're violating the curfew. That's all. Violating the curfew. Push back to First Street. We ask you to push back to First Street, please. First Street. Push the exit, please. You're on seat charge.
Supporters and protesters feel
Wow.
Even on that weekend, Warriors singing every time that they are over. Yeah, man, I was National Guard too, right? We all served our fucking purpose. I still did.
Turn to left here and you see these people wearing MAGA hats. God damn, you ready? Members of the police in Washington who are doing their jobs.
People wait to tell us to leave. It takes us hours to get fucking addicted to New York City. It takes us weeks to get out of here. We're gonna go more.
Finding those interviews and getting us through a crowd quick and easy. So we're gonna have
This guy's funny right here. This guy, I think he's drunk.
I did the training too, gentlemen. I probably got a little bit more training than y'all. I'll help y'all out. Overlap those shields. Go ahead, get close to gas. Come on. One shield in front, one shield behind. One shield in front, one shield behind. That way nobody gets hurt, you guys. Just watch it. You guys are gaming too? Come on, guys, smile. You just got here?
What the fuck is going on? You missed
the only one that's not for. Everybody else was on point. They'll keep us
We got a bunch of people behind the barrier. They set up barriers for the cops.
It's normal if you're a if you're a people, you never. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna go give me some of the cars, and then I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna watch how different it is because if I put on some Antifa, they're gonna go home. Y'all aren't gonna get called. I'll probably be given the fucking key to the front door. That only hurts.
We also would be given bricks.
It's true.
They're forcing on the children. They're forcing on the children. The children traumatized. For the rest of your life, you have no foreskin and you're depressed. And then you do crazy stuff like drugs. Unhappy marriages.
We got given account for what we did.
Yes, sir. That's an conversation for me.
And this is important. And why not share it with people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Up to you.
The fact of the matter is that I don't see any of these pussy ass bitches out here themselves.
Yep. Yeah. We're here though.
We are here bringing that big dick energy.
264 viewers.
Big dick energy coming from
Big
us.
Rick energy.
Big Rick energy. 264 viewers.
A couple hundred sometimes, a couple thousand at best. You had people showing up by the hundreds of thousands all the time for Trump. And there's no way that he could have gotten all those votes, but Trump got 10 million more. And there's no way that you can have 90% of the people in a certain district over there in Philadelphia, that's place in Pennsylvania, and they get 103% voting. You can't have 103% of the people voting. That's not legitimate. And you got video of them pulling suitcases out and stuff ballots. And how many presidential elections that you guys can recall that they couldn't name the winner by the end of the night or at least by the first part of the morning? And they kept stretching it out until Biden won. They are installing an illegitimate president. They're installing.
How would you describe this sad day?
This day, well, it's a sad day that the police killed 2 people.
But come on, the Capitol is by people who were smashing windows. What do you expect?
Well, I expect them to do what they did for BLM and Antifa. They let them do it all across the country and didn't do anything about it. So why are they cracking down on Trump?
Because they breached the Capitol.
Well, look what they bring. Most of the cities boarded up all summer long because of BLM and Antifa. And they a lot of the police bent a knee in submission to BLM and Antifa. They bent the knee after doing all of this destruction this past summer, and then they go and they want to kill Trump supporters. You know, here's the thing. The Supreme Court failed. Congress has failed. The Department of Just Us, the Department of Corruption has failed. They're not looking into this. They're dismissing it out of case. There's plenty of evidence, and they are not even looking at it. That's a failure of the government. They have broken the social contract with the American people. And so right now, that government up there is not legitimate. The U.S. government is not legitimate right now because they've broken the social contract in a lot of ways. They've been doing it since World War II. With all of these illegal wars. We got evil, corrupt people up there in Washington, D.C. that are sitting there drunk on power, that have used people's tax money, put us in so much debt, acting like an evil empire, instead of a just republic like we should be. We were supposed to be that shining example on the hill, and we're not, because we got a bunch of power-mad megalomaniacs that's been in power for way too long in this country, and they sit there and they send our guys over to illegitimate wars, and they sit there and they spend all of our money, and now they're going to install a president against the will of the people.
That's perfect. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys.
John.
Okay, thanks a lot. And where can I see this at? Australia? Australia, ABC?
Foreign news company, they're usually more direct.
ABC, or what you say?
Bipartisan. The foreign news, man, you gotta rely on the foreign news, really. You can't rely on none of this shit. CNN and Fox. Just catch another
Y'all should thank them, but if you think otherwise, bring the boy over here so I can spank him. I put an end to your career, bitch. Before you speak on 50, 540 in a spare clip.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Way to keep it real, man. Way to keep it real, man.
I'm trying to.
You on YouTube? Where are you recording for? You on YouTube?
Oh, no, just for my own protection. Yeah, just for my own protection because, well, I think I'm long.
You don't broadcast your stuff anywhere? You don't broadcast your stuff nowhere?
No, I used to do that back in MySpace days and stuff out there. I'm an old timer now.
Big one, little one.
Like, where'd it go? But I appreciate it.
Another one with no name tag. Who would have ever thought?
And I knew I had to spend everything.
Life is
Yeah.
I just heard from Les, by the way. Les, she just called. She's getting out tomorrow, hopefully. She'll call us tomorrow. What's up?
You want to control this live stream?
Do I want to hold one? Yeah, I'll hold one live stream phone, you hold the other. Got it?
stand up for election integrity as the election certification happened. And I will tell you right now, we have every right to occupy that building. There is, I don't care what anyone says, you will never not condemn
the nation's capital.
The start of something.
It's been what, since 1814?
General, something to start a conversation with. What are you leaving?
I'm not going to start a conversation with you guys.
Why not?
Why are you
So
here?
you're to agitate.
Are you just here to film and just say white supremacists all over Salt Lake?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What would you like to? I'll have a conversation with you about
Rick
anything.
Boss. Put me all over social fucking media. I don't give a fuck. Box my ass.
No, what are you here for?
What are you guys here for?
We're here to protect freedom.
You're not here to protect freedom.
We are here to protect freedom. You can't tell me what I'm here for.
Exactly. You can't tell me what I'm here for.
No, I'm asking. I asked. Why are you here?
If you're selling meth, you're standing next to the wrong people.
No.
No, I go to like every event. All events, I go to that one. Black Lives Matter goes to
Okay.
that one.
So why are you here today? What's your purpose today? We're here to
I can
protect
watch and
freedom.
observe. Watch and observe.
I agree with you. I agree with
That's
you.
why I'm here.
Okay.
And that's
We're just joking, officers. I agree.
Don't taste me, bro.
You can do whatever you want. This is America. At least for the next 6 hours.
I don't even have 22 either.
No, I'm curious. Because you seem confrontational.
I'm not confrontational.
You seem confrontational.
Your buddy worried me. I don't even see where he's at. He's the one that came up to me first.
The
Probably's been drinking since
why are we having
noon, since I've been here.
I just told you.
They've all been drinking.
Yes.
Watch and observe.
Hey, guess what?
We're not angry at each other. We're not going to fight each other. We're going to fight you. We're going to fight everybody in the top 1%. We are coming for you. We are going to take all of you. We're going to remove you from office. We're going to do a recall of all recalls. Not just in one state, not just in one country, but across the world. We will hunt you down.
Last question. You seem to have a following of support. So for those who say articulate, passionate people like you should try to make these changes from the inside and maybe run for office, that would be a better way to achieve your objectives. To those who have that view, about the political process, you say what?
There was a gentleman who wrote a book called Bloodsport, and he was asked by Hillary Clinton to write a book about what happened in Mena, Arkansas. He's an accountant, and he looked into what happens at old folks' homes and all the money that's stolen from old people at retirement homes. And he said he went in there trying to involve the Clintons, and he learned there's no way you can retirement homes, and it's supposed to go to other countries like Puerto Rico. It's supposed to go to the poor people. It's going to the 1%. And our politicians are asleep at the wheel. They're taking their cut of the pie, and we will not yield. We will not step down. You can kill one of us. You can kill 1,000 of us. You can kill 1,000,000 of us, and we will keep rising back. We will keep repopulating. We will not take your vaccine. We will not take your drugs. We will not take your lies about the American people. We will fight as one. We don't care what party you're in. We will come for you. We will take you out of office by democratic processes.
They want to act like the stores
Why's that?
Imagine being so overweight you have to lean on the car to do your job.
I just want to know why you're out here today. Not me. No, not you.
Maybe I can train some mods down here. We got PSC. Oh, we got Army. I was down there talking to Arizona before. I got Army down here. What's up, guys?
Yeah.
See you right there.
So, what was your motivation for standing right there and not just moving?
No, hey, why don't you talk like an adult? Hey, why don't you talk like an adult? Because we can.
Tell me one instance of evil. Tell me one instance of evil.
Give me mine.
Don't put your hand around his neck.
What's he being arrested for, Lieutenant?
Great content right here.
Give me.
Time out, you guys. I was on the whole thing. He was blocking traffic, and I know this kid.
Okay.
I fucking know him. He was blocking traffic for no reason. So yeah, you deserve to get arrested. I was embarrassed to have you talking to me, dude. You're blocking traffic for no reason.
Alright, anything to say to the American people?
Yeah, and I say that with confidence.
We
because
are
I know
in a
who you
police
are.
state. You're being arrested for
Public intoxication for one.
But you deserve to get arrested right now, Chris.
Hey, just go along with him. You'll be out in the morning.
Just stay out of the streets 6 times.
Take them out. I don't fucking care what side you're on. You don't stand in the
See you tomorrow.
They got me like that in Fort Collins for
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
What up, man? How are you?
I got a new camera.
You did?
I somewhat upgraded.
You doing all right?
Yeah, how are you? I'm glad to see no one's doing it.
Yeah, how about you? Good. Just another day.
Yeah. Yeah. They almost took me. They saw my skateboard and tried to take me.
We were coming up.
No, yeah, 5 seconds ago, this dude was standing in the middle of the street, so I walked over and grabbed him out. Yeah, I upgraded from the 35 millimeter to the
I like it. That's awesome.
Did they tell you your charges yet?
No,
Elder.
U.S. Army. Hell. You fucking wait.
I'll make you proud of you,
I'm not calling you fat. I'm saying you wouldn't meet the standard.
Oh, right now, baby. Let's fuck you up, dude. Let's see.
Why would I fight you?
It'll be fun.
Why would I fight you?
Because you're talking shit.
Hey,
Because you're talking shit. He's got weak knees.
I've got a fucking long leg, so
That's why I carry on.
Let him up, guys. Let him up.
Hey, Lieutenant, do you usually arrest people without telling them what their charges are?
Roll his window up like a coward.
Seems that the Trump contingent just kind of disappeared. Can I ask why you're out here today, sir?
What?
Why are you out here today?
Pro-Trump.
You're pro-Trump?
Yes.
What do you think about what happened in the Capitol today?
I approve it, but I say shouldn't have done it violently.
So you think that so that you approve that they took the Capitol over while Congress was in session, and that a woman died, but it shouldn't have been violent. There shouldn't have been somebody who died.
Yes. No violence, no death. Do it peacefully. They get the attention, but not have any harsh consequences or like don't prove them right by their false ideas.
Okay. So since you're here in support of Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, can you tell me 3 things that you support about him?
I support that he does what he says he will do.
So what are 2 things that he's done that you support?
One of you guys told me to go.
God, I'm so tired right now.
I feel that. I'm so tired right now.
Yeah.
Support him.
I mean, listen. I'll tell you something that I support that Donald Trump did, and that he killed that free trade deal down in the South Pacific that was going to happen.
The only thing Trump has ever said that I somewhat supported was that you need to bring jobs back to America. I don't know if he even got remotely close to doing that, but I agree with doing that. He hasn't done it.
Okay.
He hasn't even gotten close to doing that. But if he did that,
come get some. Come get some.
You believe in bullying people? That's what you're here for?
You're garbage. You're all white trash.
Why?
You're all a bunch of fucking
Can you alliterate that for me, sir?
You're a pussy.
You have no words? You have no words? You can't alliterate it?
I don't either.
You can't say words?
You want to talk shit about shit or whatever, but you don't want to fight. You want to fight with your mouth. You don't want to fight nothing else. Oh, did I hear you? You say you want to fight, then
You're a white liberal, dude. I'm a Mexican.
You want to fight? What are you fighting for? I'm an independent. What are you fighting for?
I'm Mexican American. Get the fuck out of here.
You're all a bunch of losers.
What the fuck, loser? Put your mouth down. There's a pandemic out here. You might catch the Rona, dude. You're gonna catch the Rona.
Are you? Step back and let him pass. Step back and let him pass.
Get out of here.
Anybody wants to take a shot on me? Come and get it.
I'll take a shit on you.
You're all fucking talk. Step back. You're all fucking talk. Step back. I'm even talking shit. You're all fucking losers.
White trash. I'm not even white.
Prove it. The whole country voted against you.
I'm not even white. Please keep walking.
From what? From what? Y'all gonna shoot me? Ain't nobody gonna judge you. We're gonna get you. I'm not doing anything, bro. You're not gonna fuck me up. Yeah, you ain't gonna touch me, motherfucker. I'm touching me. Hey, you're on my side? I'm trying to ask you, let's walk in the I didn't ask any of you bitches to come out here.
What's your problem with Mexicans?
Step back!
He's trying to help you.
Hey, but all these fucking losers. So who are losers? I'm sorry. But this ain't gonna happen.
I know.
This shit here ain't gonna happen. Or what? Is someone tyranny. Backing the tyranny. Backing the tyranny. Right now, though, they're deployed on U.S. soil.
On orders, man. They're not running on you with fucking pepper spray. Buzz off. Listen to this fucking guy.
We'll follow this guy.
Walk down the sidewalk.
I'm not threatening you, bro.
That actually is a threat. Come on. Legally. Come on. I got what you want. I got what you need.
What is that? What is that? A small little dick and a big belly?
Whatever terms you want. It's a free country. But guess what?
You can tell.
Guess what, bro?
Hey, guess what?
What?
You're not even informed.
Then why are you following him?
I'm not following
You are.
because
You
he's calling me out up
You
there.
following him.
He's calling me out up there.
You don't want to get
He
me.
made it personal.
You don't want to get me.
He pointed at me
Get
and
the fuck back.
You get the fuck back.
But I'm saying if you're walking up on me, you little bitch ass motherfucker, you're just 6 feet.
You're all talk.
You got the wrong one.
For what?
You got the wrong
the virus. The media's the virus.
You got
You're
the
worried about a virus, bud?
What is the virus?
Then you get back up. Back up 6 feet right now. Back up.
Leave the traffic, you idiot.
You are like 3rd grade. Truly.
I guarantee my degree's better than yours.
Great degrees, thank you. Just stand there, holding each other's hands like a bunch of therapy losers.
United. Hey,
Pat
check
yourself
out
on the
your
back.
fucking buddies
You got a
now,
moral
because
victory
they did
here.
the same thing, and you guys sit here and let them do it. Fuck off.
Hey,
man. There's kids here.
I know.
I would, but it's loud. It's loud over there. I would.
Like a dog. All the things that you do, I keep coming back to you. Something like that. I can't remember the words. I just feel like they keep coming back. I tried.
I
tried.
just exist. Oh my God. Not okay. How dare Louis Huey exist? Whoa. Whoa. If you guys won, what are you bitching about? What are you guys doing here? You got nothing better to do? There's a pandemic out here. I look out there, you're like, come on, come on.
You wonderful human.
How
are you?
I'm great. I'm having the time of my life.
Hey, you're awesome.
Oh my
God. You bring me a battery?
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
You got the FBI back there, they got the little orange badge
What they probably didn't tell y'all is we were beautiful. They started shooting at us. We are in here. This is from
They keep your ass safe. They're not safe smoking weed, dumbass. Fuck off. Fuck you.
Oh, this guy right here, he about to start some trouble right here.
You're fucking nuts. Get out of here. What the fuck? Are you crazy? You're not gonna slap him.
Cowboy.
The Latinos for Trump, sí señor. A sus servicios.
You're a 5-year-old redneck, or redneck.
Yeah, I had my face because of COVID.
Innocent, throw up, what? Your teeth are fucked up, you should ask for medical?
Yeah, it's my genetics aren't.
Look at my mask though, chat.
Yeah, it's okay. Everyone's teeth are their own teeth in their own interesting way. So it's okay. You had privileged upcoming to have perfect teeth. I didn't have such a privileged upcoming, so.
Me either, chat.
Yeah.
But I'm not a Proud Boy. It's not an excuse to be a Proud Boy.
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? These teeth do bite into hamburgers pretty good, so that's all that matters, baby.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, enjoy your day.
Appreciate it, man. You too.
Where's the party at?
I don't know yet. Everyone's kind of mingling and setting up after plan.
You and I talked. I've been honest with you. I just want to be honest with you.
Edward,
What you see is what you do, okay?
we're getting ready to line this up.
Trust me, I'm not your enemy.
We're going to establish the perimeter, and then we'll start arresting people for
Sergeant
COVID.
Edwards. Frank Edwards.
Hope they got a lot of room in their COVID cell. Boy, I ain't trying to go to jail. Just for really about it.
Alright, we'll go talk to people.
Those thoughts aside. So that's what we do when we come out here. At least that's what I do. I feel like regardless that we do have differing opinions, everyone deserves to be heard, you know, in a respectful manner. And so that's the space that we provide at ABC4. And my name is Nicole Newman. I report for ABC4 here in Salt Lake City, and that's the space that we're hoping to give people this evening. The one thing that I can say is that sometimes when we do come to these type of events, there's a lot of passion that flows. Sometimes there is some hostility, so not everyone wants to, and I'm sorry, the wind is blowing my hair. Not everyone wants to express that because they don't want to be on TV expressing that, and so we get that. So sometimes with what you see on camera is only what we are allowed to get because that's what people will talk to us about. So hopefully we can get some of those different points today, and we'll have that in our report tonight at 10 p.m.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah,
Appreciate your time.
thanks, Jeff. Damn, I wish I could talk as good as her, chat.
Basically, yes.
Yep. I mean, and I don't understand. I mean, you think with they can silence Trump all they want. They've silenced everybody. That's not going to change anything. I do think it's going to get worse, and eventually they're going to go in there and take that house over. the pepper spray and tear gas isn't going to work if we keep moving this direction. Because when is it? I mean, we've been in this communist system, in a sense, the socialists that they want to push us to, and then they're using this COVID thing to silence us, put everybody out of work, depend on the government. That's what they want. I mean, look at what we're walking by right now. I mean, DC is just filled with homeless. And it's a beautiful city. I mean, you're a couple blocks away from the White House.
I mean, and what started out as just a beautiful day with our president.
Beautifully cold.
Beautiful.
Beautifully cold.
It was very cold.
I got to admit, today, because we were standing in one spot.
Yeah.
Once I started walking, I was better.
And honestly, at the end of the day, I personally don't care.
The police have body cams. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, this guy.
Really? Really? No, they're getting fucking paid. It's a fucking job. That's all it is. It's a fucking job. That's all it is. Yes. That's all it fucking is. It's a job. It's a job. It's all it is. It's a fucking job. Yeah.
We got a live one. I knew this guy was trouble.
Half of them are kids, man. They didn't even have a choice in life.
Get 'em.
Find a fucking job. Wake them up. They chose this as an occupation. They're getting paid right now. They chose this as their occupation.
I got friends all over the United States because I travel with the bridge, and we've been all over the United States. I've never traveled so much as I have during shutdowns.
Oh yeah! So I stream every night, 10:30 p.m.
No social
We tackle the truth.
All right, well, we are truth bringers.
Yep.
Yes.
We're gonna get the stragglers like they always do.
Come here.
As typical.
Look at that. For what?
Power fantasy. Power trip. Something like that.
We're just gonna arrest everyone.
Yeah, they're gonna arrest everyone. So. It'll be interesting to see if they come back to arrest us.
Well, how the hell are we gonna get out of here?
No fucking idea.
I guess we're gonna walk back.
I guess.
Let's try to find people. Let's follow people.
Yeah, we need to follow people and not get. Need to not get banned like some fucking fun. November? Yeah. Oh, you were? Yeah. Nice. Yeah, me too. Hey, guys. Thank you very much for coming out here. Yo, have a good night, you guys. You're very talkative. I do really have to go to the bathroom too. I think that has a significant impact. I do really have to go to the bathroom. It's actually kind of bothering me at this point. What are you pulling up?
Very grim.
Yeah, like
Just-
right now
yeah.
it's just the mood.
Yeah, very grim, very depressing.
Cycling effectively is a falsehood that's been sold to us for the last 30 years, 40, 50 years now.
So is that part of the green scare then?
I don't know what a green scare is.
Dude, these people, they get control by convincing everybody the planet's fucking dying. It's not fucking dying. The Earth has lost carbon over millions of years. We're losing carbon, we're not gaining carbon. It's a lie, and it's propagated by billionaires, hoity-toity billionaire European socialists.
I don't think that the carbon basis is changed on our planet. It's the way that it's stored that's different. So currently in our planet's time frame, in its its planetary history, we're at a point where carbon isn't being stored underground; it's being stored in the atmosphere. And that has impacts on ultraviolet radiation, heat, and the temperature of the planet. Of course, the planet's going to continue.
You know what, man? Scientists can be bought off just like politicians can.
Okay.
And this whole coronavirus bullshit, that's fucking proof of that.
God bless America!
So you didn't know that the coronavirus...
Of course it existed. SARS-CoV-2 already existed.
Okay.
And we were working on a vaccine in the so-called Wuhan research lab where it escaped from.
Uh-huh.
It didn't jump from animal to animal like they're telling us. It was engineered in the Wuhan Biological Disease Research Center.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that U.S. scientists have been pulled out in the last 4 years from activities such as pandemic minimalization and quarantine?
Funded by the WHO? By Bill Gates?
Funded by the United States government.
Who funds the WHO? Who funds the UN? The United States does.
Okay, well, my taxpayer dollars and your taxpayer dollars were being used to
and
employ
our taxpayer dollars go to what?
Lots of
$50
things.
million for Israel.
Yeah.
$500 million
Fuck
for
Israel.
Pakistan for gender research programs? What the fuck is that? Kiss my fucking ass, Mitch McConnell.
Okay. So you do recognize that the virus is real?
Well, of course it's real.
Okay.
It's nothing to destroy the economy over when we're having the largest wealth transfer in human history. So you can go get on an airplane and sit side by side next to somebody wearing a mask, but you can't have your mom and pop shop open. You know, if all these socialists who care about the 1%, they'd be fighting against lockdowns, but they're not because they're so fucking brainwashed by the political elite of the world, not just this country, to allow what's going on. Jeff Bezos is set to become the world's first trillionaire, you know, and everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, I don't shop at Amazon unless I have to, which is I don't.
Hey, what's up, bro? We're right at the bottom of the steps. Yeah. The domestic arm, the terrorist arm of the deep state, which is the quote-unquote deep state. Everyone's like, oh my god, the deep... That's the fucking group of billionaires who all get together and decide what's going to happen with the world. The 1% is... ISIS is another extension of the deep state. Why does ISIS attack every Muslim country, but they never attack Israel? They never attack Saudi Arabia. They never attack Qatar or fucking United Arab Emirates, who control all the power in that area.
All right, I'm learning some new stuff today. This is interesting.
Yeah,
really.
They have paid agent provocateurs, is what they're called, who work hand in hand with the police and the FBI and the CIA. Okay, when you saw the Minneapolis riots start at AutoZone, that dude was smashing all the fucking windows out and lighting fires and stuff. That dude was a fucking cop, man. That dude was a cop.
I believe that that's possible.
Yeah,
I know that in Denver, we actually had, it was Colorado Springs. There was a protest, and a piece of information got leaked. And maybe it was Denver. And it turned out that a third of the people it was here. It was a November 5th event. A third of the people were Denver police.
Yeah. A third of those people, they go out and they purposely start the riots, they start the looting, they start the burning, okay? Because it's all about insurance claims for all the property owners and stuff. Bro, these are coordinated attacks against the United States because, number one, the globalists centered around China know they can't take the United States down via military, so they have to do it other ways. Release a fucking disease. And they put it out in movies, they put it out in popular culture so that it's not so surprising when it actually happens.
So you're saying that the police started the riots?
Of course they started the riots. They did it in Seattle in the WTO riots in '99.
And we know they did it in Denver, and it's all over the cameras.
But you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of fucking bad cops, man. I'm not no fucking bootlicking a police apologist, dude. That shit needs to be fucking cleaned up big time. There's all this money in it, and they fucking, you know, they take their orders just like everybody else. Why did the police allow the Minneapolis police station, that precinct, to get burned down? They just stood there and watched it get burned down. You know, there's a lot of shit that's gonna come out, dude.
All right, man. Thanks for your time.
Yep. God bless America.
All right. God bless America indeed.
Fuck you.
Let's go, man.
Cut the plastic.
Yeah. What are you doing out here today?
Chilling, man.
Yeah?
I'm a fan of Eric Brandt.
Eric Brandt. Yeah, well, that's how I got started.
I like you guys.
Eric fucking Brandt. He's got a trial in Adams County, a sentencing hearing on Friday. Pack the courthouse. Friday morning. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to put him away for like 3 years or some shit like that. Yeah. Free speech.
Hopefully, yeah, exactly. We want free speech.
Yeah.
You got a site?
I'm Cut the Plastic, YouTube. I'm on YouTube. I'm about to start on TrueTube Live. And we're going to be on Roku on our own channel soon.
Come on, my phone's about to die here.
Yeah, I'm worried about that soon myself. I got 200 people here and 25% battery, but that's all right. So,
what's your YouTube, brother?
Cut the Plastic.
Cut the Plastic?
Yeah. So, what do you think about what happened at the Capitol today?
I'm not sure. Like, I just got here.
You just got here?
I just got here.
So you didn't know that the president gave orders for people to go take the Capitol, that they busted glass windows going in, and that somebody died inside the United States Capitol
My
today?
little brother is in D.C. right now, and his wife. They didn't, but they heard the Capitol was breached, and they went there. My brother approached. I was talking, video chatting with him. As he approached the steps, he said, "There's blood everywhere," and he showed me this huge pool of blood right in front of the Capitol building, and then he said they went into the Capitol. They were in the Capitol, and he was psyched. He said, "We're taking this back." He's like, we're Americans. This is our Capitol." And then they started sending out flashbangs. He got tear gas. Next thing I know, he's laying in the street, laying back, trying to get.
While you're on the phone with him live.
Why?
While you were on the phone with him.
Yes.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
It was crazy, dude. I guess this is what I heard. I don't know if it's for sure, but I believe the police shot a 14-year-old as an innocent bystander. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what I heard.
Sounds about right.
It's developing news.
Hey, I recognize this guy. Do you know who this guy is?
Bullshit anyways.
You know who this fucker is?
Who's this fucker?
This fucker's Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider. What's up? Okay, man.
It's the real thing.
You got it.
Babe. Where are they supposed to go tonight, guys? Where are they supposed to go? Someone tell me. None of you can tell me because you don't know, because you know the truth. You know the truth.
And if you do it too loose, it's gonna blow away again. I didn't fucking lean on it. You're not doing it right. You need to back up.
You need to go the fuck home. You need to grow a fucking heart. You need to realize what you're doing is wrong and stand up. You should be. Oh, they fucked up. They fucked up. Womp womp. It was your boy. It was your boy that did it. Oh, I don't know. You can tell the new rookies.
Why everybody hates cops, because they're taking people's homes away. They're not even doing anything.
This has made me weak tonight. I'm sitting here crying, thankful for your strength. Dude, the cries are coming.
Move back.
Well, I'm moving.
Move back. Don't fall. Watch your step. Watch your step.
You get surrounded in this circle.
Are you threatening me, really?
Everybody.
I am moving back.
Hold on,
I just kind of flagged this to everybody on this call here. Trying to figure out what line. With the confusion and not doing it. Let's get back over there.
Squeeze in, guys. Squeeze in.
It's a beautiful mountain.
Why not?
Beautiful mountain.
This is the first time here.
My 5-year-old can do better than you. Yeah. Sure. You see, they're doing what they're doing tonight because they know we're not one. Do you really think they want to have crowded around together?
I think everyone just wants to watch this conversation happen.
What do you have out there, please?
My point is, people are getting sick, and it is because of the governor.
We're here to support President Trump. You're not.
Nothing.
Why are you here?
I don't know nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're very constitutional. Yes, constitutionally, I know quite a bit, and I know it's a primary election, and I know that protesting
You said start grabbing people.
is the definition of unconstitutional.
Yeah. What you
Tell me this. How are you okay with Joe Biden?
I've been grabbed.
Josh, take it.
Alright, press has been grabbed. Are we being arrested? Okay. Just walk out? I guess we'll see. You guys just chilling? Oh, that's a cool mask.
Oh, you mean you're not getting this stuff?
You want to grab my elbow? Make it easier. No? Okay. Alright.
There you go. Perfect.
I think getting detained right now.
Are you guys doing it there or up at the bar?
You got
you two or you?
Yeah.
On the
Yeah, we're done. Get online.
Alright. Guard just chilling. Here. Let's turn this around. What's our buddy there? No? This is my buddy now. We're friends now. We're gonna go to the mall later. Oh. There's some bus going on. A little bus action. Oh, they're splitting us up by gender.
Where?
Alright, just a heads up. I have this on me. It's clearly marked as press. They said we were fine. You went on the female side, right? Yeah. Alright.
I know you guys are not allowed to park right now. I was walking out. My car parked right there.
Do
you need me to take my jacket off?
Yeah, it looks like a nice bus, but it looks like he's arrested.
No drugs, anything like that? No, I have 3 beers in my bag.
Alright. Well.
I'm gonna smoke while I wait. Excuse me, Chief. We just got the alert on the phone. Everybody's alert just went up. If anyone knows Rebel, can tell her I'm being detained.
Tomorrow. Wow. Over the next month, really. It's gonna take them a month. All that facial recognition, all this shit, bro. Oh, yeah.
Twitter. What'd you see? Good meme? A what?
Video smoking punched in the face. Females over here.
Those are always good though.
Yeah, if you can, don't be smoking in the line.
Alright. So, I'm being arrested right now.
Yes.
For, can I ask for what?
Violating a curfew.
And is press included in that curfew? Because as far as I'm aware, they are not.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Sir? Chief? I'm gonna adjust my strap real quick. I'm not trying to grab out of you or anything. And I will be. I'd like to put the respirator back on the bus. That's fine. It's because it's the only.
That's fine.
All right.
Males on this side. Just walk the line and make sure they're separate. I can try to keep them as separate as possible.
Excuse me.
Females on this side, males on this side.
Excuse me. Is press included in the curfew? Because it's my understanding that we're not. That's why we're here. All right. Well, I'm gonna eat this now then.
62 members. Where are you? Right here.
Yeah, they backed off everything. Yeah. Marshall here. Yep. Milo. And is that Droz? And Droz.
I'm waiting them. I'm not fucking waiting.
Yes, sir.
I have love in my heart.
Like you said, I have so much love in my heart.
So you voted for Trump, but you voted for Trump?
I truly believe that everyone deserves their constitutional rights.
What makes you think I vote for Trump?
He's sitting over there.
We parked over there.
All
We
I'm
approached through here.
This happens too much. This happens too much, and I'm glad this conversation's happening. Because too many times we're biased about that.
Over here with them. I stood over there and I talked with them. No, but I mean, like, didn't you cross the street with this group?
Yeah, this is my daughter and this is my friend.
So you can see why I'd be confused. I think that
I can see where assumptions are easily made, and then mistakes get made by the people who already have misconceptions and like they fomented hatred in their hearts. Like there's all this shouting and yelling hate back and forth, and I think it's complete nonsense. Like it's the wrong way to go. You know, you cannot defeat hate with hate. You can only defeat hate with love. So it's like the fact that we're able to like stand here and have a conversation, whether or not our opinions differ, is beautiful. It's wonderful. You know, you can't really do this. This is why people are so passionate about this whole fucking shebang, is because it's in their hearts. You know what I mean? It's so deep within their souls. People on the left.
No. How's your night going? How's your night going?
Alright. CD 52, anybody? CD 52! If I see a shot, they tell me.
He said his night's going alright. I'm gonna eat this protein cookie. I'm really trying to take out my shit. Hi. Yeah.
Who are you with?
I'm independent. Industrial union. Freelancing for Gothamist, Teen Vogue, myself. I can show you my clips if you'd like.
Let's stop. Next coffin.
Hold on one second.
Here's the understanding: there is a curfew in effect for the District of Columbia and on the Capitol grounds.
Okay, right. So it was my understanding that media was exempt from that.
I don't know either way because I've been busy out here all day.
Right.
So I don't know. So here's the deal: you're not going to be arrested.
Okay.
You can go on your way, but the curfew is still in effect.
Word. So just go home.
Please.
Oh.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead. You got all your stuff?
I got all my stuff.
Yeah. You hurt her injured?
Yeah. Come on in. No. He was gentle as a lamb.
Perfect. If you just take her out this way, she's good to go.
Sweet, fluffy little lamb. You were excited to zip tie though. You had him out. You had that ready. You see this? Look, he had it ready.
Go down that way.
Hit
Pennsylvania Avenue. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you for your service. The fuck? So I'm not being detained. I just ate that whole dry ass protein cookie for nothing. I got a tweet update about this, but look, who's all them right now? Hold on. Ooh. What agency or like what part of the FBI y'all are in?
Washington Field Office.
Okay.
Here in Washington, D.C.
Well, I mean, that's obvious, but like, are you guys, like, obviously you're on the ground, like, you have the vest and everything. Are you doing like...
All agents have the same equipment.
All the way on this side, right? Because I thought that was Pennsylvania. This guy said stay away from the police. You don't have to tell me twice. Damn. This is way more cops than they had at the Capitol earlier today. Man, I ate that whole fucking cookie.
Sabe por quién la persona votó, pero la persona es.
Continue to hold this line here. I haven't seen any arrests in the past few minutes. When we were first walking up, I saw one person being detained by a group of officers. But here, yeah, it's just if you look at this, it's just a stunning image. You know, you've got Metropolitan Police here holding this line, defending what you see is the Capitol in the background. This is imagery that's going to stick with us for some time. And at this point, it appears that they're just holding the line again. We have a few more people. If we turn back around this way, Ryan, you can see as we shoot down that way, we can see there are some people gathering, but this appears to be it as far as the protesters. They are still, if we can move a little bit closer to them, and see if there's anything that we can make out. But yeah, throughout the day, we've seen just stunning images, people on the steps of the Capitol, breaching the Capitol, and then you slowly, as it turns from day to night, you see that transform, more officers than protesters at the Capitol. And here you get a sense that there's you're stunning to see the police presence out here. Police easily outnumbering the protesters 10 to 1 at the very least, and that's being conservative. And at this hour, just a few protesters left. That's the very latest. Michelle, Jonathan, back to you.
A lot of you guys are disagreeing with how this government's run up here. You guys need to turn on. You need to fight the hand that's
10-4.
It's time for the police and the military to fight the hand
Okay.
and beat them.
So, did you hear that?
Illegitimate government.
Guys here, I help these guys a lot.
I don't know.
All these people
Yes,
here.
great.
I
But
bring
all
them
these
food,
people's
I
homes are
I like to hang out here. The point is, what happened to the $10 billion? I don't see any of it.
That is not the point. The point is what happened to it.
Black Lives Matter raised $10 billion. Where's it at?
A lot of what happened today in Washington, D.C.
Black Lives Matter raised $10 billion. Where's it at, is what I'm saying.
It's over. It's done. We don't have a simple conversation. Then why do you have a mask on?
Because our conversation isn't about Trump, it's about Black Lives. Where's the $10 billion?
You have a hat that you said you don't even know why you're wearing it. That says Black Voices. What does it even say? It doesn't even make any sense.
You're supporting hypothetical black people.
What is Black Voices? Why do you have Look at your mask. What is
Because
you're
saying that your position really warrants judgment.
He's saying that we paid black people to support Trump.
You just told me that other people have opinions except me.
No.
Are you talking about
I said other people saying that is not an argument. Saying that doesn't support your case. Clearly, yes, I am horseshit. I know that. Oh, but I try and back up people who have the same opinion as you about Trump.
Oh no, and that's really unfortunate.
I don't think they're not
I've seen a lot of people. Well, not a lot. I've seen some people of color that support Trump. I have.
Yeah, but were you just
No. I asked him, what are black
you know about Building 7?
Trump? And what he told me was, I don't really research.
I see they paid him to do that shit too. They paid him to support Trump. They paid him to go to his rallies and say like, oh yeah, they paid him for that shit. You know what I mean? Granted, there are a bunch of knuckleheads that say like, oh, this is cool.
I did talk with my college tutor for 2 hours after school.
At the end of the day, we want justice, we want freedom, and we want to take care of each other. That's all I'm saying.
Why?
I want to have the freedom to take care of my brothers over there on that corner.
That face mask is divisive.
Election fraud?
Yes.
So
If you really wanted justice, just wear a black face mask, just like a plain face mask.
Okay,
You
but
know what I mean?
here's the deal. I've seen this up front. Okay, I want you to take a trip with me. I've seen it up front. We can't keep it up. These guys got to go.
No matter who.
I agree there.
They got to go.
Election fraud is bullshit.
Because
everybody's opinion matters.
look, at the end of the day, we're here talking. We're all here talking.
I agree with
It's
you.
cool, brothers.
I agree with you.
I love all of you guys. I don't even care what you guys say. I love all of you guys. I love all of you guys.
Everything's going good?
That's great.
What part?
I was at the BLM protest because I thought it was bullshit, George. But that's not an argument. I know it's not an argument. We're not making an argument.
My brother.
That's great. That's
you
wonderful.
just got cut up twice, man, and you just say you only cuss at home. Come on now. Anyway, moving forward, you said you went to a BLM protest and it was BS. Why was it BS? And tell me.
Your brother. I know it's Floyd. I forget his first name. I respect you. I give you.
You forget George Floyd's first name.
Yeah, so, wait.
How do you not know
So
his
that
name?
protest was BS?
Let's actually talk.
I
have a life too.
You have a life?
Protest was not BS to me.
Wait, hold on.
I came to the protest.
Wait, you're saying
because I thought
You have a life too, so other people shouldn't be protesting because they don't have a life?
Not what I meant, by the way.
That's what it sounded like.
So tell me, you've heard George Floyd. You've heard George. Tell me why it was BS, or why you have a life.
Yeah.
Tell me why. Why did you go in the first place?
I want to hear this.
Because I thought it was very... Trying to find out. We're not still finding out. Should not have happened in the first place.
What should have happened?
Ideally, they're certifying
the murder?
Yes, murder.
A murder?
Trying to find a way the vote isn't going to
A legal murder.
Regardless. No.
The murder of George Floyd. Okay.
Yeah. Murder of George Floyd. Oh, it's just okay. Thank you. George Floyd.
You just told you that. Okay, just it's true.
Okay.
Three people are talking to me.
What's your point? What's your point?
Yeah. What else? Why you telling? You're telling us why you went to the George Floyd protest.
Yeah.
Because I thought the murder was wrong. I supported that, and I know that all of that has been going on a lot, and there's many protests, but we really need that to change. However, I did not support them defunding the police. The police force is very important.
That, however, really strikes a chord with me, brother.
I'm just wondering. This is all really
Yes.
Who killed George Floyd?
Police officer.
And then what we were trying to discuss is defunding is not abolishing.
Why did Who was after that? Why did Trump decide? Who else was murdered? Who was also murdered after him?
Breonna? Oh, that was before.
Give me some other names. Since you think Black Lives Matter, give me some other names.
Breonna Taylor, Tamir Rice.
Ahmaud Arbery.
We got fuck.
That is what he said was.
We got
That's a very long
list for days.
On and on.
So you saying that it's you're saying it's wrong for us?
We're not the only ones being killed by the That's what we need to understand. It's wrong either way. Excessive force.
Is this on televised media?
No.
Off meta media. Oh, hi. Nice to see you.
I'm listening to your work.
And then you're accusing us of not paying attention.
So my point would be, regardless of
Oh, wow. Hi.
somebody loses their life unjustly,
I was in Fort Collins most of the day.
Oh my
that doesn't make every cop
wonderful job. That doesn't make sense to me. You just said that other races and ethnicities are being killed by the police, but they're doing a great job, so that doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
It doesn't.
What about everything else
There are
they do?
definitely bad cops.
There's definitely bad cops.
There's definitely bad
always going to
people
be
in
bad
every
people, but the majority. Yes, the majority.
My problem was when everybody came out during the summer and it was every cop. And every cop is not bad. When I saw ACABs spray painted all over my neighborhood, all cops are bastards. They're not. There's a lot of good people that want to serve and protect, like literally want to protect and help people and keep the community safe. So that I support. Excessive force, I was out here, I got tear gas, and I thought that night was a little excessive. But, so I think when we generalize and put everybody into one group or another and say that whole group is bad, whether it's because of your skin color, gender, your profession, that's where I have a problem. Is we need to look at every situation, evaluate the facts, and see justice.
So what are you saying that it's not just the police officers who murdered those people directly, but the police officers who supported that action? For example, the New York Police Department went out striking in response to one of the police officers being fired for the unjust murder of black race. Now, I have to ask, do you support those police officers? Or do you think that they are also justified?
That went on strike to support something.
To support the police officers.
I think that's a tough subject because, when you have mass strikes by law enforcement, then you're putting the community, which is a problem. I mean, that's your whole point in pursuing that profession is to serve and protect. So, no, I wouldn't agree with that.
So then, it's a matter of, the question that I'm trying to get at is, don't you think that supporting the murder of these people, even if not as bad, is still an evil that needs to be faced? Don't you think that the people who come out...
Obviously, any murder.
On Facebook right now, I got my YouTube channel, but I don't have so I have to stream on Facebook.
And don't you see them being employed by an organization?
So subscribe
subscribe to me then.
I will. I'll find you. I know you do. Back in early 225 days ago.
I know.
Yeah.
It's not me. I support the guy that's embezzling money from the company. I think that's a poor argument. You know, everybody's responsible and should be accountable for their own actions. So if the organization has standards, like in my instance, don't steal money, defraud the client, whatever, and I do it, I'm a rogue. I've gone outside of what my organization says is acceptable and ethical and moral. Same with the cops. The cops, that's probably where we disagree. I don't think the police have a charter to go out and terrorize properties.
Why is it happening in cities around the country? If it's just random individuals, then why is it so
Think about all the encounters with law enforcement and all of the incidents that happen. It's
I think about that
minuscule percentage. I mean, you know, there's police out every day that are dealing with the public.
Your point, if I'm understanding, is a minuscule percentage of the interactions that the police take result in murder, and that's supposed to be a positive thing for them? If any of the interactions you have result in murder, you are not doing any justice. You are not protecting and serving this country. That's true.
One person doesn't eliminate evil.
One person does not represent the whole. How many
people from doing
just
things they
spelled
shouldn't
a
do?
ton of names, a list that you admitted was incredibly long. At what point do you say it's the police? If every police officer went out there and murdered someone, is that enough? Come on, you have to realize that the problem is systemic, and this is what the protests are about.
That's the problem. I don't agree. That would be like somebody saying, "Oh well, look at all these guys that kill people, stole things, or burned houses down, and they're of this race. So everybody of that race is bad." That is a ridiculous thing to say, because that's blanket. It doesn't matter if I chose it or if it was chosen for me. You cannot change that. You cannot say all of these people are bad because some of these people are bad.
So DPD just issued a tweet that a Denver police officer was stabbed on 6th and Federal. The officer is transported to the hospital, and the suspect is in custody. So that just happened in the last few minutes. I don't think there's anything to see down there if they're already wrapping everything up.
We need to piece them together, and we'll load them up to you guys hopefully tonight. We got to find some foods.
All right, we'll go to the stabbing. This is kind of pretty.
In New Haven, in the past months and past years, we've come together, the people behind me, to stand up against hate in this city, in this state, in this nation, and say, no, that hate will not be tolerated, that we must transcend that. And as we've come together in the past, we've come together today, we will come together tomorrow, because we are building a just and bright future in this country, and we all must call that out. And I stand with all of my colleagues behind me. Leaders of good conscience must always call out what is wrong. And what we saw today is wrong, and we must work for a better tomorrow. And I'm praying for that. Thank you.
I recognize all the officers join us and finish on a positive note. 8 chimes in the back.
Maybe I'll get better reception here for uploading as I head over this ways. And we're 5 minutes away from the car, at least, over here at the admin building of the police department. see if they just put a stringer out on it. Not so far. So far it's just protest. But I am across Civic Center Park over here, and a few more blocks down where I'm parked. There's not usually parking over this way, especially rush hour. So we'll get over to the car as fast as we can. Light ain't gonna help things. Johnny Flybull.
About the process and corporate corruption and wasteful consumption. So all those things are important. All those things are important. So we're glad you're here. We hope you're safe. The faith is coming. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Again?
Thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah.
Woman of the cloth.
Yes.
Are you at the American Baptist Church up here? No. You'd have a collar on. Never mind. Where are you at?
No. Well, I'm actually an executive director of a sober living in Lakewood, but I'm a Unitarian Universalist minister.
Up the 14th.
No, well, that's my colleague, Mike Moran, is the
Universal Unitarian.
Unitarian Universalist.
Yeah,
I'm in Lakewood. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm part of the Jefferson Unitarian Church.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So which press are you in?
I'm Cut the Plastic, YouTube, independent media, and
it's on right now?
Yeah, we're live. We're live. A lot of things.
I'm here actually to support queer and black and brown people that have been marginalized, and the violence against them and the hate crimes against them since Trump was elected. And, you know, it's a natural conclusion to where they stormed the Capitol today in a violent way. So I'm just here to support friends of mine that are here. And
very good.
Yeah.
And we're grateful for your presence. We should know that the number of Trump supporters is down to about 8.
Yeah.
And so I feel safe at this point.
Yeah.
We're good. Everybody should be all right. Some of these flag bearers aren't actually Trump supporters. They're flag bearers. And that is an American thing.
And it was an interesting, we had a conversation over there with a young man.
Yeah.
He's an immigrant.
I was over there, and I tried to get him over here. It's a little safer on this side. So I was in. We've been doing this for 2.5 hours now.
Okay.
2.5 hours today. So, but I'm Brian. It's a pleasure to meet you. What was your name again?
Reverend Ruth Reinhardt. Yes.
Reverend Reinhardt. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ruth.
Pleasure to meet you too.
And you have a wonderful night.
Here, witnessing.
Indeed. Thank you.
All I gotta say is just answer the question.
I think people are more apt to understand, listen, and be more.
Okay, I'm shutting off my camera now. Nobody's doing anything stupid.
I'm sorry.
I'm going that way for a second. I end my stream. So, friends, happy Fuck the Cops Day for those of you who fuck DSS. It's Brian Lowe. Got my master's pulled out so I can talk to you for a second. Denver, they're communicating. They're, yes, I'm wearing the press helmet. They're coming to conversations because they have no choice. It's do or die. I don't know what to tell you, man, folks. Hey, thank you. COMasquerade.org. Morbid Angel, that is where you get your 3-layered filtered face masks. I even have some with stars on it like an American flag. It's quiet.
Think about your actions. You're on film. You're on camera, you stupid old bastard. You know you're gonna have to pay for that, right, you stupid fuck? You racist piece of shit!
Why did he appoint him?
Yeah, he didn't know. I don't know. They were his advisors.
So is that a good thing to have a president who doesn't know who he's hiring?
No, it was
I
just,
would
you know,
say it's
people
more or less like
medical advisors.
So, yeah, that's why I said I'm not
Name, okay,
I don't know what you call
name an advisor who's corrupt. Name the advisor who we got rid of who's corrupt.
Mark Meadows. He's still, Mark Meadows is still there.
Oh, okay, all right.
We'll let them up.
So but he also hired. He hires everyone. Why did he hire everyone?
Discovering a lot of stuff.
So why couldn't he discover before? Yeah, why didn't he vet them? Why did he vet them? But no, you can vet your cabinet before you. Actually, I could vet these guys.
Yeah, Wesley, everybody came to this side because they're.
I understand.
All right, then don't disrespect us, because we're not disrespecting you.
I'm not, well, I mean...
I know we're not disrespecting you, though. We're just holding your time, and that's it. Niggas bound every day, B. Remember that.
Come on.
All right.
Be reasonable.
You be reasonable.
Get the fuck out of here with reasonable. Jackass.
Actually, he's the one that told me to help.
Why did he call African countries shitholes? Wait, sir, can I ask you a question? Why did he call? Wait, hold on. Why did he call African? Sir, why did he call African countries shitholes? Why did he call Mexican men rapists and drug dealers?
My family.
He loves everyone.
My family.
I love her.
My family.
So he doesn't love everyone. But he taught you to love everyone by not loving everyone.
Yeah.
Explain to me.
Yeah, my family is a bunch of fucking rapists and drug dealers and shit.
Okay, so all the rapists and drug, he grabs women and buys them.
Yeah, man, I got my uncle and my cousin and shit.
They might be more interesting than
when they come by. We drink beers and shit, and they're a bunch of rapists. My family.
Mexicans rapists and drug dealers.
Yeah. Oh wait, so why do you?
I just caught my
Wait, your family's not a bunch of rapists Mexicans.
No, he was referring to the guys that went to jail.
No, he was referring to all the ones that were escaping.
What about when he said?
He was talking about the ones escaping Guatemala.
Do you love your mom? Do you love your sister? We're not talking about 16 active sexual assault investigations.
Yeah.
How would you like it? How would you like it if I came up? No, it is real. Hold on.
That's fake news. Fake news.
1 second. He's not going to believe anything didn't come out of directly. So what came out of directly? I would grab her by the pussy. What if I came up to your mom and said, I'm going to grab you by the pussy? Would you like that?
No, it's not even that. You're saying that my uncle,
So Trump's a bad person.
my family is a bunch of rapists
Okay, so
and drug
all
addicts.
of these instances of him being a bad person, him saying that African countries are shithole countries, Get rid of it. and him saying that Mexicans are racist, and him being a misogynist. Please, no, I don't want anything. I have really bad asthma. I have bad asthma, sir. I have severe asthma. I have COVID twice. How did all that
You're gonna yell at me?
correctly?
I don't want to talk to you
Put
guys.
it on correctly.
So, no, I have
Domino's Pizza.
telling me that my family is a bunch of drug addicts and rapists. You know what I mean? Drug dealers. Yeah. So where the fuck is your pride? Where's your pride?
I mean, Mary, yeah, there needs to be more.
That's cut the plastic, man. Don't flip him off.
Yeah, distinguishing between different countries rather than just like a massive grouping of people from South America and just referring to them as Mexicans. But I'm cold.
Or cut. Nice to meet you. Yes. Like cut the plastic. That's my YouTube channel. That's Dylan. He's
Off Meta Media.
off meta. I want to say untelevised, but that's the other one.
That's the other one.
Off meta. Yeah, you gotta know who we are. Carol, she's got a channel. We're like out here, regular.
I think the press out. I think
Off
there's more
Meta
press
Media.
here than Proud Boys.
On Facebook.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. When I was pulling up at parking, possibly illegally,
Us too.
the Proud Boys were leaving. I'm like, what? You guys are leaving? And they stopped. They're like, that's cut the plastic.
They knew you. Oh, they knew you?
Yeah, it was fun. But the Proud Boys left like 2.5 hours ago when I got here.
Why? Do you know why?
Because the president said
Stand down.
Stand by.
No. Seriously, that was funny, but he really did. He came out with a video. And then he also was like, "What this?" Yes.
That was great. And then he said, "Yeah, but I guess go home."
Yes.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna sign off. Thanks for tuning in. I've missed you all. We'll keep you updated with news articles. I try my best to share breaking news related to all of this whenever I can. There's a little shot of the cat. Police officer still inside. Just a small group of counter protesters left, actually. All the Trump supporters seem to have dissipated into the winds. So thanks everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for supporting independent media. Do our best to get out here. Shout out to my mods and all you OG supporters. Unfortunately, we saw the red car again today, so that's never a good sign. But yeah, everybody just breathe. Make sure you don't get too immersed in all of this. Take some time to yourself. Drink some water. Get some sleep, and I will talk to you all soon.
There's a game there tonight, so there's been extra security around, actually. There's something I needed to do, and I don't remember. Maybe I needed to send a link, or I don't remember what it was. Oh, I didn't take out my camera. Whew. This hands down coldest protest I've been to. Coldest.
These guys are
Streaming. Yeah, I'm independent. But I'm at 1% some kind of way. Letting y'all know, guys, if I do cut out, I'll be back on in a minute. As you can see, people are kind of just gathering on here.
The full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration. If not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people. Who again, tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on, hardly ever discourages violence, more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, is responsibility, is everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without it. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today, and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. Divisions in our country clearly run deep. But we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people. And we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight. Because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges.
Mr. President. Majority Leader. I yield 2 minutes to the senator from Oklahoma, Senator Wyman.
Senator from Oklahoma. The funny thing is, 4 guys just walked by.
Vice
Nick
President
said something smart, but nobody heard it. I didn't want to instigate. They walked by, then they got it all the way across the street.
Name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things, and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room, because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Don't want to go to jail again. Said, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means.
Hey, I want to let you know what we're not
Peaceful
doing.
people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President.
And the Senate has resumed its debate on the Arizona electoral vote certification. You can watch all that live on C-SPAN 2. We're waiting for the House to come back into session. They too, at 2:15 this afternoon, were debating the certification for Arizona's electoral.
It's almost funny that Kelly Loeffler was running those ads against Warnock saying that he wants to defund the police, and they said the same about John Alsop, and he doesn't. I mean, they both have like outright said that they're not going to defund the police. So it's great that we got Georgia baby. That's a victory to take what we can get, but it cannot stop there. Because let me tell you something: the system that the system that belongs to the oppressor, which is white supremacy. It's founded on white supremacy. That system is not going to work to dismantle itself. So it can't stop with turning blue because the Democrats are not our saviors. It's the people, the power of the people. We have to create something new. We have to decolonize. We have to, and I think it starts with defunding the police and then abolishing the police. We got to replace it with community-led like supports like financially supporting the community, helping people to get off the street, helping people, because that's what promotes crime. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent here.
It's okay, baby. So, it's okay. Yeah, absolutely. So with your sign here, real quick, can you explain what happened with Oscar Kane?
I'm not going to do him justice with my words, but Oscar Kane was an activist that was killed in 2019. And a friend of mine with a different group that I protest with asked me to carry his sign today, so that's why I'm holding his sign. But there's so many names, and we can't forget a single one of them, and he was so important. That's why they killed him, because they were scared of him. His name is powerful, so.
Absolutely. I appreciate you. Thank you. Be safe tonight.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
More traitor! You cannot be half in and half out! You communist pieces of shit! You were in!
I think they're gonna block us in on both sides.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here, dude.
Yeah, it's too hot. I don't know.
We gotta get out of here, dude. Before they block us in, we gotta get out.
Yeah. You wanna head out?
Yeah.
Hey, we're gonna, like, yo, Nate, are you this way?
I'm not sure if I'm that way. I got you. Fuck, dude, I don't know.
Are you this way?
Yeah.
We gotta walk this way as well, man.
Blue, and how that can affect us and our laws about getting better. Do you feel like there's a chance they're going to get better, or not much is going to happen because of us turning blue?
I feel like it's going to be somewhere in between.
In between?
Yeah. I feel like, I mean, certainly it'll be better than the last 4 years, but I mean, I think we're going to be disappointed at the same time, to be honest.
What do you hope for, realistically?
First, stimulus.
Right? For real?
But, I mean, I would really like to see us spend less on the military, especially considering that we can't even fucking protect the U.S. Capitol with all that goddamn money. I don't know. That's one. I want to see less people in jail, you know, especially considering that there's so many people in there that have only, you know, dealt medicine. I'm sorry. But, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, we have the largest prison population in the world, and you know, I think we have 25% of the prisoners in the world. You know,
we got the gang.
That has to change, and that's definitely a racial justice issue.
Okay. You know. Are you from Atlanta? Are you from Georgia?
I'm from Cherokee County.
Cherokee County. Okay, gotcha. Excellent. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for your time.
No
Be safe tonight.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
They grabbed me inside the whole time. I like stood on this.
Thanks everybody for joining in. As you can see, what everybody, thank you. See what we're out here for on a nice crisp Wednesday. Hope everybody's safe, man. I hope the message is getting out for everybody. Especially if we know that turning blue doesn't solve our problems here, man. Like, we got some work to do. Especially what happened today in DC is ridiculous. My thing is, I'm just gonna keep my eye out for what's exactly gonna happen for inauguration. I mean, at this point, the best thing to do is just do a Zoom meeting on that shit.
Watch people bleed blood for this country. If it's one goddamn person,
power is ours.
Fuck
it's
that.
not the government.
I don't
they
care.
don't have power over you and I.
Well, I agree with that, man. I agree with that.
No, we're showing them that. We're showing
absolutely,
them
I agree with that. Yeah, I'm with, I'm with you, man. But I'm saying, running up to a bunch of police officers and trying to start shit is not a solution.
Oh no, we're not starting shit with B. Miller. He's cool.
Oh, he's fucking.
He told me to dump my beer out.
Yeah, absolutely. The guy's awesome.
So I didn't go to jail.
I'm just saying.
I mean, he was
there's a difference between patriots and agitators.
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
We don't want to be agitators.
Absolutely, we're not agitators. That was my point. That was my point.
They separate.
Like, that guy just kind of seems mad at everyone. Like, let's be real. That dude just seems mad at everyone. He is not a good representation of any of us. Any of us.
You got our back right now.
See, even you said if they turn around and come this way, we got to do it.
Oh yeah, I'm out of here. If they're coming this way, I'm out.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you're good. You better fucking apologize, man. Yo, look at this, dude. They're fucking rolling in hard, dude. They are fucking rolling in hard, dude. They surrounded the whole area.
I know, dude. We're so lucky.
We literally left like 2 minutes before they surrounded us.
You had the intuition, Jew.
It's like, shit's not looking good, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, they literally rolled out a fucking... Dude, that's crazy. Dude, that's fucking crazy.
I knew they were gonna do that shit though.
What is the point?
They're fucking, and it's state police too from Virginia. It's not even.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I was like, well, what the fuck is state police doing in DC? It's not even a state.
That's ridiculous.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, if we were BLM Antifa, we'd be allowed to stand there.
So are they gonna start arresting stuff?
I don't know.
Dude, if they start arresting,
go walk past the line, bro. We'll go walk past the line. Yo, don't be a pussy, dude. I'll give you $5, all right?
I thought blood to be free. I thought we declared independence from fucking Britain. You're right. You're fucking right. I drove here from Wyoming to get bad news. I'm not gonna sit here and be quiet. I didn't drive here to be quiet. I'm not. Am I hurting anybody? Am I burning my First Amendment?
No, because you're an agitator. You're an agitator.
My First Amendment. You're right. I'm loud. My volume's too high. I'm a threat.
Decibels high.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be dope, man. Getting back into the Capitol, go ahead and certifying shit. Just get it done, man. I like the fact they did that. Because I would still understand if they just wanted to go to fuck home. I mean, you know. Karen. Yeah, so it is about time, man. Like I said, I was saying earlier, I really wish John Lewis got to witness all this, and at the same time, I'm glad he's not witnessing all this. Battery pack's acting like a jerk, but I'm still on. We're still up.
You know,
I'm intense.
You're very intense.
Because you should
You're
be.
very intense.
We all should be.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with that, man.
We shouldn't be scared. You're bowing down to tyranny.
I'm not.
Hold on.
What
Don't be too loud.
whoa. What tyranny am I bowing down to at any point in time?
they're gonna box us in. We gotta make.
Yeah, we should probably. They do the corral situation.
Watch our directions.
They do the corral. That's what they did last time I was here.
What do they do? They're just breaking people up, is it?
Well, they corral people and then arrest everyone. So you probably should.
Said that there's a curfew, and if the cops, he told us, he said if the cops start walking this way, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna arrest everybody.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they will. That's what they do. They corral and then they arrest.
I mean, because I counted there's like 28 cop cars on this street right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why would they need that many people in front of the fucking Marriott?
Just to that red light. I don't know how many's down there.
Plus,
the whole
dude,
block
I'm
down
so
there.
dude, that guy that was yelling at me, I am so questionable about him being legit.
Yeah,
dude, that dude's a fucking false flag.
I understand the sentiment, but he's spurging out too.
Oh, he's absolutely spurging out. He's an agitator. That's what I said. He's an agitator.
I get what he means by having courage.
Yeah, no, he's conflating 1776 values and trying to make you.
Bro, you're out here in short sleeves.
Oh, dude, he's trying to act like he's 1776 and he's a fucking agitator.
Yeah,
he's full of shit. That dude is full of shit.
I could see it. They're gonna block this road off. They're gonna block that road off.
Really?
Yeah, there's another.
So they're saying we're gonna be subject to arrest pretty soon.
This is spooky, man, because they're gonna start bouncing.
We gotta dip before they block this road.
Yeah, we should probably chill. Do you know how to get back to our hotel?
No.
Up there, they were getting.
Yeah, it was like it was kind of like how it is here. Just people were out front, and there was a lot.
They were arresting people.
We gotta get out.
Yeah,
we gotta go.
Simi, we just
I gotta get to my hotel.
Well, thank God this guy's not streaming.
I'm not trying to go to.
Yo, nice to meet you, dude. I think we're parting ways. Nice to meet you, man.
Good luck.
Yo,
You're out,
bro.
I think I'm gonna walk this way too, dude.
So I think they're just grid by grid.
You gotta start with right hand over your heart, and then. You know what I love to do this at gun ranges. Literally bring a new person in and go, all right, watch this, and it's just start doing the pledge, and everyone stops shooting and then does the pledge, and you go, goddamn, beautiful. By the way, not a Stetson, but a tombstone hat, or okay.
I think them going to vote back tonight is going to be legit.
Has there been a lot of threats or stuff like that?
Yeah, dude, we got attacked by the fucking 3% security force.
Oh shit, really? Right down here? In the city?
Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, after I was doing
Wow.
What? I don't know. We're gonna get fucking civil war. You have ammo?
When did you check it out. We should go over there. So,
all the videos of the cops versus the truck supporters, and I was kind of happy, but at the same time, I felt bad for it. Yeah, I saw the videos. Fucking, they're all
Also, not sure if you guys seen a couple videos that were going viral. There was one officer taking selfies with the rioters, treason. What do you call them? Treasoners. Them folks did some bullshit today. Thanks everybody for joining in. If you just joined in, this is gonna be this is basically for Jacob Blake, since his cops got off by shooting him in the back 7 times. I am thinking about going to DC, but just gonna see what's supposed to be popping up there. A little dangerous right now. Them folks out of their damn mind. They attacked the media. I mean, they like literally just knocked over some shit, man. Like their lights, their cameras, all those shit. Yeah, Capitol PD is supposed to be different. Like, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like DC, there's like 10 protests a damn day, like at every corner. And it might not even be about Black Lives Matter. It might be Ethiopian government, Chinese government. Like it could be anything in DC. And I say the cops up there do a good job of not being violent, but it seems like now that it's, you know, come on. They should have been gassing them folks, beating the shit out of them. Anybody that was in that Capitol should have been getting a grape smash. Fuck that. Just plain and simple. Everybody else, we know we're not gonna do that shit. Like, come on, you guys be asking for it. But that's privilege.
5:30, boys.
Removing somebody important. Yep. Moving somebody important.
I wonder who that is. It's not a motorcade.
No? Oh, okay.
They all rolled down here earlier. I'm guessing that's FBI.
Oh, FBI. I got you.
We had FBI out here, and they all walked back up to their cars, and they rolled down from there.
Oh, okay. Appreciate that.
That's what happens when you're local.
Right?
You start to recognize them.
Yeah, right. I see a bunch of sirens and flashing lights moving. In D.C., I think it's a motorcade.
Usually, yes.
Yes, I know he does.
But
I
the way
take
the
them
vans
twice.
were set up, they're personnel carriers, not individual carriers.
Oh, okay. What's up, Jen? Wow. Are they bringing all these cops over here for this event? Yep. They're all coming here. There's all kinds of media here, though. Where's MC? Oh, he's up here. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks.
That guy right there.
Oh, okay. What did he do?
He was walking right up behind him with his loudspeaker yelling.
Oh, I got you. Is that?
We're moving back.
Oh, that's all National Guard up there, isn't it? Yeah, that's all National Guard back there.
USA! 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 I love you guys.
Yeah, he's the one that was arguing with the other lady on the loudspeaker.
Oh, he was the one just arguing?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
And he was walking up behind them saying something about this isn't...
Oh, so they took him down and cuffed him?
He said it was war.
Oh, okay.
And I think that guy that got in handcuffs...
Well, I think he lost that battle.
Yeah.
That's what he told him.
But I don't know.
I think he was talking
He was commenting to her.
Hey, PNAC Media UK, what's up?
He was right up behind the officers as they were walking back.
Oh, yeah.
Becoming the president, we're going to expect a lot more of this, folks. A lot more police state to come because he wants to continue with lockdowns. So, scary, you know. It looks like, okay, I'm not the only person out here anymore. I'm happy about that because it's not just me. It would be a couple different members of the press that would be being arrested for being out here. Insanity.
with arrest and a couple other journalists with arrest. Yeah. I told him, I said, we're allowed to be out here, right? That's what Mayor Bowser's curfew said. We're allowed to be out here. And he said, it doesn't matter. You're all subject to arrest. And I'm like, whoa. People are on their high horses on power trips or something. All right. Did you know what happened here?
No.
Okay, there were about 30 to 50 people out here having cigarette breaks, smoking cigarettes outside this hotel. The police all rolled in on vehicles, and then they got out of their vehicles, put on riot gear. They formed a square, a complete square, like blocking that way, blocking this way, and blocking this way. And then a group came up here and shoved them all in and started getting into it with them physically and forced them all back into their hotels under the order of following curfews. That's what happened.
Thanks.
Yep. People are now inside the lobby culminating. I guess if they're going to have a smoke break, they have to have it here. Look, they locked them up. They put these gates here. Look at that. They actually gated them in there. That's weird. With the, I don't remember these gates being here. That's weird. I'm going to ask this guy if he was here. Hey, sir. Were these gates here before, these corral gates, or did the police just put them here?
I have no idea. I couldn't answer that for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
Are you at the hotel? You coming in?
No, I'm not coming in. I was just here when they came and like shoved everyone inside.
We're not police, so I have no idea.
You have no idea? It's bizarre. Okay. All right. Okay, it looked like I see more press going this way. Okay. All right. Insanity. Should we go see what's down that way or go back up to the... So. Oh, back up to the hotel. Okay. All right.
Now, you're afraid of the police now and you need to defund them.
We heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public. So
you hear about the social worker that got stabbed trying to help someone? Yeah. Social worker got stabbed out in fucking Minnesota or Minneapolis maybe.
Our elbow to elbow and then go shove right up in...
You're full of shit. Look how yellow that thing is. How long has it been in your room?
Okay, more police coming up on bicycles now. I'm telling you, they're going to be doing bicycle patrols. I think they're going to be going hotel to hotel. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. They at first I did get boxed in. But those other people got shoved in. I was like, nope. I can see when I'm being boxed in. All right, so just up the street here, there are some more Trump supporters that are hanging out at the hotel up the road. Here, could you hold this? All right, guys. So I'm gonna be walking back up to this next hotel up here. This is crazy.
So are we the only hotel surrounded?
Huh?
Are we the only hotel surrounded?
Across the street too.
I'm sorry?
The hotel across the street. That's a Willett. They're surrounded too.
Because we were upstairs and it only looks like it's just our street here.
Well, they want to clear the street. Everybody hanging out so you can't hang out in the street. That's just a clap of curfew. You know?
What they say, 6 o'clock?
But if you like, so if you go outside and you have to take, you're gonna meet people to leave. So you can't. So like, if you have a flight tonight, you can't leave.
You can go. You can do that. Yes.
So I'm telling you right now, please go back to where you came from, okay? And then we'll leave it at that.
Well, I was just down there and nobody said anything to us.
Does that sound good?
No, because we was just down there and nobody said anything to us, but you think you got to come up to us and give us orders and tell us what we can and can't do, and we're free Americans, and we are members of the press. Why don't you go tell Fox and CNN that they got to go back where they came from? I am official media.
Is that how you're going to do this?
How do what, man? I'm just out gathering content for my news channel.
So I'm not getting an attitude with you. I'm not raising my voice.
I'm not either.
I just kindly asked you and informed you.
We already know this, though.
So why are you raising your voice?
Trust me, I haven't raised my voice, bro. Don't try to escalate. You try to de-escalate here, bro. I haven't raised my voice not one time. I naturally have a loud voice.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm advising you of the curfew.
We're aware.
That's all it is.
We're aware, brother.
Okay?
We appreciate it. We're aware.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, that's fair. We understand.
Okay.
I don't understand why you would choose to say something to us when all the cops down there didn't say a word to us.
I have nothing to do with them down there.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
But y'all work for the same police force, right?
That is not true.
That's not true? Oh, okay, I got you.
I was just advising of the citywide curfew, sir. Okay, then that's all.
And then I advised him that I'm frickin' media. So, literally, I'm frickin' media. That's my news channel, frickin' media.
Yeah, I was gonna say frickin' media.
That's literally my channel, FRICN, Framers Rights, Independent Citizen News.
Okay. Mine is Michigan Constitution. Great. Okay.
And this is Eyes on Corruption, and this is Unknown John Doe. We're just out gathering content to disseminate to the public for all the events that have taken place here in D.C. today.
So that's all I wanted to tell you guys. That's
Okay.
it.
All right.
So that's where we're at.
All right, cool.
Understand?
I understand that, but I also want you to understand that you don't just go up to citizens and give them commands and orders like they're beneath you. Okay?
Is that what I did?
Well, pretty much, yeah. Because first you told me that I couldn't be out here and that there was a curfew and I needed to go back to where I came from.
So
that's what you told me, isn't
I've
it?
advised you of everything.
But isn't that what you told me?
We're not getting into that.
Well, I got it on camera. I know exactly what you told me. So now you're changing your story after I informed you that we're media.
And that's all.
Okay. All right. Cool.
We're done.
Cool.
That's it.
All right. Cool. All right. See you later. Have a nice night.
What is your name and badge number, by the way?
6505.
And your name?
Is that what you do?
Was that what you tell the judge? Are you part of the Right Here Club? What if I can't read?
6505. That's all you need to know.
Well, I need to know your name.
If you have an issue with it, here's my sergeant right here.
Okay. Is it your department's policy for your officers to ID by name and badge number to a member of the public when requested? Pardon me?
You can ID by badge number.
Badge number alone, he doesn't have to ID by name? That's your policy? Okay. Well, but what if I can't read? You're assuming that I can read, but what if I'm illiterate? Or continue what, man? I'm just standing here talking, guys.
That's a valid question, sir.
That's a very valid question.
There's other ones.
Take care. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Yeah, you're more than welcome to disengage at any time. Or you can just be dismissed.
Yeah, do we disengage or do we just escalate?
I mean, seriously, man, you act like you want to sit here and continue to escalate the situation. All you got to do is turn around and walk away and leave us alone.
Why don't you guys, dismissed?
Thank you, sir. Have a good night, guys.
There you go. That's what freedom looks like.
Yeah, I thought this was newsworthy that I don't know if they ran up to it and ran on it or if they lifted it up while it was parked there. Either way, that's a big boo-boo. Yeah, they're not going to tell us one way or the other if the driver rammed into it or if it lifted it up while the vehicle was parked there.
So it looks like he just got lifted. I guarantee
Yeah.
that he did not run into that.
No, it just lifted it up, right?
Would be total.
Yeah. Right. All right, we ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Move on to the next quack.
But you didn't.
No, but our group.
I want my own fucking deal. We're gonna call it Patriot.
That happens. You gotta.
USA! 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 out on your porch, in your house. The driveway is private land.
This is not China. This is not Venezuela. We are not a communist nation.
That driveway is private property. It's like being on your porch in your house.
We're screwed, dude. Georgia
Yes.
just turned out. We have no. We're
Yes.
locked.
Yes.
We have nobody
Yes.
to be election.
Yes, I know.
Man, the conservatives in Seattle, that's
The JW Hotel is the only hotel.
This shit would work without us.
1776. Get fireworks without Be the fucking agitator.
Hey, motherfucker, there's a bullhorn speaker right here.
Yeah, be. I don't need a bullhorn. I don't need it. And you know what? Fuck that. This is our country. This is ours.
Hey, who's got the deal?
What's your name?
My name's Andrew. I am a fucking combat veteran. I spent a year in Afghanistan so I could go there and throw out the treason. So we know, so my children know when they come home, this shit is paid for blood.
Yeah.
Remember, this fucking tree needs to be refreshed because people have forgotten this summer, 1776.
Are you on social media?
I am. Powder Keg Patriots. Powder Keg Patriots. I'm a veteran-owned organization. I'm just starting out. This is fucking trying to shut me down.
Did you see that the police came and kicked all those people off the street that were smoking cigarettes?
That's why we're fucking here. Fuck them. Fuck them. They can't tell us. This is our streets. These are our streets. We the people.
And they fucked up. All this shit went down. It's only a big thing.
They want us upstairs. They want to lock us in our rooms.
It wasn't all.
They want to lock us in our rooms.
We're being punished for the act of abuse.
Okay, as soon as I see Trump
Oh my gosh.
TV, I'm gonna go down.
Yes.
For the act of abuse. What time is it? Enrique Torre or whatever his name is, he gets arrested for pulling down a BLM banner. They can burn our flag. They can actually burn down a church.
Marva
and
says it
nothing
starts in 4
happens.
minutes.
Well, that's if he's on time.
They do whatever they want.
Well,
we
I'll go
can't
back
even
over
go
there.
get fresh air now because of somebody else.
That driveway is private land. We should be allowed to be in the.
Said it was federal.
Not the driveway. It's not until you're on the sidewalk that it becomes private. I mean public. We are being held hostage in the JW Hotel in DC. Just because it's a curfew does not mean that we still don't take the risk. We are still allowed to take the risk. They're not even letting us go out.
Here comes the curfew, Gestapo.
You are subject to arrest if you do not go inside of the hotel.
The curfew, Gestapo.
Cigarettes. How are we supposed to smoke cigarettes?
Here they come. They're going hotel to hotel. Them.
Douchebags, 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 douchebags.
Fucking train.
Where?
Sell yourself out, motherfucker.
People can't smoke cigarettes.
Sell out.
March with us! March with us! March
Look at
with
this.
us! March with us!
They're forcing everyone in.
Sell out! Sell out! Sell out! Sell out! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Un-American.
Your family's
God bless you!
Your family.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
We got your face.
Fuck you!
We got your face.
Cigarette! This is
Come on, you Americans.
Fuck, you're not even American. Why the fucking scumbag? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Just can't have large.
Hey, I have a question. I'm a member of the press. I'm allowed to be out here. I do. I'll go get him. I can go get him, and I'll be right back out. But I had White House press credentials.
Enemies of the people. Fuck you. Get inside. Fuck you, scumbags. Fuck you, scumbags.
Mass Gestapo.
Enemies of the people. Fuck you, scumbag. Sell out. Sell out. Sell out. Sell yourself. Sell yourself. Sell yourself. Sell yourself out, motherfucker. Sell yourself out. Sell yourself out. Sell
Hey, you guys are escalating. You guys have been trained. Hey, you guys have been trained in de-escalation. What you are doing is willfully escalating. Leave. People are inside the building. Leave. You need to leave. You are escalating right now. You know you're escalating. You're blocking the doorway. People are inside. Everyone's inside.
Fuck you.
You guys are escalating. You are escalating and you know it. You are all escalating. They're escalating. People are smoking cigarettes. They can't smoke a cigarette? That's ridiculous. This is police state.
Hey, no one needs to get arrested. Come on.
We're inside the building. We're inside the building. We're inside the building.
Smoke a cigarette, motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck you. I want to go smoke a cigarette. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! If you don't come out, I'm gonna check out the police. Hey, calm down! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hold down! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey, fuck you!
Hey,
I'm gonna find a way to go. Hey,
calm down.
Hey, the people.
They're creating this.
I got you.
How dare you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Stand up to the fucking camera! Stand up! Patriot!
Police state.
You all have to know that you are broken! You told your son! You are traitorous, communist scum! You are showing them a bitch! I don't allow the police to come in! Excuse me.
Why?
Don't let the police calm down! For what reason? Calm down! Please calm down!
Hey!
Please! We will tear this place the fuck down!
Hey! You call the fucking police!
Guys, please go down! Go down! Go home! Tell the police to go home! Tell the police to go home! Like the president said!
Tell them to go home!
Go home! This is a private group!
Hey, and you know they came
Come on,
and
let's go! Hey! The DC police are traitorous communist scumbags.
I can't bitches.
We've always stood up for you. You must sit in our faces. From this point forward, we will turn our backs on you. Fuck the police.
Stop right now. Hey! Put that thing down or everyone is out. This is my hotel.
Send him home.
Hold on.
Hey, can't throw us out. They won't let him leave.
When you're inside, smoke a cigarette.
We can they can't throw us out. They won't let him leave.
Okay.
Outside the invitation.
Okay.
Are you going to give a smoking area inside?
Okay. This is insane.
It's panic.
Calm it down.
It's nuts.
Everybody's got.
Hey, listen.
Let the man speak. Please be quiet, guys. Please be quiet.
Oh, say, can you?
Everybody let the manager speak for a second.
Hey, man.
He's going to let us understand what the rules are.
Hey.
Okay?
Okay.
1 second.
Where's the
Give him a second. We need some beer. No, you gotta take your mask off so we can hear you.
Please listen. Let the guy talk, guys. Shut the fuck up for a minute.
Everybody, let him talk.
While
we're inside, they cannot come in here. They cannot tell you not to come out, right? It is curfew. If you guys go outside, I have no control. Once you go out the front door, it is no longer up to me.
It's
your place to smoke a cigarette.
Hey, if we're calm, they'll leave.
We're Americans. If you remember, we're all Americans. If you remember, I said, hey guys, they're gonna come. They're gonna come.
Yeah, you were right.
I said it more than once. They are now here. If you want to go outside, they're going to take you away. If you stay in here, we can be calm, we can go to our rooms, it's all going to be okay.
Where do we smoke?
They're not going to come in here.
Question.
Can we get our money back and leave? Can we get our money back and leave? They're going to take you. Where is the problem?
I'll tell anyone. Yeah, well, please.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We cannot be disordered.
Yeah.
They're only going to take but now you just have to inside, please.
But you can't automatically destroy our...
Hey, it's not the...
Yes. Yep.
We can't go outside. Look at that. The curfew Gestapo is out.
What's that thing? What's that thing?
No temper to hold a fucking gun, you goddamn disgrace.
You've all been given a dispersal.
The founding fathers might have shot him. You didn't say no. You didn't say no. I think the founding fathers might have shot him. That's what I think. They don't want us to work. They want to arrest them for fucking intimidate people. I don't care if I get arrested. Man, you guys are not after this fast in DC.
Well, it was a dispersed order, and it got away from me.
Three. I'm on the sidewalk! Learn what's my charge, fucker! You fucking asshole! How dare you! Human rights violation!
What are you arresting us for? You told us this first and you wouldn't let us discuss. What am I being arrested for? What am I being arrested for? You won't tell me my rights. What am I being arrested for? What am I being arrested for? What am I being arrested for?
Hey, fucking you gotta say hey,
Get out of the street.
Come on, get up.
You're not.
Okay, you're being arrested. Stand up. Yep. There you go.
I need please.
Hey, David got a bunch of flicks.
I was just here to stop people from getting mad.
I got it. Is that ours? No, it's not ours. Now they got the same issue when it's white people doing stuff. I've been on lots of the same stuff. I'm you out there saying your lives matter. They're going to say white lives matter. Black people tell you color. What y'all doing there? Why don't y'all have any of this energy for the white supremacists who are fucking setting off bombs and breaking the Capitol building? When we say Black Lives Matter and y'all out here in full force. Yeah. That's fucked up. You can't see the hypocrisy in that? My brother? Y'all can't see the hypocrisy in that? Wow, the cops actually managed to arrest somebody today. All the shit that happened in the country, and y'all managed to arrest somebody. Who y'all arrest? Black Lives Matter people? Black Lives Matter people on the sidewalk? Y'all arrest them? That's who y'all arrest? Constant plan goes hand in hand, but it's funny when you actually see it. It's a lot different to actually see it. Yeah. A peaceful march. A peaceful march. Nobody did shit.
Hey, the person sitting on the ground.
Hey guys, give it a little space, please. Just a little space, all right?
I don't know how good of a negotiator you are, how much experience. All right. Well, if you're in the top 10, you're going to go 15 to 2. Instead of just sucking up and going 3. They're not doing it.
All day. Y'all proved the point. Hey, thank you. What team are y'all on? Folks are getting arrested. Cops and Klan, hand in hand. If you don't have the jail support number, ask the people around you. Folks have flyers for it. Make sure to call that number as soon as you can. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, APD should have been in D.C., yo. Why weren't y'all in D.C., homie? Why wasn't APD in D.C.? Y'all should have been in D.C. Look at all this. Look at it. Look at all this. For 20 people saying Black Lives Matter, this is what you get. Smirky smiley face over here thinks it's funny. Don't you smirky smiley face. I'll get your bag right here. All the shit y'all gonna see today, who's y'all's real enemy? Black Lives Matter. They came in with the whole team. They came in with the whole team. Look at this shit, yo. Look at this. They came in with the whole team and said Black Lives Matter. If you'd like to say your name and date of birth, that can help. No, we got. All right, just call the jail support number when you can. I will. Actually, let's go! Before they try to take me, for everybody who's around, all the media people, before they try to take me, I'm on video being on the sidewalk and in the crosswalk, crossing with the light. Haven't done shit. Excuse me, don't back up into that.
The guy that.
Yeah. Sorry? Just shout it. Okay. I'll make sure somebody gets to your house. Do you have the jail support number?
Yell out your phone number. Yell out your phone number. Your parents.
What are we, a bunch of kids? Go to your rooms? Like, give me a break.
I only want to go to I only want to go to
Yeah.
I don't want to go like Pamso.
Right. You went to jail for what? Smoking a cigarette? Give me a break.
I want to be the one on out of here and go to jail. I'll be like,
This is insane.
fucked up. 55. I want to be straight.
Guys, we've got like 7,300 people watching right now. What do you have to say to the people watching?
I have to say, you know what? This is America. But you know what? When somebody helps you out in America, you help them. You don't shit on them. You don't turn around and burn their cities. You don't turn around and shit on their establishments. Small businesses, 80 businesses. We help each other. We help each other grow.
We rolling.
We need 10 minutes.
Roll,
we take 10 minutes to Patriots. You know we come back and reconvene. We fucking go.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Go.
We go.
Take 10 minutes and come back.
Go.
Go. Move in. Don't you need me now.
No, my daughter's right there. There's no way to do it.
Take her. Go. Take 10 minutes. We all focus.
The police are still outside, guys. They're still outside.
I swear it's like justice going to take us all these hotels. It's not like having us our weapons smoking outside. I mean, there was a 16-year-old shot earlier today.
And see, this is where emotions are at, people. Part of their emotions are at the fact that what's been happening. Part of the emotions is that there's been this whole thing with Antifa for the past several months. It's been this for the past several months, and people, some people are tired and upset and angry about it. More police are spreading out, so I don't know what they're going to do. I think they're going to use more of the riot team probably to push in, and the riot team will hand them over to the police, because the riot team is across the street. They're across the street with their shields. Someone's yelling out their window. I don't know where. People are saying hold the line. There's nothing to hold. There's like 40 people out here. There's nothing really to hold. I don't know if it was a little girl who got shot. I don't know the age of the girl who got shot today.
Chilling hard, really hard, guys. I was just saying how peaceful. How peaceful it was, and they were marching, and he said get on the sidewalk, and that's what happened. Next thing you know, they just start. I honestly can say like that was like that was uncalled for. That was 98% uncalled for. Normally, a little bit maybe called for. Maybe we got out of control or something. I'm gonna find them people. This some goddamn bullshit.
If we don't fight for our freedom, we're going to lose it.
And they fucked up. All this shit went down. It's only a big thing.
They want us upstairs. They want to lock us in our rooms.
It wasn't all of us.
They want to lock us in our rooms.
We're being punished for the act of abuse.
Okay, as soon as I see Trump
oh my gosh.
TV, I'm going to go down.
Yes.
For the act
what time is it?
Enrique Torrio or whatever his name is, he gets arrested for pulling down a BLM banner. They can burn our flag. They can actually burn down a church.
Marva says it starts in 4 minutes.
Well, that's if he's on time.
They do whatever they want.
Well,
we
I'll go back
can't
over
go
there.
get fresh air now because of somebody else.
That driveway is private land. We should be allowed to be in the.
Said it was federal.
Not the driveway. It's not until you're on the sidewalk that it becomes private. I mean public. We are being held hostage in the JW Hotel in D.C. Just because it's a curfew does not mean that we still don't take the risk. We are still allowed to take the risk. They're not even letting us go out.
Use your key. I'm locked out, and the bastard at the window won't give me a new key because I can't prove my name since I'm in my underwear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Kathy, are you staying up there?
Nobody was up there.
No, are you staying up there?
Yeah, because I want to turn on the TV.
Okay,
and watch
we'll be
that.
right up in a minute.
You go home. No, I'm going to see the
That's why I have your back. I don't agree, but I understand. So I have your back. That's why I'm trying to tell you guys to shut up so you can talk.
Yeah, we got you.
I know he's going to. I'm going to walk outside. I guarantee these guys, they don't necessarily have us.
They don't have us.
They don't.
They're deprogrammed.
But you have me saying, you can do 3, they just don't want gatherings. Or they're not going to leave. I don't know. I'm trying to get them to go away.
Well, you guys, I need you to do something for me. Wherever you're fucking from, you just sit down and go to the same side. Get all every single guy you can think of. He's still out there.
I have an idea.
Make sure it's done. In every fucking state.
Oh, trust me, you're on that.
Just rotate this around. Go around. Just go around.
Hey, this is enough. They've done it this time. They've done it this time. I'm not saying be peaceful. I'm not
American
saying
patriots.
I'm saying small business.
This is insane, huh?
I know it. Just waiting and watching. There ain't no fucking speed, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Okay, so we're good, right? Yeah, I'm BLM and Antifa. I'm identifying as BLM and Antifa, so I should be safe.
If they wanted to take you right now,
They cannot take me. I can come out here. It is a free world.
I'll work on the 3. You guys, it is what it is. I'm not doing that. That's it.
Oh, here comes the police power tripping on this lady trying to smoke a cigarette. Power tripping on this lady smoking a cigarette. Because they have nothing better to do than harass people for standing outside smoking cigarettes. Hey, aren't there people out there committing real crimes? Like, since when was smoking a cigarette a crime? Shouldn't you guys go do real work, arrest actual criminals?
We can't eat here. We can't drink here. We can't even get food. We can't smoke.
Everything's closed now. There's nothing.
So in DC. So what do you do when you're in a hotel?
We do have.
It just pisses me off so bad because you know what? Your fucking mayor doesn't give a shit if you're BLM or Antifa.
Uber Eats, DoorDash.
Oh, you guys aren't allowed them to come in?
So they can bring
So either we use Uber Eats or DoorDash or we starve. Must be nice for these big corporations, these giant businesses, raking in the dough like Amazon and others.
You guys all to know that we are the ones that support Back to Blue. And you guys are absolutely should be ashamed of yourselves for not standing up for us patriots.
And just standing up for the Constitution and our civil rights.
We didn't storm the Capitol. That was BLM and Antifa, and there's proof of it. But yet we're punished like little children. You guys punished us before we even got here. Shame on you guys. Shame on every single one of you guys. Fucking asshole.
Why don't you guys go get some like drug dealers, some gangs, some child traffickers? Like go after some actual criminals. What about the criminals that are in our Capitol building right now?
I've been trying to eat for an hour. I want to get to my seat can actually get here. Seriously. Can I eat? Am I allowed to eat? Am I allowed to eat?
Tickets.
Thank you very much.
I can't believe this is happening.
We're living in communist America.
Johnny G.
You got my card, so I'll send you.
Welcome to communist America. Somebody needs to speak up.
People are having to take turns smoking cigarettes. Insane. Because somehow all gathering inside is less of a COVID hazard than going outside in the open air and smoking a cigarette. It's literally, guys, it is 100% just to enforce power. It's all about control, all of it. None of these people are actually concerned about a pandemic or a virus. Give me a break. Tell you what, if this were like the movie The Stand and people really were dropping dead, there wouldn't be this ability to have this much order to where we're looking at like 1984 authoritarianism right here. Things would be chaos.
Go back to your couches. Go back to your couches. They're telling you don't pay attention and don't pay attention.
Yeah, our food never is gonna come because this street's probably blocked off.
We might need to look on the thing.
You guys cleaning up outside?
See my chats?
Yeah. There you go. We got a Tori Says fan over here.
Anyway, who cares? I don't care. Most of the Patriots are inside because of the curfew. Most of the Patriots are inside tonight because of the curfew. The curfew was at 6 o'clock. So, again, the million people plus that were here complied, are mad, felt like today was a victory once again. So, you know, that's usually what happens after these things. I was telling some people that today about just being here in D.C. Why do we always think that D.C. is the place to go? And like, ooh, the numbers showed up. Even though, okay, so again, let's say there was 2 million people here today. That still isn't a lot of people compared to 80 million people who voted for Trump. Being real. I'm not being a Scrooge. I'm not being a little Debbie Downer or being negative. I'm just being real. 2 million people show up. There's still not 80 million people. And guess what? So the 2 million people show up is over and done with. As you can tell, look, this is what's out on the street. So you can tell it's over and done with. So now what? No one's at the Capitol. There's not 1 million people at the Capitol. So I don't know. Like I said, I just talk and think about this stuff while I'm talking and say things. What's going to happen tomorrow? These people go back to their cities, and within their cities, there's nobody who does anything, for the most part. Oh, I know LA does. Huntington, they show out. The curfew breakers with Kicking Them and Mega Hulk, they show out every weekend. Every weekend down in Huntington Beach. Before that, it was Beverly Hills during the summer, but they show out every weekend. And that's a metropolitan area, a liberal town. Well, not Huntington. Huntington's not, but Beverly Hills definitely. Parts. Portland, even we say, it's funny because a lot of Oregonians will say that, Portland was once red, which it was, but now why don't people come out for Trump in Portland, Oregon? A lot of times people are scared, we get it, afraid, Peter, stop being a pecker. What?
Who was arrested and released. Some people think that he might be trying to challenge Washington, D.C. gun laws and that he deliberately showed up with 2 magazines. I interviewed him and got a statement from him a half hour before he was arrested, actually, 2 days ago. And interestingly, after the Capitol, Hilton, I went into a Salvadorian restaurant, and Univision was on, and Tario was debating Jorge Ramos, the very left-wing anchor of Univision, a company that I freelance for, actually. Something go down here. So that's clip number 3, is that interview. Clip number 2 is Villains. I went to Villains live stream, and it's a violent clip. It's the clip of but it's in its entirety of the Proud Boys unilaterally attacking an Antifa group on December the 12th. That's clip 2. And then clip number 1 was here, BLM Plaza. It was BLM Plaza back in December. What would happen was you had such critical mass here of Black Bloc. If you were a person who didn't have a mask and you were white, it didn't even matter if you had like paraphernalia showing Trump, they would mob you. And that's clip number 1. So there's all these different currents of mob action, really, that I've seen. And I hope this is the end of the story. I really do. I heard that inauguration, that this was the big one, that inauguration protests may or may not happen from the right. I'm not sure about that. I tried to get my pulse on that. But I hope this is the end of the story. I mean, this has just been an insane last couple of months. And it started in Portland, really. Portland, you had on August 23rd, what they call up there, the Battle for Portland 2. It was the right advertised it as the mother of all Back the Blue rallies. That was August the 23rd. And that's kind of the start on a big, like, national scale of this Proud Boys versus Antifa feud, because for months people really didn't do anything when there was Black Bloc riots all across the country. People didn't do much. So August the 23rd was when you had your first clash in Portland near the Justice Center. August the 30th, a week later, you had the Trump caravan that came rolling into Portland. The counter-protesters, led by Rose City Antifa and the Pacific Northwest Youth Liberation Front, they came in and they counter-protested it. Of course, that devolved into street scuffles, and it ended with Antifa identifying Michael Reinl shooting and killing somebody from the right, a fellow named Jay Danielson, who was with a group called Patriot Prayer. So that, by late August, this was in full tilt. Proud Boys come in September the 26th. They hold a huge rally. I actually dialogued with one of the Antifa guys from the East Coast here, a guy named Daryl, and I was just pushing the topic of peace at the end of September. I didn't want to see more people get killed, Sure enough, it went off pretty much without a hitch. There were minor clashes. There was a case of somebody from the right kicking a young kid who had come into the Proud Boys rally. And that video, you would consider a unilateral attack from the right. That was September 26th. And then you get into October, going up to the election. Of course, you had riots in San Francisco. You had attacks in San Francisco on October the 17th. Then going into November, you had the riots in Philadelphia. And after the election, post-election, is where you had these two big events here. November the 14th, which was billed as the Million MAGA March on the right. On the leftist groups, the They-Them Collective called it Fuck MAGA, or Punch MAGA in the Face. And that's the one where they just attacked anybody who was coming through this area from Freedom Plaza, which is about a mile that way, and was coming through the plaza here to get to the other side, which would be the west. So if you were a family, whoever you were, and you went through Black Lives Matter Plaza on November the 14th, as you can see by the video, it wasn't good. And then December, you had both sides that were just went full tilt at each other. One conservative blogger turned to me and said, this feels like feedback. Feedback payback is what he said, actually, payback. So that was December the 12th. And so then you fast forward to January the 5th. The MAGA folks clashed with the police, kind of like a prelude. They clashed with the police right here in Black Lives Matter Plaza last night. But now, after they've done their thing, which was, I don't know, other people, like people on the right, said that they saw this coming. I had no idea it was going to be a full-on siege of the Capitol. They had done something similar in Salem, Oregon, where they were protesting COVID restrictions in Salem, Oregon. That's the other thing, is people, if you're on a political side, the easiest way to think about the other side is to make it as simple as possible, to make them as crazy as possible, and not try to understand whether or not these currents of revolutionary action or insurrection and uprising have anything to do with each other. Did people ever stop to think that they might be similar in what these people are against? I asked that. It's a tough question. If any of you are here from Twitter earlier, and I got in a little bit of a dust up, I had just gotten out of the Capitol, and I had said that the folks that were storming the Capitol, these are all the same techniques that we saw developed in Portland. This is the same spirit of insurrection that the Pacific Northwesterners, developed for all these months, and these guys just took it even further. These folks, rather, took it even further, and some leftists got mad at me. Well, one guy did, but look, I'm just bringing this up as a topic of conversation. That this is an anti-globalization faction of the Republican Party. These people are against globalization. They're against big tech. They're against the amount of control that the government is given. And so they consider themselves libertarian, I would say, in their attitudes. And so I didn't see, you know what they didn't talk about? You know what nobody had anything to say about at the Capitol? Was race. All this stuff about race that we've been talking about for just over and over and over again, it just didn't even come into the picture. Now, I know they're going to find one or two outliers with a Confederate flag or some racist shirt like they did on December the 12th. You always get some folks, but I'm saying that the thrust of the MAGA movement is not, it's not what the leftist anti-fascists want to make it out to be. They want to make it out to be as if it's some huge white supremacy movement. That was not we didn't see people on the Capitol giving speeches about race, that nobody even cared about it. They were talking about China. They were talking about globalization, concessions that America makes. And there was a strong anti-globalization streak, anti-big tech. So, look, I didn't know that many Trump supporters before I started this investigative process. But the one thing that I'm proud of that I did is I talked to them and I tried to figure out what the hell was going on. I get a ton of shit for it. That's why I need you all to follow me at JLeeQuinn and, join me on Twitter because I got some heavy, I get some heavy heat, I guess you could say, from the leftists who have the hundreds of thousands of followers and stuff. But look, I'm looking for answers here, and I don't see, as I said, 7 months of this, I just don't see a lot of difference. A riot is a riot is a riot. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. They just went big. They went big today, that's all. But it was a riot all the same. The police, look, if anybody is posting about how the police went easy on the right compared to the left, then that says more about that person than anything. That means that person's probably obsessed with race and likes to use it as a political tool. Today, you had tens of thousands of people. We were on shaky scaffolding. It was a tenuous situation where people could have gotten trampled very easily. The police had a lot to deal with. It was the Virginia State Police that came in at the end and let off flashbangs and smoked us all out, because I was with a group that went in and I was documenting them inside the Capitol. And when I was in there, they were destroying the offices, and it was major. I don't know what to say, except it was huge. It wasn't about, there's more to this than just the right gets treated one way, the left gets treated one way, or about political statist politics, shall we say. That there's bigger currents in the people who feel disenfranchised than I think mainstream media is willing to admit. People are not willing to admit that that what we saw today was just like what we saw in the Pacific Northwest. It was just, honestly, a mob is a mob is a mob, different banners. That's how I see it. I'm going to leave it at that. Be good. Peace.
Up the street.
Okay, so they're harassing people at all the hotels. That's what they're doing, guys. Because I know all these hotels, like people at the Capitol Hilton over there. This is the Hilton Garden Inn. There's people at the Sofitel. There's people at the JW Marriott. So they're going around, enforcing curfews at all these hotels that the Trump supporters are staying at.
Hey, don't hide your knife now.
Sir. Hey guys, just wondering, is there a time limit where everyone's supposed to go home or no? Okay.
We're just trying to make sure you guys get your phone and they get theirs, or vice versa.
Yeah. I'm just a whore for money.
Yeah. Hey, that's why we're here, man.
You
This whole boy was trying to harass us all night.
What do you think about all this madness? About them making it so people can't stand outside and smoke cigarettes?
I think it's really unfair, the hypocrisy. They treat Antifa and they're treating patriots.
They were the Black Lives Matter people were occupying the Black Lives Matter Plaza outside the White House in a big group for like weeks on end, and they never got shut down. And they were violent. Don't you remember attacking people? Violent? Yeah, peaceful protesters. Yeah. The mostly peaceful, which means mostly violent. I wouldn't say all of them. I think that especially in these blue cities, it's going to be like anything. Like, because of the voting block, like this city pretty much almost all votes blue. Where I live and where other people live in more rural red areas, you have some really good cops there. You do. That uphold the Constitution, would never do this. Yeah.
Like the Michigan State Police, the Metro DC Police,
yeah. Or like in Berkeley, the Berkeley police would constantly stand down and let Antifa just completely beat people and run roughshod over the town. And, but then when the conservatives held their own rallies or free speech rallies, they'd come in and try to shut them down. It's insane.
I'm trying to confirm it, but I was told a man who got charged with a hate crime for coming in that these communist cops can burn the U.S. flag and no repercussions.
That's right. I believe that was Enrique Torres from the Proud Boys. They came and nabbed him at the airport. Yeah, it's insane.
It's a travesty of justice.
So you can burn an American flag if you're BLM, but you can't burn a Black Lives Matter flag? I mean, give me a break.
We can't have a peaceful protest.
You actually have a peaceful protest right out front.
This wasn't even a peaceful protest. People were just standing out there smoking cigarettes.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. Do I disagree with destroying each other? Yes, you see out there right now. Everyone. And there's problems with that's right now. We outside, guess what?
Are they leaving? All right, looks like they're leaving.
Talking for them for an hour. They're at every hotel. I understand they are, but this isn't my hotel, and I'm trying to make everybody comfortable. If you come out and do that, I'm not going to do that.
They're leaving.
Okay, good. Go to the garage. If you're smoking, go to the garage. We're going to come back and take you. Take the small elevator.
Down in the garage.
We just wait them out and then they'll leave.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
What was that? Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear. Stand behind the, if you're pressed, stay behind.
There's a curfew out here.
He's saying stay behind the tree.
Thank you all. Stay on the sidewalk so I know who's pressed. That way I can tell who's pressed. I'll stay right in this area. All right?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Like, if any of them get hurt, do you have EMT out here? Like,
sir, we're here. Okay. Thank you.
Can you treat it?
If you come down there, you're subject to be arrested. All right?
Does this work for you?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
It's a mayor's order. All right?
I got you.
Right now, there's a 6 o'clock curfew.
I got it.
All right? If you know, then you already knew your answer. All right?
I just like asking people questions. My dad says the same thing to me. He's like, why do you ask people questions?
People! People!
What's up?
Now! People! Now! People! Now!
You be the same ones to say this is unlawful assembly. You be standing in the middle of the street.
If you let us go, we'd be perfectly fine right up there. Oh, get out of our way.
Yo, pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Hey, yo, look. When they turn that shit on, get on the fucking sidewalk. Ask people to get on the sidewalk. Hey, when they turn that shit on, get on the sidewalk.
Charges now! Not tomorrow! Precincts to the ground! Burn the precincts to the ground!
Hey, be careful going home, guys, because they're gonna. You guys are in large numbers.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is figure out who wants to split a tab or stuff. Or, I think me and Austin are going to wander off.
Back, everyone's gonna run inside again. And then they're gonna leave, and then everyone's gonna come out again.
Excuse me.
Oh, there they go. Everyone's going right back out.
Cops are selling kids fireworks. And...
I feel like people are just bored.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, people, they run with it.
There's nothing taking place. They cleared the sidewalk.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is done. They might arrest one guy.
Sidewalk's completely clear. Those officers just
Are
left.
you guys with triple canopy? Worth a try.
Okay, we'll turn around. There's cops up here lined up. They have it lined up here. A lot of them. So, press is down there. With those cops down there. There's some up here. So the police down there, they cleared the sidewalk. One officer said for the press to get backside of this tree, which I'm further back from the tree now. So, and these are state police here. So there's Metro, there's state police, and there's National Guard, all out here tonight for the curfew. That officer was telling people, I don't know what he's telling. Looks like he's telling them back further up now, which people are. I do. It's in my back pocket.
Please?
Yep.
Sir, are you part of the press? All right, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Excuse me, sir. Are you part of the press? So you're in violation of the hotel. Okay, you're not listening. We can both talk at the same time. All right? I'm going to ask you to go find a hotel. I don't know. Got it?
So officer just asked me for my press ID, so I was able to get that to him. National Guard they have their guns out. The street is completely loaded with police. They're not going to no hotel or nothing. So I'm gonna end up crossing the street. So yeah, there's yeah, they're all lined up down there, folks. A lot lined up down there, all that down that way. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up or go find where Villain's at. Maybe. Okay. All right, let me log off of here for a minute. Turn the camera around. See what's up behind my back. Dang, I need to clean the lens. You see all those streaks? That's nasty. Anyway, so that's up like 5 blocks up. I could probably walk up there.
I was just down here 20 minutes ago. Everyone was happy.
What page do you run? I notice you have a lot of people on right now, right?
Yeah. Yes, so many people. My YouTube channel where you can find this video is Millennial Millie. Yep, Millennial Millie on YouTube.
What are y'all doing? He's trying to go to games, working like a fascist. Let's go.
Hey.
I want to see the look.
Hi.
The look girl. You gotta get that trophy so we can leave already.
I miss that voice.
Oh, bitch is ready for the
Not
vote.
tonight. How are you?
I'm good. How about you? Oh, one of them been on.
You don't think about what happens on
It's just sad that this is where our country's at, that we have police officers actively, oh shit, they're putting body cameras on. You gotta arrest someone. Why are you putting your body cameras on? Is anyone breaking the law here? I don't think so. So why is your body camera on? I am like extremely confused why you're all turning on your body cameras, which is what people usually do when they're about to make an arrest. When not one person here has committed a crime. Some bullshit going on here today.
Free them all! Brick by brick! Wall by wall! Free them all!
Great to see you.
Wall by wall! Free them all!
That's a surprise. Yeah, they just turn their bodies. They just be careful.
You don't get it.
I don't know what's going on. Everyone's body cameras are still on. All the police just took their body cameras and put them on.
Free them all.
I'm gonna stay right here just to make sure she's okay.
Wall by wall! Brick by brick! That's funny to me. That's funny to me.
Yo, this dude is actually a piece of shit. Wait, I have to pause for a second.
This is what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
Oh, my girl is going in.
This is what community looks like! That's funny to me. That's funny to me.
Yo, this dude is actually a piece of shit. Wait, I have to pause for a second.
No cops! No cops!
Yo.
No cops! No KKK! No cops! No KKK! No fascist USA!
No cops! No KKK! No fascist USA! No cops! Fuck y'all!
Why are you like a frontliner cop now? You're not gonna walk around watching.
No USA at all! No borders! No USA at all!
It's so funny. All the people watching today have so many weapons. They're so fucking bad. No borders! No walls!
No borders, no
The Blue Lives still matter when it's them killing you?
There's nowhere else to talk.
Hey, how you doing?
Fuck Blue Lives Matter!
Pull up.
Yeah, turn your fucking body cams on! Quit your job! Quit your job! Quit your job! Damn!
I didn't tell you to speak. Like I told your friend. Shut the fuck up. You want to speak?
You mad, right?
Oh,
he big mad. He big mad. He big mad. Are you big mad?
Oh, shit. You there?
Fuck 12! Fucking idiot. Baggers SUV, you're a fucking idiot. Fuck you too. Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
This is why I kept the live feed going earlier, guys, when I left the JW Marriott after they had first went in, I don't know what the word would be, enforced the curfew, I guess, and shoved everyone back into the hotel with the most obscene over abuse of police power that I think I've seen in a very long time. Shoved everyone back into the hotel there and enforced curfew, and I was like, you know what, I think that this is not going to be the only one, because I literally walked around here for like an hour before that happened, and I was walking around and I was noticing a pattern, just people hanging out outside their hotels.
I think back 2007, I forget which one it was, the name of it, but I was outside the night of it coming. I like storms, so I was outside the night of it coming, and it was just, the whole city was just like this, like nothing, like complete like ghost town.
I'm almost scared to even be on the fence because I know that they're like just willing to do whatever they want.
Thank you for getting
Good job. It's not a lie. It's the girl who thinks a cop picking up her hat. I can't do it.
You're the only one without your body cam on. What's going on? You just didn't get the memo? No? How do you feel about what happened today?
Officer, one question.
How do you feel about what happened today? Are you allowed to talk to me? You're not allowed to talk to me. Why? Are you so in line with what they want you to do that you can't even speak your own opinion?
Think about it though right now.
You can't even talk to us?
Our president allowed
Not tomorrow, no!
to get beaten.
You're so brainwashed by what they want you to do that you can't even speak for yourself. Oh, don't touch her! Oh, don't touch her!
How are you holding up a Blue Lives Matter sign?
What's going on? They're getting mad about a flashlight.
You guys do us the same way. When we record, y'all fucking put the light on us. Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? Why can we not do it? Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it, Nick? Why can we not do it, Nick? You make no sense. When you shine lights in the light, when you shine lights in the light.
They're getting mad that we're shining flashlights when they do the same thing to us every single day.
What skills do you have? I'm a fucking get fucking angry. Get mad. You're tight. You're tight. You motherfucker, everything she about to do. Come on now, dumbass.
Look at them talking. Oh, what do we do? They have a flashlight. Let's arrest all of them. Watch.
They can't arrest
just watch. Watch. No, just watch though.
What's up, bitch?
Watch what they're about to try to do. Watch this shit. People want to know.
We want to be in the front, but we're not going to be pushing women right now.
So flashlight people over a flashlight. They're doing that. Lives matter.
Black lives matter. Talk about you. Black lives matter. Nika, thank you for wearing a mask today.
Thank
It's a
God.
special occasion.
People are to know.
How many people have you given COVID to?
Here we are.
Now look over here. Nigga, you get rolled
Oh
over
my
here.
God, they're about to send an SRG for a flashlight.
Suck my dick.
For a flashlight. It's a flashlight. Why are you so mad over a flashlight?
I dare y'all touch somebody. I dare
Yo,
y'all.
yo, over a flashlight. Yo.
Fire.
Over a flashlight.
How you spell racist?
NYPD.
How you spell racist?
NYPD.
How you spell racist?
NYPD. NYPD.
Oh, Nikas.
And oh, he's getting mad. He's getting mad. Oh shit, they're getting mad. Nikas is getting mad. Yeah, I know, guys. Flashlights are so deadly. Flashlights are going to be the end of this country, apparently, according to Nikas.
I'm not no shit. Is that a threat? Yeah, you bigger than little kid.
Oh, Nikas just pointed someone out and said if she says anything, arrest her. Wrong pronouns and targeting people already. Yo, Nikas thinks this is a fucking game.
Not tomorrow now. Abolition now.
They think they can literally like come out here and just point at someone and be like, okay, he's going to jail. Like what?
That's all. You have no reason. You have no reason. You have no reason. None. You are garbage. You are trash. You have no reason. You have no reason. How you doing? I need somebody to look up a badge number for me.
I want his badge number.
Find a cop watch. Looking up your look at that spicy badge number. Look at it. Oh my God.
I just want to say that Nikas is in rare form, not wearing a white shirt, and he's been just kind of chilling against the fence, and he's pointing people out, telling other people to arrest him.
Scowl on your forehead, bro. Like, for what? Are you annoyed? Are you know? What's up, man? Talk to me. Talk to me. Let's have a conversation.
How many people are fucking touching you on all this fucking movement over here?
Go to Blaze. Find Blaze and give him the info.
Okay. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to pause you guys. Hey, just letting you know that this is the.
What is this?
Read it.
Call SRGs, staging in northwest corner of 57. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised?
My man.
My gang.
Oh, hell.
I'm.
For what, yo? For what? For what? For what? What are we doing? We're not doing anything, bro.
They just trying to grab me crazy, yo.
Yeah, no, there's SRG on all corners.
If you have a fight on the line,
Yo, they. Let them through. Just
like trucks from coming because he's gonna try to clear the road out.
Don't go. Please, don't go. Don't go. Please. Yo, yes, that was over the flashlight. They just tried grabbing people and arresting them over a flashlight. These fucking assholes. Over a flashlight! Ash, thank you for the information.
Did you see what happened?
It was over a flashlight.
Really?
Yeah, because now we got trucks trying to drive through us.
Hey, people! Hey, right here! Yo!
Hey, what are you doing? What the fuck?
We just talked, right, Chris? We just talked, right? Who are you going after? Who are you chasing down the block?
Oh shit! They're about to make a targeted arrest on Angel. They're about to make a targeted arrest on Angel, I believe. This is crazy. What are you guys doing? Yeah, no.
Step back, step back.
Look at this shit.
They were looking for Angel. Like they're falling down the street with a flashlight. Yo, they get so fucking butthurt.
You're fucking pussy! You never get a motherfucker back.
Over a flashlight. Yo, you guys are fucking pussies. I can't. They're trying to make targeted arrests. They can't even do it. Thank you. I got it. Oh my god.
Who did they just run?
They're trying to get Angel. SRG Madison Ave. Oh my god. Oh my god, yo. This is not happening. Oh my god, this is not happening right now. This is fucking ridiculous. I really hope John's okay. Fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Yeah, SRG is definitely coming on. There are so many more cops here than there are protesters, and it shows. Ferrari! Hey, can I talk to you? 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 Can I talk to you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What?
Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Thank you. SRG is coming in on every single side right now.
You see? Kettling. They're not supposed to do that. Still ball ain't right. No, man. No.
We got SRG on every single fucking corner right now.
What?
Both of you, they're right behind us and on either side of us. It's like we're completely surrounded.
Look, I got you.
Yo, they are across the street with a van open, ready to arrest people for standing here, protesting, not doing anything. We're completely surrounded. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. We are completely surrounded. This is wild.
Every single fucking time that we are protesting, they want to shut up. No, fuck you.
We're at Trump Towers and
we want justice for our people. We are the people.
oh, look at them moving the gate back. We want justice for the people. They are bugging out over nothing. We got SRG lined up on both sides. Are you happy with what you're doing? You are actively...
Want to smoke a cigarette?
I don't either. I may start smoking marijuana after tonight.
I don't smoke that either, but yeah. This is crazy. This is not America.
It's crazy.
That he supports
You don't want
us.
him in.
I want to hear it.
No, we don't want him in here.
It's 2 minutes. I want to fucking hear him say he supports us. She has kids.
So what this is
And then I got to go
Greatest election fraud in U.S. history. 650,000 ballots in Philadelphia were counted without Republican watchers. That's nothing to be funny about. 650,000 ballots were counted in Philadelphia without a Republican watcher. Tens of thousands of dead people voted in our election. In Nevada, 40,000 double votes. That means people voted twice by 40,000. That's not funny. That's not cool. So don't laugh at us, buddy, because you have no idea. Republican watchers were kicked out. They were there to validate signatures. Millions of votes were counted without a Republican watcher in Detroit, in Philadelphia, in Atlanta. That's not cool. Record low signature validation rate. Record low signature validation rate. If you're a political strategist, organizer, someone who truly understands politics like I do, you know this is the greatest election fraud in U.S. history. So I'm sorry you're so intellectually small that you don't understand that. So keep laughing because you're obviously an imbecile. Oh, and by the way, share this video. Share with all your crazy leftist friends. Greatest election fraud in U.S. history. Bring it on, man. I'm ready. We're ready to go out again.
Hey, we should just, what if we brought all the bikes in here? Just started migrating.
Y'all can see the flashing lights reflecting around the corner. Y'all know you're still here. Okay? It was a joke. They're trying to set y'all up so they can catch y'all outside and come get you. But y'all do what y'all want. I
want to be free. I'm going to be free. That's what I'm going to be. I was born free. I will die free.
I think we're gonna
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, I'll give somebody a $100 bill right now to run out there and kick everyone in the box. Swear to God.
Can we go back out?
And all of the domino chains too. Y'all can knock them all over.
The cops leave.
$20. Fraud. Greatest election fraud in U.S. history. Let them if you have them.
How much longer we got?
I didn't hear that while we
I think we're done here. 'Cause they're outside. Go ahead. You're going out.
None.
2 minutes timer.
Get out there now. I'm pitching everyone right now.
I
just want to smoke a cigarette. Is that too much to ask for free people?
Don't be starting.
Well, it's good to not be allowed in the free country of the United States of America, or what's left of it.
I just want a cigarette.
Yeah, BLM can burn a building down, but yeah, we just want to smoke a cigarette and
We're the minority. We're the new minority.
whatever.
We're the Patriots, and they're scared of us.
Outside.
Greatest election fraud in U.S. history.
When do my rights kick in?
650,000 ballots were counted in Philadelphia without a Republican watcher. That's voter fraud. The commissioner's race in Nevada was declared corrupt in Las Vegas County, the county of Las Vegas. Wouldn't that mean that the president's race in Nevada was corrupt? Yeah, it was. Wisconsin avoided all rules and laws. Their own constitution was violated. Clearly. Voter fraud, the greatest election fraud in U.S. history. Voter fraud, the greatest election fraud in U.S. history.
Are they gone?
They gone.
They don't teach that at the KKK.
Do you even know what the de-escalation means? Have you ever opened a book or a dictionary?
Y'all tried to grab me just now. Fuck y'all.
I thought he was having a conversation with somebody.
Fuck you, niggas! You bitch ass piece of shit, fuck you!
This fucking dude here said that he's been to numerous protests since May until now, and that he has never witnessed a police officer beat up a protester.
You think they're doing it on purpose, so that gives you the right to come and try to arrest them?
I cannot.
That's what you just finished telling me just now. No. So say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
He said that it's okay for police officers to arrest people for yelling at them. Like it's not within our First Amendment right to do the very thing that he's saying it's okay to arrest us for. See, this is the problem here, people.
So what was the purpose?
The miseducation.
So what was the purpose?
Not educated. When your own force isn't educated on constitutional law, you have a problem.
NYPD!
How do you spell racist?
NYPD! NYPD!
Stupid.
NYPD!
That's a fact.
NYPD!
You was in DC, right? You should have been all up in DC, right? Racist. Yeah.
He did get tapped out. He's not allowed to talk to us anymore. We have a SRG van directly behind us getting ready to come in.
Yeah. NYPD. Oh, we will. You'll find out where to go.
If you are on a police force without a college education and you are not educated in constitutional rights and law, why are you on the force?
To kill black people.
Your fellow officer just said it's okay to arrest people for screaming. That is within our First Amendment right as a United States citizen. If you do not have a college degree, you should not be on the force. If you do not know constitutional law, you should not be on the force. If you do not know how to de-escalate without beating someone or killing them, you should not be on the force. If you are supporting what happened today in Washington, D.C., you should not be on the force. Which leads me to the conclusion that there should be no NYPD since all of you fall into one of those categories.
You work with is racist, yo? You can't see that? You work for a fascist system, you can't see it? You still need us to point it out to you? Huh? You still want me to hold your hand? I can hold your hand. I can hold your hand. You can't have this right what the fuck they doing to us? Free them all! Huh? Well, you have Trump supporters sometimes out here.
The reason I say college degree, for whoever just said that in my comments, is because this man just told me that he is legally allowed to arrest us for screaming, and he obviously is not educated enough within the own laws of New York City to understand that that is not against the law.
Your own cop fellows. I don't know who he is on the charges, but I know you know you look for a fascist system.
Drop the charges! Drop the charges!
I'm 33.
Drop the charges! Drop the charges! No KKK, no fascist USA! No cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA!
No cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA!
No cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA!
No cops!
No KKK, fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK, fascist USA!
We said no cops! No KKK, no fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA!
We said no cops!
No KKK, no fascist USA.
We said no cops.
No KKK, no fascist USA.
We said no cops.
You chose this job.
This man does not have a badge number.
Pick your job.
What's your badge number? What's your badge number? What? Wow, he was spokesman and did not give a badge number. Why does your boy not have his badge number? Why does your boy have his badge number covered? Why does your boy have?
Don't have badge numbers.
Okay, so let him walk away when I asked him for his badge number.
He doesn't have.
Okay, so why did he walk away when I asked for his
Because they told me to
information?
come over.
Black Lives Matter.
Tenants don't have badge numbers.
We weren't threatening him. Why are you guys over here? Black Lives Matter.
They're trying to say that he didn't have a badge
Black Lives
number.
Matter.
Yo, fucking break, bro. Fucking break. Fucking break, bro.
You can have my shit number.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
How do you feel about what happened in DC today?
I've been at work all day. I have not been looking at that. I've been here.
So
When I get home,
you have no
I will
idea
catch
what
up.
happened?
I have an idea of what happened, but I haven't seen any of it yet.
How do you feel about the police officers taking selfies with armed
I
militia?
have no idea. When I go home, I'll watch the news. And I'll get back.
She's claiming that she has no idea what's going on in DC.
What you cops do all day is look at your phone.
Except that I don't look at it.
Oh,
I
no,
have
you
a
look at your
question.
phone? No. That's
I
interesting.
also don't have cable.
Huh?
I also don't have cable.
Oh, you don't have cable.
not have
So why are you working this job if it's not paid?
I just don't believe in paying for cable. I don't watch TV that much. So why
Where
would I
But you have a phone.
Where do you get your
I don't have my
news?
phone.
Where do you get your news?
I get my news. I literally usually when I come to work, I find out, and then I go and I read the newspaper.
So you're getting
I literally I read the newspaper.
You're getting your news directly from
So when I
other
go
police
home,
officers.
I'm gonna read the newspaper.
Okay.
I still like reading the newspaper. Believe it or
So
not.
you're not getting news as it's breaking either.
So I hear it, and then when I'm gonna read the newspaper. People still do read the newspaper.
We're on 5th Ave and 57th Street. Do you know what qualified immunity is?
My preference is the newspaper.
Do you know what qualified immunity is?
In terms of the police department?
What?
Are you talking about in terms of the police department?
I said, do you know what qualified immunity is?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Well, what do you think about qualified immunity?
I can't talk about that right now.
Why?
You don't think that's relevant?
She said she can't talk about it right now, and then implied that she can talk about it when she's out more.
Oh, that's crazy.
She cannot tell us her opinion on qualified
Oh,
immunity.
that's crazy.
Correct?
You're supposed to have your own opinion. You're a human being,
She
right?
said she's not allowed
So
to
you forget
have
you're
her
a human
own
when you put the
opinion.
I
song.
leave work.
But, so what? So you forget you're a human when you put the
Bro,
song.
how can you be
That's what
saying
it sound like
that
to
and
me.
you're working for the
That's what it sound like to
NYPD?
me.
Cannot express it.
But you
Oh
can't.
my God! Really? You cannot express who you are?
Yo, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, wait, let me say something.
That's what she. Damn.
Okay,
beat,
so-
beat that black person up. Yes, sir. Right?
Okay, can I say something? John, let me say something.
That is politics. That's what qualified immunity contains.
Listen, just because you have an opinion that may not align, because you put on this uniform
When I
every
leave work,
day.
you can come find me and
I'm saying it doesn't matter though, because the second.
Exactly. She's gonna. You're gonna lose your job either way.
John. When you put that uniform on, it doesn't matter what your opinion is. It doesn't matter what your opinion is when you take it off, because the second you put it on, you're contributing to everything.
I'm not worried about that.
Every day when you put that uniform on, you're still contributing to this systemic racism within the police force. Yo, this is crazy. It doesn't matter what your personal opinion is outside of work, is what I'm saying, because the second you put the uniform on, you come to work and you're contributing to the oppression of people.
That's your opinion.
It's not though, because okay, so when you see one of these officers beating someone, what do you do about it?
When I see someone beating someone.
What is happening for?
Who got beat here?
Okay,
What was the purpose of your
I'm saying that every protest is May until now.
Stop. Who got beat here?
Why do you guys?
You see this right here? You see this right here? You see
That
what you're holding?
hurts.
That's a weapon. That hurts.
Give me that Okay, I don't pay taxes. But why do y'all get it? I don't pay
Can I
taxes.
ask you something?
Don't sound like it.
Why?
Why don't we get the taxes?
Don't sound like it.
My taxes pay for your
If you
fucking
pay taxes, you be out
uniform.
here.
Own your place,
You
trash.
out here wearing your uniform.
taxes paid for it being used against us.
Listen.
Why? I'm not saying that you don't. I'm saying that we pay taxes for you, and how come you're using something that we pay for against us? How does that make sense? It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
But you still stand for the system. You still stand for this. You're still out here putting on the uniform. Is this right? What you're doing is right? What you're doing is right. What you're doing is right.
You're guarding a
So this is humane.
Vote a politician that will abolish our job, and then you get what you want.
This is humane what you're doing. I'm asking, yes, that's true. But is this humane? Is this humane?
And then get rid of us.
Oh my God, they're tapping her out. They're tapping her out, yo. Why are you tapping her out? Oh, he just hurt himself. He just hurt himself. Yo, why did they just take her away? That's crazy to me. She was trying to talk and they took her away. I have a question for you. Why is it every time one of your officers starts talking to us about what they actually think, they get pulled away? What is that? They're not allowed to have a mind of their own? Yeah, have you really brainwashed them to the point where they can't even give their opinion, Nick? This piece of shit, I cannot. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. The second she did that, the second she starts stalking, they tap her out. And then this piece of shit won't even talk to me about the fact that every time you break through to one of these officers and get them to actually speak, that they tap them out and bring them away. Because they're scared. They're all fucking scared. You're scared. He's scared. They're scared. This dude looks like he's been crying this whole time. Oh my God, they have the LRAD out now. They said if you push on the barricade. Yo, the LRAD is out. Yo, you guys are fucking pieces of shit, yo. I cannot. They're putting the LRAD out.
This is the New York City Police Department. You keep pushing on the barriers, you can stop it.
Yeah.
Be on your guard, y'all. Be on your guard. Be on your guard.
This is the New York City Police
I hate these fucking people. I hate them. I hate them so much.
There's a kettle waiting to happen.
Holy shit, we are kettles. Yo, what? It's not even about to be kettles. We are kettles.
Yeah. We're already kettled.
We're kettled already. No, we can't go that way. We can't go that way. We can't go that way.
Where's they get out the road, right?
Yeah, they're in the road down there. They're in the road. They're on the road down there. So no matter if we start running, the first couple of people that run, we're gonna get arrested.
Hey, Manny! Baby girl!
We are kettles. We are kettles.
Baby Napoleon!
Trying to make sure my shoes are tied.
That's right.
I hope my phone doesn't die.
Baby Napoleon!
That we will win! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win! I believe that we will win! Line it up to go! I believe that we will win!
I believe that we will win!
I believe that love will win! I believe that love will win! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! This is the New York City Police Department.
And police are chasing the crowd down the block.
Now stampede! Lick arms! Lick arms!
Where's John?
All right. Well, that's my bike on the floor, so I'm gonna have a difficult time getting that. Retrieve my bicycle for the moment.
Holy. Oh, John is okay, but everyone's getting arrested.
Let him go!
What did he do?
Let him go! What are you arresting him for? He's on a bicycle in the street?
Oh my god, yo. Oh my god, they just want to arrest people. They just arrested a bunch of bikers. John. Can you walk with me for a second? Can you take 5 steps back? Thank you. Come on. Come on. John. Oh my god, yo.
Fuck out of here. You in your feelings? Emotional! You emotional! You emotional! You emotional! You emotional! He's emotional! He about to cry! He's gonna go home to his wife and say, "Why, baby, a black man bullied me with his words. He made me feel like shit." Ah!
Seriously?
Ah! Fuck out of here!
Seriously. Like, do you realize what's happening right now?
What are they doing?
They're arresting everyone. They just arrested the bikers for leaving. So, like, I'm not doing this. You're not getting arrested again. I'm, like, so dead serious.
What's all this for? Not even any fucking What's all this for?
Yo. They're arresting people for doing nothing. These fucking people, yo. Who did they arrest over there?
You got a fucking gun!
Oh my god.
You guys are fucking weak pieces of shit!
Oh, now they're just putting out the regular ass SRG. They just arrested stickers.
Let them go!
Why?
Yo, go ahead, tell him.
Come on, man. How come we can arrest one girl?
Birthdays! Birthdays!
Then hurry up, bitch! Hurry up! Oh, yeah, Daddy. Come on.
little dick, you know that? Fucking bastard, fuck you! So it's okay to arrest black protesters, but it's not okay to fucking watch white fucking people storm the fucking... She's not resisting, eat a dick! You let white people storm the Capitol! Stop trying to justify your bullshit! Peaceful protest! They're protesting peacefully!
Ferrari! Oh shit. Oh my god, yo. I don't even know what to do. I'm almost like not down to go over there. At this point, like I'm about to get snatched up for literally standing here and recording. You guys don't realize, like, you can stand on the sidewalk and get arrested here. This is so wrong. This is literally, we're outside Trump Towers. Ferrari! Yep. We're going over there.
Y'all good?
Subject to arrest.
You cannot own the streets! You cannot own the streets! You cannot own the streets! You cannot own the streets!
You know we stronger in numbers. We stronger in numbers. Remember that.
Their barricades are blocking the street and they're threatening to arrest us for blood.
Oh, my stomach is turning right now. Can I ask you a favor? Yeah. Just because they're probably going to run, and I don't want anyone running into this and getting caught up. Maybe either turning it this way or maybe... Thank you. These whole assholes. Hey! Wait!
If I want to be back here, I'm going to be back here.
Hey.
You look like a bunch of idiots, bro.
Come. Let's John. I don't understand why you don't just stay with everyone. Like we're all asking you to do. What do we talk about? What do we talk about?
Sorry, guys.
No cops! No KKK! No fascist USA! 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 Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. We're standing here. More people were arrested here than at the United States Capitol. More people were arrested here than at the United States Capitol, and we are standing here. Like literally, more people have been arrested here at a BLM protest tonight for standing on the sidewalk than have been arrested at the entire fucking Capitol domestic terrorism incident. What is wrong with this country? Oh, now they're going back? Oh, now that they made some arrests, they want to go back, you fucking assholes. Look at Delgado.
No KKK, no fascist USA!
Like, I just literally cannot believe that this is happening right now, that more people have been arrested here, standing here, just fucking standing here, than at the entire incident in DC today. This is so wrong. So wrong. Fuck 12. You okay? Are you okay? You're good? So fucking stupid.
watch a movie?
Did I watch a movie?
How was it?
It was good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11.
Did you see John?
9, 10, 11.
Yo, enemy Nick. Enemy Nicky. Enemy Nicky, you fucking pussy.
Cops are huddled together around the white shirt, making some kind of plan.
We out here to flame low. The other one went home. I see earlier. Got the balls right over there.
Oh wait, this actually looks peaceful. It is peaceful from the protester side. 100% peaceful. Unless you consider shaking the little barrier to be not peaceful, but that's about all.
There's nothing compared to see though. That's where I wish I was really at. Fucking didn't get a chance to go.
Police are now retreating, partially. Yeah, this is a left-wing anti-Trump protest. For everyone asking in the comments.
Fuck this shit.
Stop until every one of you ain't got
got a fucking job and has to face justice. That one.
That part.
Fuck you, fuck your lives. Blue lives don't fucking matter. It's a fucking job, nigga. You niggas will do anything to feel a part.
You guys say that they're here to protect and serve, but the only thing that they're doing is harassing people who are trying to stand up for the right thing.
God forbid we get a little spray paint on it. You know you're protecting the nigga who allowed niggas to shoot at you earlier, right? How's the Blue Lives Matter rally gonna be, my nigga? I'm the goal. I got questions.
It's so funny too, like they just literally just threw bikes in the air at people who are trying to get away from them. Like they really think that they are so tough right now.
Mommy, Daddy, please stop fighting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ask just any biker. Do you know anyone named Jane?
Yeah.
Do you know where she is?
She's supposed to be home.
She's supposed to be home?
Yeah.
Apparently Jane's supposed to be home. Denise. Okay, so people are asking in the live if anyone knew where she was.
She said that she headed home sometime, I think,
before the first arrest?
I think.
Okay, I think that Jane is home for whoever was just asking. I think she went home before the first arrest happened.
Cops will do what they want.
So they went farther to plan?
Wake up, we want freedom, freedom. All these
racist ass cops, we don't need them, Wake up, we want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops, we don't need them, Wake up, we want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops, we don't need them, Wake up, we want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops. Hey, wake up, we want freedom, freedom. All these, we don't need them, Wake up, we want freedom, freedom.
All these racist ass cops.
We don't need them,
We say wake up.
We want freedom, freedom. All these racist ass cops, we don't need them, Oh, wake up! We want freedom, freedom! All these racist ass cops! We don't need them, Hey, wake up! We want freedom, freedom! All these racist ass cops! We don't...
Wake up!
We want freedom, freedom!
All these racist ass cops.
We don't need them,
Come back here with a liberal.
We want freedom, freedom! We don't need them, Let's go see what John is up to. Sup, big guy? That's so funny that your last name's Smalls, but you're fucking large. You're very large, dude. Yo, you are like thick, but your name's Smalls. Someone messed up with that. That's crazy. Did you guys meet your quota for the night? Do you feel proud of yourselves? Arresting people on the sidewalk? I'm sure you feel very big now. You feel very large now that you arrested 6 random people. Do you feel good, Smalls? Or should I call you Biggs? I'm gonna call you Biggs.
Understand that we don't want to be out here doing this, but we have to be out here doing this because y'all out here doing this. They put y'all there because y'all gonna take the heat.
Smalls.
Or they just chilling. They chatting, talking.
He's Biggie Smalls.
Wow.
Oh damn! Yeah, you're right. I should not be fucking up Biggie like that. But I mean, look at this guy.
is in New York City, Johnny B. Good.
Where? I think that's her.
So much for that bullhorn tonight.
Right?
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, see? You got it.
We're getting trapped in this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's her. Sarah just sent me a video. That's her.
Yep.
Yeah, she up there. Hey, y'all,
we're never booking a hotel here at Moto.
Yo, welcome to what city are we? Are we in Kiev? Are we in Kursk? What city?
What the fuck kind of garbage truck? Oh.
We in Belarus?
We are in the CCP China where you can't even leave your hotel.
We are in Venezuela. You know what I'm saying?
Alright, things are 100% peaceful at this point. Police have retreated well beyond the barrier. Protesters are behind the other side of the barrier. cold as fuck. Making TikToks. The TikToking got the police to retreat. The second they started TikToking, the police all backed up 30 feet. One guy's trying to get home to his apartment, I guess.
Justice
It's cold as hell out here. My right hand is frozen holding this thing.
We'll see this what you went for.
Making music videos at the protests, good fun. Soros funded. Incorrect. Not Soros funded.
Take a picture and put that on the SoundCloud. Yo, what the fuck are they doing?
What are they doing?
They did all of that arrested motherfuckers to leave us. Yo, they just wanted to have arrests.
They wanted to try to break it up. They didn't do it.
This is that ass of war.
They're out of ideas.
Motherfuckers is in the White House where they, oh, matter of fact, they was all over the place. They tackled up. It's just a bad Got out. I saw a video. They lined into the White House area, and there was police. They had barricades like this. The police opened the barricade. And what the fuck is that? They working with the Trump supporters. Because they back Trump. They are Trump supporters. It's crazy.
BLM and Antifa are absolutely Soros funded. I don't know if they're Soros funded. I do think the government involves themselves in just about every kind of protest, left wing or right. Tries to steer them a certain direction. So you're not entirely wrong. But this specific group here, definitely not funded by Soros. I'm still waiting for my Soros check though. Yeah, me too. Where's my Soros check for the past 7 months of this? Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate you hopping in. Oh, what are they plotting over here? You can't get through, you zip tied the gate. There you go. Bro, I love the sax. The sax is definitely setting the mood right now. Whoever's playing that is the fucking star of the show. The trumpet. It is a trumpet. Whoops. Someone said sax in the comments, so I repeated sax. But it is, in fact, a trumpet.
I gotta get that bullhorn back, man. That's my life.
I still need to autograph that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gave the bullhorn a little bit of work today, earlier.
They say go get it. You?
Hey, won't you come over here and
I'm gonna get a little closer to Trumpet Man.
he's like a
Trumpet van has gotten a little too cold to play. Good night. Protest numbers have dwindled probably in half at this point, down from 60 or 70 to begin to about 30. Police are well behind the barrier. Things have been pretty peaceful since they rushed the gate like 40 minutes ago. How do you feel about scaffolding? Scaffolding is my favorite thing ever. Thank you for bringing that up. Not one sniper to take the idiots out. You think you would need a sniper to take out 70 peaceful protesters? That's the way you would do it? The protest has been largely taken out at this point just from the freezing cold. Yeah, people are mostly disturbing. It's maybe a third of the original crowd still here. Well, we got some cops coming back towards the barrier.
Now y'all walking, bitch? Damn! Why wasn't y'all walking with the crowd?
trumpet man is playing the police out as they walk out. Bro, trumpet man is the GOAT.
Oh no, because like right now.
That time is
Trumpet man's gonna play the police out as they walk away again. Why did someone think this was a sax?
The state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller is verified? Appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state. That is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller is verified? Appears to be regular and authentic. Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state. Has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana that the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state. It purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States senator has joined in this effort.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? Teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? If the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote for the state of North Dakota that the teller is verified as regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned to the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator. Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The 2 houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
And you're watching live coverage on C-SPAN of the Electoral College certification by the Congress. This was a joint session by the House and Senate. There have been objections throughout the evening, including to Georgia, Nevada, and Michigan. However, both a representative and a senator need to sign those objections to the certification if they want to debate it. Those did not have Senate signatures. Pennsylvania had a Senate signature and 80 House members. So the Senate is going back on the other side of the Capitol to the Senate chamber. The House will debate the Pennsylvania certification. The Senate will debate the Pennsylvania certification. You'll watch live coverage of the Senate on C-SPAN 2 and the House on C-SPAN. After that, there are still 12 states to get through. There are no predicted objections to those 12 states. Throughout the evening now, we're going to be taking your calls, getting your reaction to today's events up at the Capitol and also the certification process. This is live coverage on C-SPAN. Now back to the House.
Okay, so this is Mike Pence's personal, so not his VP page. This is his personal Twitter page. He changed this today after the right-wing domestic terrorist in a seditious act attacked the nation's capital today with the joint session of Congress and all of our leaders, including the Speaker of the House, the President pro temp of the Senate, and the Vice President of the United States. So 3 people in the line of secession, including the number 2, the number 3, and the number 5 in the building. after he was whisked away out of the building or moved to a basement area. There are apparently basement bunkers, we have learned, which I think we've all suspected. He put this picture up. That's a picture of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when they were celebrating that they had won the election. The court's not compromised. You have 3 people that Donald Trump instilled in the court. At the Supreme Court has never been more conservative in the last 75 years than it is right now. So what? The court is compromised? Why? Because you're going to come in here with the Linwood, John Roberts is a child molester thing? Is that how it's compromised? Are we going to have our little Quanon follower here answer that question? How exactly is the court compromised? Do we have a Quanon disciple in the comments among us? Do we? Do we? Are you a Quanon disciple? Are you? Oh, you don't see the Penn site, do you? There you go. Now you'll see the Penn site. Here's the picture of Pence's. Thank you for the thing here. Yes, that is confirmed, Claire. That's actually what I'm talking about. That is what I am talking about. So Mike Pence changed his cover photo to this. Which hand? That hand. This hand. To this. It's weird because it's backwards, right? It's over there, but it's over there. Changed it to this. That is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden at their win. This is Mike Pence's page. And he did unfollow Donald Trump. He is still linked to Donald J. Trump's website, but he has unfollowed him. He has a very, very short list of... he's only following 48 people. So this is in the last hour. Wow. So this was like tweeted out right before we got in there. Thank you to the incredible Capitol Hill police officers and every law enforcement officer who kept us safe today. Thank you for your service. The Capitol was secured, and we are truly grateful. 3 hours ago, we condemned the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. He spoke those words on the floor of the House earlier today. And then 8 hours ago, the violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building. You know, there's one other thing that may be possible. We don't know, did Donald Trump block him on Twitter? That doesn't look like Biden much to me. What are you talking about? This is a known picture. That's Kamala Harris and Biden when they had the thing with the drone fireworks and the 46 in the sky. How far down the rabbit hole are some of you people? It's just wow. Let's see here. Copy entry address, Google, reverse image search.
No remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, when votes the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired.
That is false. What he just said is false. And it's been disproven over and over and over again.
Colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. Speaker, to my colleague and the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body to substitute our judgment for that of the American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol and the disruption of a constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was undertaken by people whose passions have been inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and our reputation. In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support the rule of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country, a long day for our republic. Let us dispense with this. Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath. Let's certify the results, and let's get back to the work of the American people. And with that, I yield to the distinguished Chairwoman Lofgren.
Madam Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors as cast in the Electoral College and announce the results. As discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts before us are also clear. Pennsylvania submitted one slate of electors as chosen by the voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law. Now those lawful results must be counted and announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. You know, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases fail because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound. So it should come as no surprise that Republican office holders have recognized the election results as legitimate and accurately determined in an election that was conducted safely, securely, and with integrity. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And as we near the end of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 and the 12th Amendment, which spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution begins with the preamble. The preamble is short and bold. We, the people. The people spoke in historic numbers. Their votes have been counted. Their choice is clear. It's time, as the law requires, to announce the state of the people's vote. The violence and disorder inflicted on our democracy by seditious rioters today is an indication of why adherence to our Constitution is so vital. I urge all of us to stand up for law, for democracy, for our Constitution, and to stand up for America and reject this objection. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A day that was intended to debate the importance of election integrity and the rule of law tragically became a day that will be a black mark in our nation's history. Nevertheless, the work of this House must go on, as America will go on. We must all sincerely thank the Capitol Police and Metro Police for their selfless actions today, putting their safety and lives on the line to protect this House. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless, the fact remains a large number of Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed officials in Pennsylvania, which have led to a high level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a great country and a country of laws. The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election procedures and to enact any changes to election law. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. The authority of election procedures lies with the state legislator, period. In Pennsylvania, this authority was indisputably usurped by the Pennsylvania's governor's office, by the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, and by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. These unlawful actions include, but are not limited to, accepting ballots past 8 p.m. on Election Day, inconsistent application of verified signature requirements for in-person ballots versus mail-in ballots, authorizing the curing of mail-in ballots with less than 24 hours' notice, leading to inconsistent preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute. If such unlawful actions are to be accepted, what do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia? It was a free-for-all. Madam Speaker, it was back in 2005 when then Minority Leader Pelosi, while leading 31 Democrats as they objected to the presidential elector certification, as they did in the last 3 presidential elections when a Republican won, and stated, quite well actually, that the members of Congress have brought this challenge and are speaking up for their aggrieved constituents, many of whom have been disenfranchised in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is it appropriate to do so? Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then as they are now. If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, it is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
You have to stay standing.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection. Tonight, my heart is heavy as we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today. But, Madam Speaker, the American people can be assured that violent and irrational attacks on this body cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always been about protecting government of, by, and for the people. Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must acknowledge that unconstitutional acts unduly impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots for 3 days beyond the election day. Contrary to law, the Secretary of the Commonwealth discarded mail-in ballot signature verification safeguards. These leaders took advantage of a deadly pandemic and seized the state's legislature's rightful authority. I took an oath to uphold the law and defend the Constitution. I pledged to protect free and fair elections. I cannot in good faith certify electors that were selected under an unlawful process. I will object to the Electoral College certification to protect the will of Pennsylvania voters, to uphold the law, to restore trust in our electoral system, and ultimately to save our Constitution. At Gettysburg, which is in my district, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about the great task of ensuring government by, of, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, and I yield.
Expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, including the entire U.S. House delegation, the entire state House, and half of the state Senate, and other state and local races. Since the election, there have been allegations of widespread election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably, the 20 suits filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there was voter fraud. Perhaps that's because attorneys can lose their license when they make unsubstantiated claims in court. That's where the rubber really meets the road. So, if these lawsuits didn't claim election fraud, what did they claim? Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now, I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged the primary election. It was only challenged in November when Republicans didn't get the result they wanted at the top of the ticket. Not surprisingly, this case was dismissed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising tens of millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the Bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania Executive Branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania Judicial Branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecured drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front
Without
of the table.
objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. That gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105-2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, this bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth. So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure, almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy has been brought to this breaking point, as we've seen today, nonetheless, I still maintain hope. Growing up in Philadelphia, raised in an immigrant family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day, as the last delegates were signing the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people, and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. Florida? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection. I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own friends denied happened, also dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury accounts from people who witnessed the election fraud. The same fact checkers who told you that Dominion machines weren't connected to the internet and couldn't be hacked are the same people telling you that there's been no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation.
We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. Mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but state legislators prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. This mandate was not followed in the great state of Pennsylvania. If we allow this fraud to go on, in the analogy, a football analogy, in the moving of a goalpost after the ball has been kicked and in the air, the preview of coming attractions will be future elections that do not adhere to honest and open voting by we the people and the loss of our great republic. As a lady told me not long ago, don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining. This is exactly what's happened to the American people in this election. In the words of Winston Churchill, when Great Britain was under siege by Germany, he said, there will be a time when doing your best is not good enough. We must do what's required, and we must do what's required to save this great republic.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here, we should be working to ensure rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to Americans who are struggling economically because of this horrific pandemic. But we're not doing that. Instead, we have witnessed a stunning assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism. The position of the objectors is completely incompatible with patriotism. Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution. A Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law, rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans, including Senate Republican Majority Leader McConnell, Senator Mitt Romney, and former Republican Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, have spoken out against this political stunt. Senator Romney said the egregious ploy to reject electors may enhance the political ambition of some, but dangerously threatens our democratic republic. And as former Republican Representative Charlie Dent from my district said, the claim by the president of voter fraud in our state was simply reprehensible. The truth is that he suppressed his own vote by discouraging mail-in voting. And as Pennsylvania State Senator Gene Yaw, also a Republican, has said, my question is, if the mail-in voting of Act 77 was so bad, why did the Trump Organization send out a mail-in ballot application to every registered Republican in the state? Today, I am thinking of all of the people who took the time to do their civic duty and vote, many standing in long lines or painstakingly researching how to vote by mail correctly. We reject these disgraceful attacks on the voters of Pennsylvania and this attempt to throw out their votes. To those in this chamber who may cynically believe that stoking the forces of disinformation and division may be worth a short-term benefit to their political careers, I would urge serious self-reflection. Our democracy is one of the most precious resources of the American people, protected against enormous odds and at great sacrifice by each generation of service members and everyday citizens who put their lives on the line to build a freer and more equitable nation. They deserve better than what is happening in this chamber today.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today to support the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by making 2 basic points. Number 1, individual states who administer elections must ensure that they're conducted fairly, uniformly, and in accordance with the law. And number 2, every American wants to be and deserves to be confident that our elections are secure and that all eligible legal votes are counted accurately and in a transparent manner. And I'll say this, in my district, in Lancaster and York counties, I think that occurred. I'm very proud of my county election officials who upheld the Pennsylvania Constitution and followed the letter of the law. But unfortunately, that sentiment is not shared across the Commonwealth. And today, my objection is not about voter fraud. It is grounded in unconstitutional measures taken by bureaucrats and partisan justices in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that have unlawfully changed how this election was carried out. This potentially changed the outcome and certainly caused millions of our state's voters to question the election results. Other speakers have outlined this issue. In brief, the Pennsylvania State Legislature in 2019 passed the bipartisan election law reform bill, and then the partisan Pennsylvania Supreme Court took it upon themselves to rewrite that law just 7 weeks before the election. They unlawfully legislated from the bench and made substantive changes to the law, including allowing for unsecured drop boxes and ordering that ballots received after the election be counted, among other things. And the Pennsylvania Secretary of State took it even further. Her unilateral unconstitutional changes resulted in counties treating ballots differently, so that some voters had the opportunity to change mail-in ballots to correct deficiencies, while in other counties their ballots simply were not counted. As members of Congress, we serve as a voice for our constituents. This is the one time I have a voice in this process, and I cannot simply look away when tens of thousands of my constituents have real and legitimate concerns about how this election was conducted in Pennsylvania. And in fact, I think inadequate response to those concerns by Pennsylvania's officials is one of the major problems. Simple measures like audits should be routine and random and supported by both parties, and I believe they are critical for restoring faith in elections, in Pennsylvania's elections moving forward. The bottom line for my constituents is that Pennsylvania's officials at all levels failed to conduct a uniform and legal election, and for that reason, they inappropriately and unlawfully certified the state's electors. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Madam Speaker, the violence that occurred in the Capitol today was shameful, unacceptable, and un-American. We are a nation of laws, not lawlessness, and we will never give in to the mob. Thank you to the men and women of our Capitol Police and other law enforcement agencies who heroically defended this building. The criminal behavior we witnessed today before us does not erase the facts before us. I'm objecting to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because Governor Tom Wolf, Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court violated the state legislature's clear constitutional authority to set election proceedings. Under the Pennsylvania Constitution, only the General Assembly has the power to set election law. Additionally, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution explicitly grants state legislatures, not the governor acting alone, and not the courts, the explicit power to determine the manner of appointing presidential electors. Pennsylvania's court unlawfully extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Governor Wolf's administration dismissed signature authentication procedures for absentee and mail-in ballots, allowed for the uneven administration of the election across counties, and unilaterally changed Pennsylvania's election code without the state legislature's consent. The Constitution is clear, and the facts are indisputable. This past weekend, each member of this body stood in this chamber and swore an oath to protect and defend our Constitution. I intend to fulfill my constitutional oath, which the people of Pennsylvania have entrusted in me. My objection is grounded in the Constitution and rule of law. If we allow the governor to violate constitutional rights of the General Assembly, what is stopping him from violating the constitutional rights of the 12.8 million Pennsylvanians our state legislators were elected to represent? Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
That I oppose.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I represent the 3rd District of Pennsylvania, which includes part of Philadelphia, the birthplace of America. It was in Philadelphia that the Constitution of the United States was written and signed, the very Constitution that we all are sworn in, that upholds for all the members of the House of Representatives. We are elected to serve by our constituents, and that it is our job to represent them and their interests in Congress. Yesterday, I spoke to the son of the late Dick Thornburgh, who was a 2-term Republican governor of Pennsylvania and was Attorney General under President Ronald Reagan and President Bush. His son stressed to me that his father would have wanted the rule of law to prevail regarding political outcomes. But because he cares so much about safeguarding democracy than partisanship. Let me repeat that. His son stressed that regardless of political outcomes, he would prefer the safeguard of democracy rather than political outcome. In addition, Al Smith, who was a Republican Commissioner of Elections, certified the results in November the 23rd. His quote, "I am proud that the birthplace of our republic held the most transparent and secure election in the history of Philadelphia." Instead of using this time to dispute the results of our fair and lawful election, we should be spending this time making vaccines that are quickly given to essential workers in our most vulnerable communities. People are getting homeless. We should look at rental assistance. We should ensure that that's available. Small businesses, the engines of our economy, are needed grants and loans. That should be our focus. Hospitals desperately need support and help. We should be paying attention to the needed hospitals. We're in the middle of a pandemic where hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and we're in a recession that is putting millions of Americans at risk for hunger, homelessness, or both. It's time we start legislating for the people. And one last person I want to mention is our junior senator, Senator Toomey. Very few things that he and I agree, but he has stated very clearly that Joe Biden has won this election. He has stood up on the Senate floor and he has stated that. So it needs to be very clear that the late Governor Thornburgh, Albert Smith, the commissioner, and our current junior senator all have one thing in common: democracy first, partisanship second. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlemen?
I yield back.
Thank you. For purpose, Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico for 5 minutes. Without objection?
Madam Speaker, I rise in objection, in support of the objection.
Without objection. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not how I imagined my first speech in the House of Representatives or my first week to be in Washington. The violence that occurred in this building yesterday is reprehensible and inexcusable. I am appalled by anyone who assaults our nation's law enforcement officers. I swore an oath on Sunday to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. We are here today, delayed but not deterred, to debate a constitutional question and follow a constitutional process. The Constitution gives state legislators, not state executives or judges, the sole authority to determine how their state selects presidential electors. Nobody disputes that in Pennsylvania, as well as in other states, rules and regulations were changed by executive fiat or judicial edict. These changes were significant and irregular. They included changes to vote-by-mail deadlines, identity verification requirements, and other ballot handling practices. In Pennsylvania specifically, the Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth and the Democrat-controlled Pennsylvania Supreme Court usurped the constitutional authority of the state legislature. Together, they exceeded their authority by extending the deadline for absentee ballots and by waiving signature requirements for those ballots. In their haste to make these changes, the Secretary and the court created two different unequal standards for voters. Pennsylvanians who chose to vote in person still had to have their signatures verified at their polling place, but those who chose to vote by mail did not. How is this process fair? This objection is about Pennsylvania, but it affects every state. As a state representative of New Mexico, Pennsylvania's unconstitutional actions disenfranchised my constituents and the constituents of my colleagues. It is my duty to give my constituents a voice. Signing these objections raises their concerns to the fullest extent my office allows. I again condemn in strongest terms the violence that took place here yesterday. We have many issues to solve, including reforms to restore all Americans' faith in the fairness of our elections. I look forward to those serious civil and peaceful debates. And Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank the gentlelady. This process we're going through today isn't about personalities. This isn't about Joe Biden or Donald Trump. As hard as some try to paint it that way, let me say the names and personalities don't matter. This is gravely about the Constitution of the United States. Almost 20 years ago, after the attacks on 9/11, Americans were persuaded to give up some of their constitutional liberties. Using the justification of that global crisis, the terrorist attacks on that fateful day, America saw the erosion of their liberties for the safety and security which many felt they may receive through the USA Patriot Act and other resulting processes too many felt would keep us safe from another attack here on our shore. This year, using the justification of the global pandemic, COVID-19, we once again saw our nation's Constitution violated. You see, the Constitution is clear in Article 2, Madam Speaker, that the power and duty to set the manner of national elections rests solely with the state legislatures. That power doesn't rest with us. That power doesn't rest in the hands of unelected county election officials, secretaries of state, or Supreme Courts, but rather in the hands of the state legislatures which pass laws setting the manner of elections held in their states. This year, using the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed these duly passed laws circumvented and usurped time and again, not by having the laws changed in the respective state legislative bodies, but those laws arbitrarily and unilaterally changed by county clerks, secretaries of state, and in this case, in Pennsylvania, an unelected or an elected Supreme Court, which is supposed to interpret the law, not make law. And when those non-legislative entities change the laws without getting the General Assemblies to change the law, in my opinion, the resulting ballots cast, either by mail or in person, those ballots were illegal under the law. Illegal ballots should not be counted, and therefore the resulting electoral votes should be considered invalid. What bothers me is that so many of you are okay with that. That so many Americans, because their person won, you're okay with the manner in which that victory was gained. It's politics. Look, I get it. But we didn't swear an oath to play politics. We swore an oath to the United States Constitution. As George Washington said, the Constitution is the guide which I will never abandon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman, therefore, the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good evening. And first, I do want to acknowledge the devastating events of the last 12 hours and to express my deep appreciation for those who have worked to secure this building and safeguard our democracy. And on behalf of my colleagues, we are all grateful for your service. I ran for this office on a platform of civility and decency, and many of my colleagues and constituents know that I'm a third-generation veteran, and I grew up in a military household. What you may not know, though, is that I grew up in a divided household. Throughout my childhood, one parent voted Democrat and the other Republican. In my purple household, I learned that duty to country was far more important than party allegiance. And with each election, my father would say, "And when the election is done, we salute smartly and we carry on." Now I live in and I serve in a community that has a lot in common with the home that I grew up in. It too is a purple place that honors civility and decency. Pennsylvania's 6th District is in many ways a microcosm of the Commonwealth and of our nation. Our voter registration in Chester County is 40-40-20 R, D, and I. Voters across my district commonly split their ticket, some voting for President-elect Biden while also voting down ballot for Republicans for our state legislature. What some of my colleagues are arguing today is that those ballots, those very ballots, are illegitimate. My colleagues cannot honestly believe that. In fact, just this week, they joined me on the House floor to be sworn into this hallowed body, and they trusted that the votes cast in their favor were legitimate, and they're right. If those votes counted, so too must the votes for President-elect Biden. We have also heard today concerns about mail-in ballots, and I'm not a lawyer, but I am an engineer and therefore a student of numbers. It wasn't just Democrats who voted by mail. It was not a free-for-all, as it was described earlier. 600,000 Republicans in Pennsylvania across the state voted by mail. By questioning the election results, you're telling those Pennsylvanians that the hours they spent online to cast their ballot or the trip that they took to the post office in the middle of a pandemic just didn't matter. Alan Novak is a man who served as the chair of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania for nearly a decade. I'll say that again. The chair of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania for a decade is one of those voters I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. He lives in my district, and he split his ticket. He voted for me as his member of Congress and also for President Trump. And he eloquently said, "What makes America great, exceptional, and enduring is our commitment to government of laws, our orderly constitutional process that settles our election disputes and our peaceful transfer of power with respect and civility." He goes on to say that it is easy when it's pretty and the outcome is not controversial. But when it's not pretty and there's controversy, it's more important that we respect, honor, and abide by our revered and tested process for the orderly transfer of power. Perhaps that's maybe all that we can agree on, and it is the need for grace, respect, and civility. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, are you willing to disenfranchise people like Mr. Novak and the more than 400,000 people in the Pennsylvania 6th? Perhaps some of the independent and pragmatic spirit that is so prevalent amongst voters in my community comes from the history of the place that we call home. Many Americans have visited Philadelphia and our historic sites, but very few make it out to my community, which is the home of Valley Forge. Here, General George Washington led the Continental Army to winter quarters. The war had not been going well for our young soldiers, and that winter was harder still. It was bitterly cold, food shortages and smallpox were abundant, and many people died. We remember what happened there because it was a test of our endurance, a demonstration of devotion to mission and to our country over ourselves. Coming out of that awful winter experience, our troops emerged better trained, united, and ultimately victorious. In those harsh, dark times, they found their common ground and their fortitude. Just like then, it is in these trying moments where we learn who our leaders truly are. They're the ones who don't just represent the people or give orders or ready us for a fight. They are those who educate, who speak truth. They inspire confidence and unity rather than sowing division and strife. There is a striking parallel between our nascent country and what they endured in Valley Forge and what we're enduring right now. A hard winter of division, illness running rampant, and an uncertain future. Today, our country's resolve is being tested, and I know that we will pass this test together and be made stronger. We now have the opportunity and the responsibility to do that tonight by upholding the will of the people, by voting to certify the results of this electoral college, and by moving forward with a servant heart and a common resolve to preserve this great experiment that is the United States of America. And with that, I yield back, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's with great pride and profound sense of responsibility that I object to the 2020 election in the state of Pennsylvania. I'm very proud to stand alongside fellow patriots who have pushed back against a fraudulent and criminal election process, a process that was the antithesis to the very rule of law that governs these United States. At the same time, standing here tonight is surreal because this is a critical juncture that will undoubtedly determine the survivability of this great republic. Our free and fair election process, and by extension, the people's trust in legitimacy, is what has separated us as a nation, a process that we've shared with the world its moral force, a process that now sadly has been bastardized by those more interested in the maintenance of power than they are in the free and open voice of the American people. If I remember correctly, Democrats were calling for transparency in 2000 and 2004 when George W. Bush was elected, and again in 2016 when President Trump took office. Where are you now? I ask this: what do you have to lose by having a thorough investigation to determine the validity of these votes? Why not encourage an investigation to relieve the concerns of half the people in this country? If you are so convinced that Biden was elected legitimately, what do you have to fear? If there was no fraud, simply show us the proof, investigate it, validate it. This isn't about one candidate versus another. This is about upholding the principles that are indispensable to the existence of the democratic republic that we are so fortunate to call home. I have no doubt that there was widespread election fraud this past November, and I am not alone. I stand here today speaking for 75 million Americans whose voice was unconstitutionally silenced. To you, the silenced, I say this: I will continue to fight for you. You have been heard. For more than 240 years, tyranny has sought to extinguish the light of freedom. As Ronald Reagan said before, freedom is a fragile thing. It is never more than one generation away from extinction. The Constitution and the Bible on which it stands is stronger than the cheap, tyrannical tactics of those who seek to destroy it. And I yield back to the gentleman, Mr. Budd from North Carolina.
I thank my friend from Texas. You know, mob violence is not representative of our country or of this building. The American people, at least the ones that are still up watching right now, they have seen this body return to a peaceful debate. And that's the American way. So let's get back to that debate, and let's talk for a moment about Pennsylvania. For decades, absentee voting was reserved for members of the military and citizens who were medically or physically unable to get to the polls. But in 2019, Pennsylvania dramatically increased the amount of ballots that would be cast in the presidential election through expanded, no-excuse mail-in voting. On September 17th, Pennsylvania's Democrat-controlled Supreme Court violated the Constitution by extending the deadline to receive mail-in ballots. Article 2 states that legislatures, not the courts, determine the time, manner, and place of their state's elections. But Pennsylvania's High Court directed the state officials to assume that non-postmarked ballots were received on time, without any evidence that they were sent before Election Day. On October 23rd, while early voting was already underway, the state Supreme Court ruled that election officials did not have to authenticate signatures for mail-in ballots. To sum it up, Pennsylvania officials illegally did three critical things. One, they radically expanded vote by mail for virtually any reason. Two, they removed restrictions when a ballot could be sent in. And three, they removed signature verification on those very ballots. And just this week, the Pennsylvania Senate pleaded with members of this body to delay certification until the Supreme Court resolves these disputes. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania violated their own Constitution. They violated the U.S. Constitution. They opened the door for thousands of unverifiable ballots. Because they failed to guarantee the integrity of their votes, I cannot consent to accepting Pennsylvania's electoral votes.
Time has expired. Chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate is ready to proceed in joint session with the House of Representatives.
Thank you. What did you say? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the challenge.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America, a day of shame, a day of ignominy, an attack on this Capitol, an attack on our country. Our words matter. Mobs, thugs, insurrectionists, domestic terrorists attacked our government with the aim of attacking our free and fair elections. Make no mistake, these terrorists came armed with false flags, armed with hate, armed with weapons, and tragically armed with lies force-fed to them by those at the highest level of government, including some from the legislative and, yes, the executive branches. Incited by the one at the highest level of government, they attacked people, property, this Capitol, this cathedral of democracy. Words matter. In his last words to our nation and to all of us here, our dear colleague John Lewis wrote last July, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act, and each generation has an obligation to preserve its institutions." Democracy is a series of acts by you and by me, by citizens, one building upon the other and another. Not acts that we have heard and seen and suffered today, words and acts to incite violence, acts that tear at the very fabric of our democracy. Yet, Madam Speaker, I have hope. We too are armed. We are armed with the facts. We are armed with the truth. We are armed with the love of our country. We are armed with our sworn oaths, and we are armed with our precious Constitution. We have faced tyranny and insurrection before. We are here tonight to herald to America and to the world. We will defend our democracy, and we will endure. When I came into work this morning as I was preparing to come to the floor, I read Tom Friedman's op-ed, which began with the words from the Gospel of Mark. For what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? For what shall it profit any man? I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to uphold their oath, courage like that of Congresswoman Margaret Chase Smith, a lifelong Republican, and the first in her party to speak out against McCarthyism. Putting duty over fear, she said, and I quote, "I don't want to see the Republican Party ride to political victory on the four horsemen of calumny, fear, ignorance, bigotry, smear. Surely Republicans are not that desperate for victory," end quote. For today we have seen the cost of victory by such means. It shook the very walls of this building. Our colleagues know there is no truth to this challenge. For what shall it profit a man? Madam Speaker, it has been my solemn honor to participate this sad day. I pray for our country, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
To support the objection of the electoral certification of the state of Pennsylvania.
For that objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a new representative here, I did not envision my first speech on the House floor to be this here tonight, but rather a tribute to our first responders and frontline workers who have been a shining light in an otherwise tough year for us all. After the events tonight, I am especially grateful for our men and women who put service above self, confronting lawlessness and danger while protecting this very chamber, its members, and our constitutional republic. As a member of the People's House and the wife of a first responder, thank you to our law enforcement here today. But especially after tonight's unacceptable breach of the People's House, I am furthermore resolved in the fact that we, as representatives of the people, must take a stand for every American's right to a free and fair election as guaranteed by the Constitution. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the Constitution explicitly rests the time and manner of our elections in the hands of our state legislatures. However, state law in the 2020 election was modified or circumvented without approval of the state legislatures. These actions are in clear violation of the Constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, which grants state legislatures the sole authority to establish how state presidential electors are appointed. These changes, along with other election irregularities throughout the 2020 election, require me, as a member of this body, to object to the certification of these electoral votes, just as my colleagues across the aisle have objected to every Republican presidential election over the last 20 years. Tonight, as we undertake the very serious responsibility of debating these states' electoral certifications, I want to urge my colleagues to listen earnestly and with an open mind, remembering that just 3 days ago, we swore an oath to the United States Constitution, not a political party. Our constituents are counting on us. Our country is counting on us. Our children are counting on us, and we cannot let them down. In December, 25 of my freshman colleagues and I sent you, Madam Speaker, a letter imploring you to investigate these election irregularities. And to date, we have not received a response. That brings us to today. My colleagues across the aisle have repeatedly invoked our founding father, Benjamin Franklin, who famously said, "We have a republic if we can keep it." I say, let's keep it, and it is with that sentiment in mind that I ask my colleagues to defend the power vested in this legislative branch by the U.S. Constitution and reject the certification of the electoral votes of the state in question. It is our responsibility to have courage in the face of adversity and bring integrity back to this process, and with that, I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from the great state of Texas.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend from the great state of Florida. As Americans, we believe governments receive their just powers from the consent of the governed. That sacred transaction can only happen legitimately in a free and fair election. Election integrity is the very lifeblood of our unrivaled system of self-government. The law and the Constitution give Congress not only the authority, but I believe the responsibility to serve as the last check on the integrity of our presidential elections. We either believe, according to statute, that every elector was lawfully certified and regularly given, or we don't. States certainly have broad delegated powers to administer federal elections, but they still must operate within the bounds of the Constitution. Despite receiving numerous petitions, and to the detriment of the country, I might add, the Supreme Court failed to answer the most important question of the 2020 election. Can entities outside of the state legislatures make election law? The plain language of Article 2 of the Constitution answers the question unequivocally, no. The decisions made today in these chambers are of the utmost consequence, and the horrible precedent that will be established if we don't act will have lasting impact on our beloved republic. This proceeding is not just about the integrity of this election, Madam Speaker. It's about ensuring the integrity of all future elections. I take no pleasure or pride in making my objection today, nor do I wish for any state electors to be disqualified. However, based on the law, the Constitution, and my conscience, I cannot support certifying votes from any state that violated the Constitution. This decision is not about loyalty to a president, Madam Speaker. It's about my fidelity to the Constitution and the oath that I swore. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman's time has expired. This says the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I came here tonight prepared to talk about the place I represent and how well the Democratic and Republican county officials ran our election. I wanted to point out that in my home county of Allegheny County, in the place they were counting the votes, there were 31 video cameras, 31 in the same place, just showing people counting votes, every single one of them on paper with representatives from both campaigns watching. I wanted to point out to all these great lovers and supporters of the Pennsylvania legislature that it was the Republican Pennsylvania legislature that passed a Republican bill that they all voted for and supported that set up the system under which we just ran the election, and that the reason the president lost was because he was not as popular as other Republicans in our state. He got fewer votes than all of them. I wanted to lay out all this evidence, Madam Speaker, because I thought it was a sign of respect for my colleagues, for all the Americans out there who don't know who to trust. I was raised on that. I was raised on that respect, which makes this a hard speech for me to give. Because to do this with any kind of honesty means admitting and declaring in this House that these objections don't deserve an ounce of respect. Not an ounce. A woman died out there tonight, and you're making these objections. Let's be clear about what happened in this chamber today. Invaders came in for the first time since the War of 1812. They desecrated these halls and this chamber and practically every inch of ground where we work. And for the most part, they walked in here free. A lot of them walked out free. And there wasn't a person watching at home who didn't know why that was, because of the way that they look.
House will be in order.
My point, Madam Speaker, is this. Enough has been done here today already to try to strip this Congress of its dignity. And these objectors don't need to do any more. We know that that attack today, it didn't materialize out of nowhere. It was inspired by lies, the same lies that you're hearing in this room tonight. And the members who are repeating those lies should be ashamed of themselves. Their constituents should be ashamed of them. And we know what's going to happen as soon as I walk away, what's happened all night tonight, what will continue to happen. They will take these same symbols, these same concepts, they'll smuggle them into their arguments, they'll make the same arguments. And I want people at home, anyone who is still watching, to know these arguments are not for them, they're for you. None of the evidence we wanted to discuss here tonight will change their opinions or what they're about to say. But you need to know that's not the end. It's not as if there's nothing we can do because of that, and if there was, I don't think this nation would have made it to almost 250 years. The fact is, Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day, people...
Gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman will say this point of order.
The gentleman will say his point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Point of order. The gentleman said that there were lies on this floor here today. Looking over this direction, I ask that those words be taken down. We may have a disagreement on matters, but
Mr. Mann, it's not timely.
This side of the aisle liars.
No, the gentleman's name was not timely. You didn't register an appropriate time. The gentleman will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the fact is that at the end of the day...
Yeah, look, you
it's
say
sad, but
that
it's
about
true.
me every single day. So
The truth
just
hurts.
Hold your tongue. The gentleman will proceed.
It hurts.
Okay.
It hurts them. It hurts this country. It hurts all of us. But the fact is that the people have made this country work by not giving in. Go ahead, shout it out. Say
The
one thing
gentleman
that's
is
true.
not in order. The gentleman will proceed. The gentleman will proceed.
One last thing to say, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for your patience. All people need to know, all they need to know tonight, Madam Speaker,
There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. There'll be order in the House. The gentleman will clear this chamber. The gentleman will clear the chamber. Gentleman will proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. The truth hurts. But the fact is this. We want this government to work more than they want it to fail. And after everything that's happened today, we want that more than ever. Know that, the people watching at home. We want this government to work. We will make it work. They will not make it fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Who's next? Who?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Pennsylvania, okay.
When is the appropriate time to ask that the words be stricken and taken down?
Exactly when the words are spoken. You are late.
It's got to be.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Are you seeking recognition? Who seeks time to speak on the objection? Gentleman from Louisiana?
I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My. Let us take a deep breath, shall we? Madam Speaker, the cornerstone of the strength of our American Republic is not only the peaceful transition of power, but it's the peaceful transition of a lawful power. And it's within the parameters of our oath, indeed, is our duty to inquire if we suspect that perhaps our elections have been compromised. Much has been said about what we do not know. What we do not know calls for investigation. What we do know is that in the disputed states, governors, secretaries of state, or local election commissions, acted in violation of the election clause of the U.S. Constitution, wherein state legislatures are granted the sole authority to determine how presidential electors are appointed. It's that simple. State executive officials usurp the constitutionally vested authority of state legislatures within several of the sovereign states. Now, why are we involved in Congress? Because the founders gave us a narrow role. If we suspect that an election was compromised in a sovereign state, then we have a role in the seating of those electors and the counting. America is not a confederacy of states. We're a union of states. We're a representative republic. Therefore, each sovereign state has a deep obligation to follow the writ of its own election law during a federal election. We would not be having this conversation if our objections were solely rested upon the elections of sovereign state governors or state senators and representatives. It's a federal election for the President and Vice President of the United States. We certainly have a role, and we should investigate and support that role. Madam Speaker, America is an anointed nation, born of imperfect men, driven by perfect intent. May we be worthy of what it is to be an American, what it is to be a representative of the American people. May I ask, may we seek the quiet whisper of God's own voice within us. And I ask my colleagues to consider supporting this objection. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, and thank you for yielding. Before I start, something I didn't plan on saying, this is a debate. It's a discussion. Everybody has a right to an opinion. That is American. Because someone doesn't agree with your view or your ideas does not mean that they are liars. It means they have a different view, a different opinion. And I think for God's sake, as people watch this or see it or hear it, they expect more from us than that. We can disagree at a certain level. There is nothing worse than moral pomposity. Today was an amazing and terrible day. But one thing that we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that our law enforcement protected lives, and they protected and preserved our democracy. I watched firsthand, as I always have, just as I do back home in South Jersey, these brave men and women put their lives on the line to defend all of us. May God bless the woman who lost her life today, and may God bless what is and will always be the greatest nation in the history of the world, the United States of America. At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system. Pardon me?
The rule of the House, you must use your mask.
At the core of our country's greatness is our democratic system of government. Without faith in the integrity of our elections, Americans will not have faith in our democracy. The United States of America is the international embodiment of freedom and opportunity, the shining city on a hill. Free and fair elections have always been a hallmark of America's greatness. After this past presidential election, approximately 60 million Americans have serious doubts about the outcome. That is a number that we cannot ignore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Pardon me?
The gentleman's time has expired. That gentleman, and therefore your time. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you. I started this day disheartened that our colleagues were going to drag us through this cynical political charade of objecting to duly certified electoral college votes. But I was ready and eager to defend Pennsylvania's elections and the will of Pennsylvania's voters. Never did I expect to be answering calls from family and friends concerned for my safety, or to have to barricade myself in an office. But most important of all, never did I expect to see our capital overrun by armed insurrectionists intent on disrupting our government at the urging of the president. What happened here today has made me heartsick for our country, but it only strengthens my resolve to uphold the rule of law and to protect the decision of Pennsylvania's voters. Earlier this week, we raised our hands and swore an oath to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States. But today, those who are blocking the counting of electors from Pennsylvania are showing that their allegiance lies not to the Constitution or to their constituents, and many would argue not even to the Republican Party, but to their own political fortunes and the outgoing president. Pennsylvania's voters, not members of Congress, are tasked with choosing Pennsylvania's presidential electors, and particularly not congressmen from other states. The people have spoken, and Pennsylvania certified our electors. We must respect our oath here by rejecting this unfounded objection to Pennsylvania's electoral votes and not substitute Congress's judgment for that of the people of Pennsylvania. Legal challenges to elections are serious matters, and that's why there is a place to consider those challenges in courtrooms before impartial judges. And Pennsylvania's legal process has worked. The pseudo-legal arguments that are being raised by the objectors here today are not new. Over the past 2 months, the president and his allies have filed more than 20 lawsuits to challenge the Pennsylvania election. Those challenges have been rejected in federal courts, state courts, appellate courts, and the United States Supreme Court. Challenges have been rejected by judges who are registered Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and who've been appointed by Democratic and Republican presidents. And why did they lose all those cases? As Third Circuit Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee, wrote, "Free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious, but calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here." What the court said points to an important distinction about when and how claims of election misconduct are made. It's easy to make wild claims of election fraud on cable television or Twitter, but those claims are not facts. And while there may be no immediate consequences for misleading the public with such statements, there is certainly a penalty for misleading the courts. A lawyer faces fines, jail, and loss of his or her license for making frivolous or false claims. The lawyers for the Trump campaign never alleged widespread fraud or illegal voting had impacted Pennsylvania's elections, because those claims are false. When our colleagues indulge in this political theater and endorse fringe conspiracy theories, they may think there are no consequences because they know that this time the majorities of the House and Senate will overrule them. But as the entire world saw today, their baseless claims of election fraud do have consequences. They undermine faith and respect for our elections and our government. They chip away at the foundation of our constitutional republic, and they take a sledgehammer to the peaceful transfer of power. It is our job to respect the rule of law and reject this political charade. Finally, I want to offer my deepest respect to our Republican colleagues in both the House and the Senate who have withstood intense political pressure and today honor their oath in the rule of law by rejecting these unfounded objections. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in favor of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would first like to say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who said we should be ashamed over here, I'm not ashamed, and neither are my colleagues over here. We're actually proud of what we're doing and what we're standing for. So I hope the record will show that. Yesterday's cowardly attack on our American democracy was a horrible act. While Congress attempted to execute their constitutional duty to debate and vote on the certification of the Electoral College, violence interrupted the proceedings in an attempt to stop the democratic process. Those who committed these acts are domestic terrorists and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I thank the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement organizations that pushed back against this mob. I can't help but be reminded of the bravery during the baseball shooting on myself and my Republican colleagues in June of 2017. I thank God every day for their presence. The American people deserve full transparency in the electoral process, with confidence that any irregularities and inconsistencies in that process will be fully investigated. As a former Texas Secretary of State, I know the electoral process well, and above all, I know what the courts, the executive branch, and elections officials can and cannot do without approval by the state legislature. During my tenure, I knew that my authority was confined to the powers the legislature provided me. If states fail to abide by the Constitution and follow their own laws, it calls into question whether the votes in Texas or any other state are fairly represented. And now, as a duly elected member of Congress, the Constitution outlines my rights to speak and voice my constituents' concerns with my vote. It is pivotal that we have free and fair elections in our representative democracy, and more importantly, that we trust in the results of those elections. In no way is voicing an objection an attempt to overturn an election. And when this process is complete and all objections have been heard, I acknowledge that we will have a peaceful transfer of power on January 20th. Faith in our system must be restored, and Americans must be confident that their vote matters and only lawful votes will be counted. This is a sad day in our nation's history, but a solemn reminder that our country will not falter and will not fail. In God we trust. I yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Congressman Cawthorn.
Hello, everyone. As I said in my convention speech, I want a new generation of Americans to be radicals for freedom and for liberty, but not radicals for violence. I am bitterly disappointed by the protests that happened yesterday. The actions of a violent few were cowardly and pathetic, and I am not afraid to call it out. The Republican Party is a party of limited government. It is the big tent party. It's not the party of destruction. Madam Speaker, the oath I took just days ago demands that I speak out in defense, not of one president or another, but defense of a hallowed document that has safeguarded this republic for over 200 years. The Constitution grants power solely to state legislatures to determine how elections are carried out. When other officials who are not vested with constitutional authority usurp their role and grind the Constitution under their heel, I must object. Our nation is a nation of resilience. In Valley Forge, George Washington prayed for a republic to be formed from the ashes of a monarchy. At Gettysburg, Americans gave their lives to defend a very simple idea, that the American democracy that had been earned with the blood of their forefathers would not perish due to internal divisions. Then on the islands of Iwo Jima and Okinawa, American servicemen gave their lives to defend this nation's freedom from fascism. And what unites each and every generation of Americans is the idea that those who submit themselves to the authority of government ought to have a voice in that same government. We are Americans here in this chamber and in this country. But what does it really mean to be an American? It means believing in the rule of law. It means speaking up in defense of our founding principles and in defense of the Constitution. Being an American means that you are proud of your country, but that you never beat your chest. And being an American means that sometimes you must stand alone while others sit. Now, obviously I can't stand, but trust me, if I could stand, I would stand in defense of our Constitution today. Amen. Thank you all.
For what does the purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I completely agree with my colleague, Representative Dwight Evans, and I remind this chamber that Pennsylvania is the cradle of American democracy. We can't claim to be the birthplace of American democracy. That would be a disservice to James Otis Jr., who in 1761 stood up in a Massachusetts courtroom and argued against the king's writs of assistance. But Pennsylvania is the cradle of democracy. It is where we hosted the signing of the Declaration of Independence and the American Constitution. And it was Pennsylvanians who immediately went to battle to defend this idea of democracy. They went right after Bunker Hill to the siege of Boston. American riflemen were instrumental at the transformational battles of Trenton and Saratoga in victory. And it's Independence Hall where these documents got signed, the Declaration and the Constitution. And you heard my colleagues, you heard Representative Houlihan talking about the privations at Valley Forge, all in support of creating democracy. You heard Representative Boyle quoting John Adams about democracy only dies by suicide. You heard Representative Dean quoting John Lewis, our hero, who said democracy is not a state, it is an act. You heard Representative Wild talking about this stunning assault on our democracy. If it seems like we get a little prickly in Pennsylvania about assaulting on democracy, you're right, we do. Pennsylvania is the cradle of democracy. And you heard how foolish and empty these challenges are. Representative Lamb said it, 31 cameras filming the place where the count was happening, resulting in thousands of hours of videotape. You can see it on YouTube, proving there was no fraud. You heard Representatives Doyle and Brendan Boyle talking about Act 77, how the Republicans in Pennsylvania were falling all over themselves to pass this law for mail-in voting because they thought it would help them. And you heard Representative Scanlon explaining why there were no allegations of fraud made in court, because a lawyer going into court, lying to the court, gets his or her ticket to practice law punched. They can be disbarred. Politicians can say anything on cable TV, but they have to be darn careful when they're in court. So all these big TV talkers never alleged fraud in court. Let me tell you about one court case. It was a case where they brought on their best legal talent. It was a case where they drew as a judge a staunch, principled, conservative Republican, Judge Matthew Brann. He called this case strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. He called it like Frankenstein's monster, haphazardly stitched together case. Judge Brann said he, quote, has no authority to take away the right to vote of even a single person, let alone millions of citizens. And on appeal, Judge Bibas, a Trump appointee writing for the Third Circuit, agreed. He said, calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, he said. So we have judges, dozens and dozens of them, federal judges, state judges, Democrats, Republicans, turning away these challenges. All they ever wanted was evidence. And here's the number one rule when you go to court. Don't forget to bring the evidence with you. This objection, in all seriousness, reflects the most profound disrespect to our American judiciary. We Pennsylvanians understand democracy. It was in Pennsylvania that our founders signed the Constitution, and Article 2 makes it plain as day. We elect our president. We don't have a king. If you can undo a presidential election simply by alleging that something was amiss, then we don't have a democracy at all. We have something else entirely. And if we vote to sustain this objection, we are not upholding our Constitution at all. We are doing something else entirely. Let's vote no on this objection. Yield back.
Perfect. 35 minutes. For what purpose does the gentleman of Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every one of us swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies of foreign and domestic. I swore that oath in uniform, and in the first part of it is the same that we swear here in Congress. The last time we needed to defend our Constitution against a domestic enemy, we fought a civil war. And then at the conclusion of that civil war, we passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments that make clear that no state is so sovereign that they can deprive their citizens of equal protection of the laws. When it comes to election, that means one person gets one vote. It doesn't mean that other citizens can dilute the votes of their citizens and deprive them of equal protection. And it doesn't mean that a state can do that by law or by practice. So whether the law was changed and made it such that there is no way to provide equal protection, one person, one vote, or the practice was corrupted, it cannot stand. And frankly, lastly, it must guarantee that there is a proof that it was equal protection under the law. None of that happened in a number of states. And the people of America, tens of millions of them who came out to vote, have been unheard by this body and by far too many courts. We need to show them the respect they are due by the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution that we fought to sustain, to end the era of Jim Crow, to pass civil rights legislation, the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and so many other pieces of jurisprudence. Thank you, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman, Mr. Johnson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in support.
Control of the time. You have to stand there. As you yield, John.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this objection and to give voice to the 249,386 men and women of Ohio's 6th Congressional District who've had their voices silenced by the rogue political actors in Pennsylvania, who unilaterally and unconstitutionally altered voting methods to benefit the Democratic candidate for president. Secretaries of State and state Supreme Courts cannot simply ignore the rules governing elections set forth in the Constitution. They cannot choose to usurp their state legislatures to achieve a partisan end. Constitution be damned. Madam Speaker, this is a sad day for America. We've seen too many sad days like this recently. Assaults on courthouses, police stations, and now the U.S. Capitol. People who disagree with the results of police work and court decisions are wrong to respond violently. And people who disagree with the results of an election are also wrong to respond with violence. Thank you to the Capitol Police and all of the law enforcement involved for protecting the people's house today. Madam Speaker, some may question our motives for raising these objections. But other than the Bible, the Constitution is the most sacred document known to man because it created the most free and prosperous nation in human history. And 2021 has the chance to be remembered for when the leaders of a deeply divided America came together to defend that sacred document and to ensure that the integrity of future presidential elections is ensured. It is imperative we take this opportunity. The future of our republic depends on it. Benjamin Franklin, in the summer of 1787, during the heated debate to create our sacred Constitution, said these famous words, "I have lived long, sir, and the longer I live, the more convincing proofs I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid? We have been assured, sir, in the sacred writings that except the Lord build it, they labor in vain that build it." Madam Speaker, I pray that we would turn to the God Almighty that ordained our nation into being to help us in our time of need. I yield back.
Thank you. Is that he? Yep. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as a student of foreign policy, if somebody described to me the actions that we saw, I would have assumed we were in a failed nation or a banana republic. Storming past police, some carrying the flag of the Confederacy, a mob breached this House. But there is good news. The democracy held today. For the last few years, misinformation and fear has been fed into people for profit and power, and for too many years, leaders around the country said nothing and sometimes echoed those messages because of the belief that winning, no matter the cost, was worth everything. Today, we saw the result of ignoring these warning signs. People look to Washington to give hope. Instead, we simply amplify fears. People look to us for expertise on what can and can't be possible. Sometimes it's easier to say what makes people feel good instead of the hard facts. Today, some members of Congress argue that we can unilaterally pick the next president, that our glorious wisdom, armed with Twitter, we know better than the American people. Some have shown that if conspiracies are repeated enough, they become facts and they aren't disputed. Even here in this chamber, after the events today, some speeches have been shockingly tone deaf. I've seen people applaud cheap political lines that are embarrassing. Power and cultural fights have divided us so much that they're the ultimate goal now, and sometimes the oath we swear to uphold feels like a prop. People have been lied to by too many for too long. So here's the truth. Joe Biden won this election. The effort will fail, and everybody knows it. For some out there, this isn't about making a statement for the betterment of our country. It's about avoiding the pain of leveling with the people and telling them the truth. The emperor has no clothes. I know many are disappointed in the result, but what legacy are we leaving? Have our kids seen the day where Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill had a beer over their differences, or have they learned that to lead you must tweet, and sometimes all in caps, because now this is Hollywood. Fame is the ultimate goal. But the first step that we can do to restore this is to reject the charade, and what happens next is up to us. We get threatened with primaries, we worry about the political implications, but our names will long be forgotten. The legacy of now will exist. The bottom line, if we ask men and women to be willing to give their lives for this nation, and we talk about their service with tears in our eyes, shouldn't we be willing to give up our jobs to uphold that Constitution? And with that, I yield my remaining time to Representative Herrera Butler from Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, is this a country, is this an America that we want to give to our children? A country of lawlessness, of might makes right, of mob rule? Previous generations of Americans have laid down their lives to answer no to that question. I do not want to be the first generation of Americans so selfish as to answer yes. Nothing is more important to me than preserving this constitutional republic as a representative. Article 2 of the Constitution states, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. Meaning that it's the duty of the state legislatures to select their electors in the manner they stipulate. It's right here. The founders of our republic did not want to federalize elections, which is why they reserved the selection of electors to the state legislatures. Historically, when Congress intervened in the electoral process, it was in the Civil War, it was when states were sending multiple slates of electors. But that is not the case today. Of the 6 states actively being contested, 5 have Republican legislatures. 5 are controlled by one party. 5 have the authority to get together and to vote to change the elector that they sent to us. How many of the 6 did? Not one. Pennsylvania did not get together and vote as a body and send us a new slate of electors. They did not send us a bill or a resolution citing injustice at the state level. None of them. Are they cowards? Do they not know the Constitution? Have they not read it like you and I? Or are they merely passing the buck? Here's the reality. Look, I believe this was not a fraud-free election. I believe that there were problems in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, but the Constitution gives us the right to fix that at the state level, not throw out the Electoral College. We do not want to absolve the responsibility of the people in those states to hold their own lawmakers accountable. I, as a Washington State Congresswoman, don't know better than the people in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Folks, we can't vote to undermine the Electoral College today. We have to uphold it. With that, I yield. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I rise in support of the objection, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you've heard from both sides of the aisle over and over and over tonight, members of Congress take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Clearly, the Constitution says state legislatures make voting laws, period, end of subject. And clearly, in Pennsylvania and some other states, non-legislators change those voting laws. No matter who wins or who loses, those are violations of the Constitution, whether you, me, or anyone else likes it or not. As Congressman Davison pointed out, over a dozen FBI agents were immediately dispatched to fully investigate Bubba Wallace's garage door. But sadly, the FBI never responded to my request to investigate massive voting irregularity accusations, like the video footage from Georgia that we all wish we didn't see. Neither has the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State, the Postal Inspector General, the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA, and last of all, the U.S. Department of Justice. The right to vote is not only a constitutional right, it's also a civil right, and we must protect it. Running a fair and transparent election is not something America should run away from. It's something we must live up to. Every eligible American has a right to have their vote counted and the right to feel confident that his or her vote was counted, not neutralized by an illegal vote. Otherwise, I fear our republic is doomed. That's why I implore you to support a full investigation. And I yield the balance of my time to the fine gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
No, I thank the gentleman. This has been an interesting day, and I know we want to debate this, and we brought up all kind of things, all kind of points of history and what happened and where it happened and all the rest of this, and we're very, very grateful to the Capitol Police and all those who came in to protect us. But the real debate right now about Pennsylvania is Pennsylvania's Act 77. Was it constitutional or was it unconstitutional? All the rest of the trimmings you can set aside and just decide, was it constitutional or unconstitutional? Act 77 changed Pennsylvania's voting law and Pennsylvania's Constitution. Now, Pennsylvania could change that law, but it's done through an amendment to the Constitution. It's not just done because somebody would like to see that done. We had a mail ballot that was available. It's an absentee ballot. We did not have a no-excuse ballot. What did Pennsylvania have to do to get to the point where they would have a no-excuse mail-in ballot? Number one, in 2 successive sessions of the Pennsylvania legislature, that had to be passed in that legislation, one session after the other. If it passed both times, then it had to be published in every one of the 67 counties of Pennsylvania twice. When that was finished, it then had to go before the Pennsylvania voters to decide whether they wanted the Constitution amended. Pennsylvania did the first one. They actually did take a vote, and it was overwhelming. But then they scrapped it, and they put it in an omnibus bill. That is an unconstitutional change. You cannot do it. It's that simple. So I love the idea about Washington crossing the Delaware. I love the idea about Washington and going through a terrible winter. I hate the idea of what we had to go through today. But if oaths don't matter, and we've all taken them, and if the Constitution doesn't matter, why do we even do it? Why go through this charade that somehow we are really close friends, except when it comes to the really important things? We have driven this country apart through the people's house. And we wonder what happens? The biggest loss on November 3rd was not by Donald Trump. It was the faith and trust that the American people lost in this voting system because we have allowed it to happen. It's unconstitutional.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
80 years ago today, Franklin Roosevelt delivered his third inaugural address. Every realist knows, he said, that the democratic way of life at this moment is being assailed in every part of the world, assailed either by arms or by the secret spreading of poisonous propaganda by those who would seek to destroy unity and promote discord in nations that are still at peace. Today, the principal threat to our democracy comes from a different but also poisonous propaganda of those who seek to destroy our unity and promote discord. According to this propaganda, America cannot conduct a free or fair election. Our elections are rigged and doomed. According to this propaganda, the voters can no longer decide who shall be president. The Congress must decide for them. At a time when our nation faces an unprecedented health crisis with thousands dying every day, with Americans struggling to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head, who are we to say that the man America chose to lead us out of this calamity shall not take office? The coronavirus will claim more American lives than all of the casualties in World War II. To meet that moment will require unity, not discord, will require an abiding faith in our country, in our democracy, in our government's ability to function and provide for the needs of its citizens. The members of this body cannot continue to challenge the merits of an election that was fairly conducted and overwhelmingly won by Joe Biden. It must stop. Look at the damage that was wrought in this House today, to this country today. Is that not enough? Roosevelt said this nation has placed its destiny in the hands and heads and hearts of millions of free men and women. Our strength, he concluded, is our unity of purpose. Let us unite once again in defense of the greatest hope of freedom-loving people around the world, this precious democracy. I yield to Jamie Raskin.
Madam Speaker, the baseless attack on Pennsylvania and its electors brought to mind for me the great Tom Paine, the champion of popular democracy who came over to America to fight with us in the revolution against the king. And he lived in Philadelphia, where he wrote Common Sense and the Age of Reason. And Paine said, in the monarchies, the king is the law. But in the democracies, the law will be king. When you think about it, the peaceful transfer of power is the central condition of maintaining democracy under the rule of law. That's why the famous election of 1801 was such a big deal. When John Adams relinquished the presidency to his passionate adversary and lifelong friend, Thomas Jefferson, it was the first peaceful transition of power between democracies in a democratic republic in the history of the world. And he said, as he rode back to Massachusetts from Washington, Adams said that he did this because we are a government of laws and not of men. We will betray this principle if we trade a government of laws for a government of men, or even worse, a single man or an impressionable and dangerous mob intent on violent sedition and insurrection against our beloved democratic republic. Here's Abraham Lincoln, right before the war. At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reaches us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher. Madam Speaker, my family suffered an unspeakable trauma on New Year's Eve a week ago, but mine was not the only family to suffer such terrible pain in 2020. Hundreds of thousands of families in America are still mourning their family members. Many families represented in the Congress are still mourning their family members who've been taken away from us by COVID-19, by the opioid crisis, by cancer, by gun violence, by the rising fatalities associated with the crisis in mental and emotional health. Enough, my beloved colleagues. It is time for America to heal. It is time for our families and communities to come together. Let us stop pouring salt in the wounds of America for no reason at all. Let us start healing our beloved land and our wonderful people. I yield back.
Thank you, Evan. All time for debate has expired. The question shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The gentleman is recognized.
Like a recorded vote.
The gentleman the yeas and nays are requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called and to leave the chamber after they have voted.
The House now voting on whether to uphold a Republican objection to Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes that were certified by the state for Joe Biden. The Senate has already rejected this objection by a vote of 92-7. Once this vote concludes, we expect the House and Senate to meet again in joint session to continue counting the remaining Electoral College votes. While this vote takes place, here's some of the floor debate from just a short time ago.
Thank the gentlelady. This process we're going through today isn't about personalities. This isn't about Joe Biden or Donald Trump. As hard as some try to paint it that way, let me say the names and personalities don't matter. This is gravely about the Constitution of the United States. Almost 20 years ago, after the attacks on 9/11, Americans were persuaded to give up some of their constitutional liberties. Using the justification of that global crisis, the terrorist attacks on that fateful day, America saw the erosion of their liberties for the safety and security which many felt they may receive through the USA Patriot Act and other resulting processes too many felt would keep us safe from another attack here on our shore. This year, using the justification of the global pandemic, COVID-19, we once again saw our nation's Constitution violated. You see, the Constitution is clear in Article 2, Madam Speaker, that the power and duty to set the manner of national elections rests solely with the state legislatures. That power doesn't rest with us. That power doesn't rest in the hands of unelected county election officials, secretaries of state, or Supreme Courts, but rather in the hands of the state legislatures which pass laws setting the manner of elections held in their states. This year, using the extraordinary circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, we witnessed these duly passed laws circumvented and usurped time and again, not by having the laws changed in the respective state legislative bodies, but those laws arbitrarily and unilaterally changed by county clerks, secretaries of state, and in this case of Pennsylvania, an unelected or an elected Supreme Court, which is supposed to interpret the law, not make law. And when those non-legislative entities change the laws without getting the General Assemblies to change the law, In my opinion, the resulting ballots cast, either by mail or in person, those ballots were illegal under the law. Illegal ballots should not be counted, and therefore the resulting electoral votes should be considered invalid. What bothers me is that so many of you are okay with that. That so many Americans, because their person won, you're okay with the manner in which that victory was gained. It's politics. Look, I get it. But we didn't swear an oath to play politics. We swore an oath to the United States Constitution. As George Washington said, the Constitution is the guide which I will never abandon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman, therefore, the gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good evening. And first, I do want to acknowledge the devastating events of the last 12 hours and to express my deep appreciation for those who have worked to secure this building and safeguard our democracy. And on behalf of my colleagues, we are all grateful for your service. I ran for this office on a platform of civility and decency, and many of my colleagues and constituents know that I'm a third-generation veteran, and I grew up in a military household. What you may not know, though, is that I grew up in a divided household. Throughout my childhood, one parent voted Democrat and the other Republican. In my purple household, I learned that duty to country was far more important than party allegiance. And with each election, my father would say, "And when the election is done, we salute smartly and we carry on." Now I live in and I serve in a community that has a lot in common with the home that I grew up in. It too is a purple place that honors civility and decency. Pennsylvania's 6th District is in many ways a microcosm of the Commonwealth and of our nation. Our voter registration in Chester County is 40-40-20, R, D, and I. Voters across my district commonly split their ticket, some voting for President-elect Biden while also voting down ballot for Republicans for our state legislature. What some of my colleagues are arguing today is that those ballots, those very ballots, are illegitimate. My colleagues cannot honestly believe that. In fact, just this week, they joined me on the House floor to be sworn into this hallowed body, and they trusted that the votes cast in their favor were legitimate, and they're right. If those votes counted, so too must the votes for President-elect Biden. We have also heard today concerns about mail-in ballots, and I'm not a lawyer, but I am an engineer and therefore a student of numbers. It wasn't just Democrats who voted by mail. It was not a free-for-all, as was described earlier. 600,000 Republicans in Pennsylvania across the state voted by mail. By questioning the election results, you're telling those Pennsylvanians that the hours they spent online to cast their ballot or the trip that they took to the post office in the middle of a pandemic just didn't matter. Alan Novak is a man who served as the chair of the Republican Party in Pennsylvania for nearly a decade. I'll say that again. The chair of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania for a decade is one of those voters I'm talking about in Pennsylvania. He lives in my district, and he split his ticket. He voted